Ready? Okay.
Nope. You're not going anywhere.
New system's pretty good, huh?
Like an alien invasion.
So we're doing two trees in first? Is that what the?
Yeah, we're gonna do
You ready, Vic?
Is it?
Is he ready?
It's
You
not-
ready? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, March 21st, 2024 meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have a roll call.
Commissioner Markort,
Here.
Commissioner Matherly,
Here.
Commissioner Barilla.
Here,
And I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll start with our new business. Request approval of an agreement between Otero County and the 12th Judicial District Court, Administrative Office of the Courts for the new Otero County 12th Judicial District Courthouse. Anybody have any comments or?
I was just wondering if we're gonna be able to stay in budget. I mean, it's,
We, it is way too early to even know since we're only now in preliminary design, but we certainly hope so. I know it was, the estimate we got originally was well under the funding, so fingers crossed.
okay.
Okay, any more discussion on that?
I'm good with it.
Okay. I make a motion for the approval of an agreement between Otero County and the 12th Judicial District Court Administrative Office of the Courts for the new Otero County 12th Judicial District Courthouse.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then we are going to pull item number 2. And we'll move on to item number 3, the budget work session for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
We
morning.
are going to start with Amber this morning from Healthcare Services so that she can be on her way. She has another meeting she needs to attend. And if you look in the yellow book, her budget starts on page 38. And in the budget request book, page 232.
Can I say something before we get started?
Yes, sorry.
I would like to make a suggestion. This year, we have a lot of repair work. We have the courthouse in our face coming up with the money on that. I would like to hold any kind of pay increase until we go through all the other structural part, until we get to the end and see where we're at. Just a suggestion.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Amber Mayhall, Healthcare Services Director. My budget is already divvied out based upon the second 1/8 of the GRT and the 1/16 for the county-supported Medicaid. So this does not affect the larger general fund. All of my fund comes from that division. So if I may make a suggestion to discuss this department's raise, because this department does not affect what you had just discussed, if that's okay.
So, explain to me why, who does it come from then? Where does your money come from?
It does come from the GRT, but it is already divvied out per statute and ordinance. So you cannot use it for anything other than the healthcare assistance program and what it is statutorily required to fund, which is administrative expenses, and that includes mine and my part-time staff's pay. So my pay comes specifically from the second 1/8 GRT.
And you got a $3 increase last year also, correct?
I don't know what
Yes.
it was. Okay. Yeah, but I did request more for other reasons, including the consumer price index, because it was at 7%, and let's remember that 7%, it doesn't start at 0 the next year, it compounds, so it's at 7%, and then this year it's at 3%. And also for other accomplishments that I had received, which was receiving certain certifications over the years. I've received 3 certifications, and I had at that time requested $1 per certification. I'm working on my other one. Once it opens up, all I have to do is get my CPM, and then I'll be done. But I am asking for $3 an increase for both myself and my part-time staff person.
So I'm gonna be real upfront with you.
Okay.
I can't give you $3 increase and then hold everybody else to what they're asking. So again, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get through the budget. I understand your money doesn't come out of the general fund, but it's still, this is just my opinion. There's 2 others. So, I'm gonna say this is on hold until we get to through the other part.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
I agree with Gerald this year, because we've got a lot of stuff, we've got a lot of expenses this year, and I know that the cost of living is going up for everybody, but it's going up for the county too. And our insurance is gonna go up this year. The fuel cost could be really a big issue this year between the road department, the sheriff's department, and the landfill. So we're gonna have to consider all of that also.
Not a problem, I understand.
Okay.
I have a question about that funding, though,
Yes.
that's already allocated to your department. How much of that funding is left for this year?
How much
To
of it?
close out this year, how much is gonna be left?
Quite a bit of it. We do have a contract with the city, which is the Mobile Crisis Response Team. They did not utilize a lot of the funds that were allocated for them. So we have a lot left over. And
What
that's just for
happens-
HCAP. And even for what we can statutorily use for admin and planning, I have quite a bit of it left over.
And what happens to it? Does it roll over?
I encumber it, so it does roll over, yes.
Okay. So you have a 112,000 increase ask over last year.
So over total for the budget? Or, okay, so that's based on projection for the revenues coming in. That I think we can talk a little more with Julianne about that. The 25 department request really is only a projection of what we think is gonna come in. We're not entirely sure. But as far as what my expenditure budget is, it has to be, the way that it's reflected is it has to be based upon the previous year's revenue. So even though my budget, like the revenues budget will be one thing, what I can spend is technically not this year's revenue. So as you'll see, the only line items that are really increased, that I've increased without like just having them projected as an at cost are my travel, mileage, and registration fees. And that is so that I can attend the CIT conference in Indianapolis. It's already been approved, that travel, but I would like to be able to, if after this particular conference, if I find it or deem it advantageous to continue going, would like to be able to continue going so long as the mobile crisis team contract with the city is open, so that I am able to effectively monitor that contract to make sure best practices are established, and to make sure that if there are things that other communities are doing, that we can see about bringing those particular practices here within the community as well.
That increase you're wanting is about a $10,000, just under $11,000 increase?
I'm sorry, for
You,
my pay?
for your $3 an hour for both your employees?
I didn't actually calculate what it was.
Yeah.
But I will say, you know, I do want to act in the best interest of not only myself, but my staff person to make sure that working here is still a good option for everybody. If you don't want to give the $3, that's okay. But I will try and act in the best interest of my department to ask for the largest raise at least I possibly can.
Like I say, I just don't feel that it's fair to do the increase right now with you, and then if we're putting everybody else on hold.
I understand, and that's fine, and I made my case, and that's okay if we want to hold off on that. But talking about the rest of my budget, those were the only 3 line items that I requested an increase for specifically. So I do, like I said, I do have a statutory limitation on how much I can spend in admin and planning. Most of what gets allocated goes to the planning portion, so that if there are things that I do need to do, I can pull from that. And that is online, that's line 5372, healthcare planning, and that's a budget of $71,000. So that's really what's left over from the admin and planning
That's
portion.
what I was gonna ask you.
Yeah. So we rarely use the full of it. I am working on an MOU to propose to the commission to give the city of Alamogordo access to our indigent healthcare database, so that they can utilize our database for case management purposes. That may increase some other line items. But even then, I will have an excess in that admin and planning portion.
And last year, did we give you a part-timer?
No, I've always had only 2 staff. So it's just me and my part-timer.
Okay, and so we did not give you another person?
No.
And same 2, and you don't need another person?
No, not yet. I will say that my part-timer has, for the most part, been acting relatively independently in terms of the disposition cases. Very rarely does she come with me with questions, and a lot of times they're like difficult ones that are a little more weird. They require a little more decision-making on my part on what to do. But for the most part, I've had her acting relatively independently. She still keeps me up to date on everything that goes on, but that's so that I've had her acting independently so that I can actually improve the healthcare assistance program portion and start spending that fund down. There is a lot of money that has rolled over that can specifically be used for healthcare. It has not been used. There's been reasons for that. And a lot of those, I can't force people to apply. I can't make people apply. There are barriers to the application. I am working on updating the ordinance because it is so it is prohibitive to apply. The other issue is statutorily, there is a document that individuals have to sign that they have to pretty much attest that they cannot afford healthcare that we're about to pay for. And that is an open and public document. That's the only document that we have that we're required to have people sign. It's open and public, and people don't, once we tell people that, they do not want to sign it. They don't want their name out there, and I understand that. It's one of the reasons why with the mobile crisis response team contract, I do in the contract, I have outlined a presumptive eligibility for indigent care, so that nobody has to sign a document.
So Amber, I got a question for you. You got $6,000, you got $2,000 in travel, $2,000 in mileage, $2,000 in registration fees, and $15,000 for training. What's that for?
So
You've
for
only
the
spent $600.
1,500.
So for the 15,000, it's just to reflect the same thing that was budgeted last year. Last year, I did request to pursue my master's degree, which I do believe was approved, because the line item was there. I was not able to, due to personal circumstances, did not apply. So, and I do intend to apply this coming fiscal
Does
year.
Grand Canyon University offer that?
They do not offer a recognized public health program. It needs to be certified. I need a certified public health program. Grand Canyon does not offer that.
So for just you, you've got $6,000 in your 1, 2, 3, 4 deals you're going to? Is that what you're budgeting?
For the travel mileage registration, yeah.
Because none of them have ever reached over $1,000.
Right, so this year on the memo, I have travel for Indianapolis, which that travel was already approved, and that's going to occur next fiscal year. So that's for the CIT International Conference.
Okay. Y'all want to leave the per diem stuff the way it is?
I say yes on that, because you do need, there's gonna be more than I think what you're asking for.
Yeah, I actually probably have way less than what it's probably going to be. Being that I've never traveled to Indianapolis, I don't really know how much it all is going to cost. Right now, we do have the airline ticket paid for, but as far as everything else, I don't know. And even then, if I'm short, what I'll end up doing is pulling from my planning line item and moving it to the travel and per diem or mileage if I'm short.
And you'll be there 4 to 5 days?
Yeah. Hopefully, the airline does not get canceled.
Was it in August because of the races? Just kidding.
No.
No. And I think as we reconsider everything, being that this is a different fund that we really just manage,
Yeah.
I wouldn't pull the raise off the table. Maybe not $3, but something to consider as we look at the overall.
All right, anything else? Nope. Anything? Nope. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, it's kind of up to you how you want to go through this. I know in the past, we've kind of gone through the book in the order that it's presented.
Let's do that if we can. It's easier that way.
Whatever works best for you. You might want to start with your own budget. It's going to be on page 3. The only thing that I really noticed in your budget is, well, 2 things I wanted to mention. For Vicky's position, starting January 1st, there will be an increase to the, I believe it's the most current statute for elected official pay. So I did budget for 6 months of that increase for that one commission position. And the other thing you may want to consider is increasing your travel, especially possibly for the commission chair. I know Vicki has a lot of things going on. She's had a lot of travel, and she's most likely, in the past, we've always budgeted 5,000, but she's most likely going to need more than that. So you may want to consider either an increase to all your travel or at least to the commission chair travel.
Can we take it from each other?
Yeah,
If one of us
if you
uses
agree
more
to do that,
and-
absolutely, we can do
Okay,
that.
and rather than increase it, we could just maybe,
Sure, so
you know.
long as Gerald and Amy are fine
I
with that, I
know.
have no problem, just let me
Yeah.
know and I can certainly move money around.
okay. Are you guys okay with that? Just leave it like it is, but
Yeah.
if we need to move it around, we can?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do that, so we don't have to increase that.
So on the salary deal, we're at, correct me if I'm wrong, Julianne, we're at 30,196? Is that where we're at
I'm sorry,
on the salary? I've got a
oh,
elected official sheet here I'm trying to,
right, you know what, I should have included the new rates for you, I'm sorry, I didn't pull that up. I believe you're all at like 26 something right now, but,
that was 23, yeah, you're right.
and then there's, the increase just for the one position for Vicki's because, she's up for election, and so that will begin January 1st, so there will be 6 months of the increase budgeted. And that's gonna be for her position for the treasurer and the clerk as well, I've budgeted those increases. And then, just sort of as a note for the treasurer and clerk, because they have their deputies that are budgeted at 90%, there's a bit of an increase for the deputies as well.
I don't see anything else that needs anything, do you guys? Okay, all right, I think we're good on that one.
Okay.
So we're going to admin?
Yes. And Commissioners, I didn't make many changes to my line items, a few up a little. Printing and publishing anticipate to go up. Gasoline, like most of us, you're gonna see it's gone up. And then, employee training, I dropped a little because Sylvia and I both have completed all the courses with NMC. We won't be attending those trainings anymore, so I dropped that. However, we do have others in admin that will be continuing some of those certifications. And the only real big thing I have is some capital outlay totaling $7,300. It's easiest to see on the capital outlay spreadsheet you have by departments.
So is that why you cut her per diem? Because she won't be?
Yeah, she's done. I've
Okay.
asked her if she wants to go after anything else, and she said, no, thank you.
Over it.
Yeah, over it, exactly. So, and then in my capital outlay, the front desk needs a new desktop computer. It's nearing the end of its life. Pablo has an older computer he inherited when he started, so he would like a laptop. Julianne would like a laptop and 2 monitors. It certainly helps when we're out sick that we can work from home to be a little more mobile. And then Julianne needs a printer, Cassie needs a printer, and there was one more printer. Pablo needs a printer. He's got old, outdated stuff he inherited. And then, of course, the part-time position for Julianne, you had already approved. There was no such luck hiring a part-timer in finance, so she is requesting that it's made full-time. And that sums up my budget.
I think you could definitely keep somebody full-time busy, don't you? Between everything that needs to be done.
Right.
I don't know how you do what you do.
I don't know how I do it either, so, and, you know, Pablo's been having some luck with some of the grants and just, you know, other legislative appropriations and some of the other colonious appropriations that we've received, there's a lot of grants right now. The community service grants is pretty much handled by the accounting specialist, which is Kathy. But for the other legislative ones, it would be really helpful. There's a lot of time involved in dealing with those as far as reporting. That's going to be, I guess they're changing that system. It's going to remain quarterly. But then also just putting together the reimbursement requests is somewhat tedious. You have to submit, requisitions, purchase orders, invoices, copies of checks, copies of cleared checks, make sure everything is reconciled and balanced. And if I could find someone who has a little bit of actual accounting experience and some Excel experience, it would be really wonderful and very helpful to me to allow me to not have to be here till midnight some nights, so.
Would it be easier if we just had like a debit card that we could use, or I guess a credit card, to make our hotel reservations and stuff, and then just turn in receipts?
You
rather
can,
than-
actually, so purchasing does have the one purchasing card, and it's used exclusively for travel, so
You can't pay for it, but you can put it on hold.
Yes.
You still have to pay with your credit card when you get there.
Okay, I was just trying to, whatever would make it easier for you guys.
Yeah, and like airline travel, that can be booked with that. And the reason that you can't usually pay for it with the hotels with the credit card is because usually when you arrive at the hotel,
They want the card.
They need to see a card. They have to have the card present. Since we only have the one, that doesn't work very well. So, but you can at least hold the reservation with it.
Okay. So we couldn't get like one commissioner card just for our travel?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Wouldn't work?
No.
Okay, just trying to save you some work. I don't think I have anything else, do you?
No?
Anything else? All right, moving on.
Abe, you're up.
This is the one.
That's so much paperwork.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner Barella, Commissioner Mallory, good morning.
Good morning.
42? Oh, there it is.
26, yeah.
Information technology.
Abe? Do y'all have a vehicle that's assigned to you?
Yes, sir, we have a Blazer currently right now, and we were gonna get on a budget, but we've been working with Sheriff Black and Tom, that they might have a vehicle that they can give us an extra one, just in case, if one of us is out, the other one can go in and assist another department. We were planning to put it on the budget, but I guess we were gonna work with Sheriff Black and our Tom.
I wish Sheriff Black was here, because there's a lot of people that are supposed to have vehicles from him that haven't got them yet. I'm trying to figure out where they're all at.
I'll be here in about an hour. He had another meeting.
Yeah, he had a meeting this morning. He said probably 10:30, I think, maybe.
And then our current Blazer, we have just done a couple of repairs like tires, but right now our windshield, we probably have to take it to Tom, because our current Blazer, the windshield wipers don't work. So,
Okay, so that's where you're justifying your vehicle maintenance, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The next one is gonna be your per diem. Why, just explain to me why you feel you need to go to the legislative session.
So basically, so far I have been trying to, like usually I go to the, I've been to the annual conference, like on the, during the legislative session, is because there we can connect with other, basically, so I have been trying to go to the legislative session, but there has always been a project that we've been working on, so I have always gone to all the other conferences except that one. And that's one of the goals, to go to that one.
So in 23's budget, you asked for 3,000 per diem, and then last year 5,000 per diem, and this year 8,000 per diem.
Right, this time, because we're trying, since we, we have added the Tyler Connect conference that we usually go. And that's something that we're trying to go annually to not only get training, but to be able to work with the product that we're currently using for Tyler. And I know we have two of those products, Tyler Eagle and Tyler Munis that we have. And last year it was just Julianne and I that assisted that conference, and now this year is Daniel. So I wanted more of our department members to go.
So you're asking for that much in per diem, and then your next line item is gonna be $58,000 for training?
Yes, sir. On the training, I don't know if you have that one where I have the couple of the classes that we're planning to take this year. I know earlier we were planning to go to Western Tech, but it's hard for them to. I've been communicating with them to try to get like a boot camp, but I just went to this website to Knowledge Transfer, and that's where class I have it here.
22, you asked for 20,000. 24, you asked for 10,000. You've spent none, zero, and now you're asking for 58,000.
Right, those, some of the training funds that I have had is because I've been working with Western Tech, but they don't have classes available because our guys were supposed to go out there for the Security Plus training. But since it's hard to accommodate them, so I was like, maybe we can use another one, but this one's a little bit more, especially since it has increased. And we haven't, for this year, we're still gonna use those funds, this year I'm planning to send my team to some more training.
So the actuals for 2023, it says zero training, and then 2024, $10,000 for training, right? Am I reading that correct?
Which one?
It doesn't have anything for 2023.
Right, but he hadn't spent any on 24 either.
Right, and this year we're gonna work with Knowledge Transfer, because I know I had asked Mike to get me a couple of quotes for that, because since we haven't been able to go to the one at Western Tech because they haven't been able to accommodate us, and usually it's more like a semester, and we can't do semesters. It's just, it has to be like a boot camp, or like a 5-day course.
I just have a hard time seeing how you can do that much of an increase.
And then,
It's about $5,000 per person.
and then since now we have because before there was only like 3 of us, now we have 4, because recently we have added Michelle as part of our team, so I want her to also attend some of these trainings as well.
And vehicle maintenance up $500?
Right, because I'm planning to add another vehicle. I know right now we currently have a vehicle, but if we're able to obtain another vehicle, either from Sheriff Black, in case it needs new tires. I know on our previous vehicle for the Blazer, we replaced all the tires and perhaps other additional things that we need to repair. And if we get another vehicle, it most likely is in good shape, but if in case we do it, need to do some other repairs.
And why are the maintenance contracts so much higher now than they used to be?
So technically, we've been adding services, like we have been having the phone services, and also because we have been adding like the Microsoft licensing. So, and there's additional services that we have been adding to our infrastructure, and our, not only, of course, our phones, our Microsoft, and I have other ones here. And of course, we want to add more. And of course, with Granite and the zip lines and all of that, what we have added to.
All those licenses and everything that we pay for monthly, we're not overlapping and duplicating what's needed, right?
No, ma'am. Usually, as a matter of fact, every time I order licenses, I always end up short, so I have to order more. I mean, usually I try to come up with a number, And since as we increase, it always like, I always have to request for more, especially right now that we're working on a project with Wendy, purchasing agent. We're working with her because we're trying to get like the online requisitions, so we need to get licenses for, so that the volunteer fire departments can get their email and check those approvals for requisitions and things like that.
And then on your software, in '24, we budgeted 10,000, and then revised it to 15,000, and you used $1,300, and you're at 2,000 right now. Why, I mean, I don't mind budgeting you money, but if you're not using it, let's don't put all that money in.
We are gonna use it this year. Part of that's my fault. I didn't finish getting the quotes for a remote access software that we're gonna put in the IT line instead of the sheriff's office or TBRDA, because we're gonna use it countywide. And we were still waiting on some presentations and updated quotes to verify the licensing, but it's gonna be right around $10,000 a year.
So that one probably needs to stay then?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, we'll leave that one. Back to the employee training. Until you use some, I mean, I would say cut this down to 20,000, use it, and then see where you're at next year, then we can adjust. But you've got a track record of not using hardly anything, so I don't know why to put $58,000 into. And then maybe you need to go and then come back and teach the other ones too, but I don't know, that's my suggestion. Amy, what do you think?
I agree,
So you want to change that to 20?
yes.
Leave the 15, and then leave the per diem at 8?
It was 5 last year.
I mean, so far, they've only used $1,800.
Yes, I say 5.
5 would be good, because if we're gonna cut that other down, I mean, they won't travel as much, so. Vehicle maintenance 15, that's not much, I think leave that like it is.
Well,
So,
under the assumption that you're gonna get another vehicle though, and we waited a year for another vehicle, so I think we should leave it at 1,000.
I mean, if it even needs new tires though,
Then we can
That would-
address it,
eat that up.
tell the sheriff, put new tires on.
so, Abe, can you explain to me the maintenance contracts? Because we kind of bounced all over. We got 215, actual is 171, and then you're projecting actual is 257, and then now you're asking for 200,000. Maybe I don't understand
actually
what
part of
that.
that, because we had the Tyler Munis, which is now Tyler ERP, that maintenance contract was previously in IT. And what we're doing is we're moving it just to general operating because it affects not just IT, but, you know, it's human resources, it's, you know, it's purchasing, it's budgeting, it's general ledger, it encompasses pretty much everything that the admin building does as far as running the county. So we're just putting that into the general operating, so that's why, you know, it's projected to be 257, but he's only requesting 200,000. And part of that is because that other maintenance contract has been moved out. And then, of course, it seems like every year those maintenance contracts seem to increase a little bit or taxes change. And so I know that portion of it. So I'll let him explain whatever else is in there.
Well, I just see there's a lot of usage, that's money that's being used, and there's 57,000 less than what the actual was, that's the only reason why I'm questioning it.
Yeah, I mean, that's, it's a projection, and all these projections are just based upon a simple, extrapolation of current dollar amount. So it may not actually end up being that much.
So we just-
But I'm sure he's at least gonna hit the 215. If he goes over what is currently in his revised budget, we'll have to move some money around from some of his other line items to cover any remaining contracts that come through.
to-
Yes, sir, and then there's some of them that, out of the maintenance contract, there's some of them that haven't been applied, like, haven't been paid for that. But, yeah, and that's also, like Tyler Munis, and then the Civic Plus website, and then, Provog, there's a lot of things that are on our budget for that.
So you feel that 200,000 is gonna be good?
I feel that, but could be potentially more, yes, sir.
We want the mites. Do you think you feel good with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then the capital outlay one. Explain that one to me, Abe. The
So-
$103,000 one?
Yes, sir, and a big portion of that was, we've been wanting to replace our door system. I've been working with our facilities superintendent, Eric. And initially, we had gotten a quote to start to upgrade the door systems in our courthouse here at admin and the annex. And it was gonna be, working with Eric, he says that it could have been more, but since we already have that appliance, because our emergency service has been working with Epic, and they already have the appliance. So the 60,000, Eric recommended me to get 60,000 to start working with the administration building and the annex to do a test run on the door system. And then perhaps if that works really well, then we can also upgrade the courthouse. After talking with Matt, he told me that we can, basically, that system could hold up to 1,000 doors over there at their emergency services. And with that, we can, if we want to plan it to do not only here, but more like countywide, we can continue adding to this door controllers.
Okay, so you're budgeting 60,000 and you got a quote for 91.5. Where are you coming up with the other 31,000?
Well, the 91,500, that was the initial quote from Epic. And that was including all the doors, but then after talking to Eric, he's like, I would recommend 60,000 to begin with these doors. So that was the initial quote from Epic. And we wanted to get a revised quote from them. And actually, as a matter of fact, they told us that this was just a budgetary number. It could be less than what they presented. And I know, and probably that appliance was not included, so that's why we were trying to get clarification from them. But then, since we were getting closer to budget, but maybe we can see if we can get a revised budget. But that's the number that Eric suggested.
Okay, so you got a quote for 91.5. You're only really gonna you're thinking about budgeting 60,000, but now you're asking for 103,000.
And then the other part was,
Line me out here.
and I know since we want to have we're thinking of getting, and then the other 20,000, we're thinking of getting a virtualized desktops, so that giving people, I know if we have this software with ConnectWise, we can actually, I know I've been working with Sarn Emery with that to get remoting software. But at the same time, what I want to do is have virtual desktops. I know when I was working with Azure, that was a complete mess because it was more expensive and it was based on usage. So one of the things that we decided to do is have virtual desktops where people can work from home and assign them a virtual desktop, and that's what we're planning to do to get the virtual servers and things like that. Right.
So you're looking on implementing another 20,000, Connect-wise, I don't understand what that is, but, and then another 8,000 for, and then here's another 15.
The ConnectWise is the remote access, right? And then, so I don't understand what the virtual desktop is, just so you access your computer sitting here in this building from your house?
Right, and that also like, we're trying to also like all our volunteer fire departments, so that they can have like a assigned desktop, and then they can log in and connect to Tyler or perhaps on any other application that they might need, or, I mean, that would be for anybody.
I can explain a little bit further on that.
Come up here and talk in the microphone, please.
With the volunteer fire departments, we're on Munis with the new program, financial program. There's going to be a computer at the station that needs to access the server. And then the chiefs are going to have laptops. So both of those computers per fire department is going to need to be able to access to put in requisition. That way they don't have to come off the mountain and all of that. It's actually going to save us money by gas, vehicle maintenance, and everything else. Plus, on the remote access, if they're having problems, I can get on there and show them virtually on how to do things.
That's
they
on the
can't-
Connect-wise?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So what's the other 8,000 and 15,000 do then?
That's allowing them to connect
That goes back to the
servers.
desktop for the Windows and, okay.
It's not just
Takes me a little
app?
while.
Not just an app or a program that you can just log into?
No. It's an app that we have to be able to download onto their computers, and then they'll be able to connect to our servers.
And that's the only way to process the PERC PO?
They can also use VPNs, but that's not very dependable.
Yeah, VPNs don't work a lot.
Correct, especially up in the mountains where the internet fluctuates. It's a mess. It's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah, I VPN to my work from my house in Hyrule sometimes, and it's not always great.
So back, I understand the other stuff, Abe, so you really feel the 60,000 on what you're wanting to do on the doors is gonna be adequate enough?
Yes, sir. And that would be like to start with administration and then the next. And then, and I know this is through phases and however this, I know over there at the EOC, they're working with Epic, and I'll work with Eric, and that's what he does, so I agree with that. Now, on the 8,000 here, I know it was for ConnectWise and all of that, but they offer, I know our current antivirus is Symantec, and so technically right now, I believe we're paying like around $6,000 for that Symantec with CDW, but this one would replace, because this one not only is detect, but it prevents, so detection and prevention from Sentinel-1, from the same thing with ConnectWise.
Okay, so that one, I got that one figured out. The one right above it on the software, is that just a upgrade, the new version? $15,000 on the IT allotment for software procurement. Is that just an upgrade in the software? Is that what? I don't understand all this, so you need to explain to me what this is upgradade.
So on the 20,000 for the ConnectWise, since we're
No, we're done with that. Go back to the software upgrade for 15,000, 5264.
It's on page 37 of our book. I don't know how you,
Oh, yes, okay. So aside from having the for this one, it would be like, in case we need to add more licenses too. Not only, I always usually also for software, I also allocate extra funding for, in case we need licenses. Because I know it's already part of a maintenance contract, but if we don't have, the maintenance contract is after we have purchased the licenses. So it's just a maintenance contract, but every time we need new licenses, I usually allocate extra funding for that too. And any extra licenses. And that could also be Microsoft licensing. That could also be, even for phone, like when we have our phone system, we need licenses. So there's a lot of licensing that's required that, and like especially if we have new users or new new hires.
So you have to buy that many different licenses during the year?
Yes, sir. Usually, I wish it was just like a plan where you could just assign licenses, but every time we have to purchase new licenses, I have to get a quote from our Microsoft partner, which is Spectrum, and they send us a quote, and it's like, okay, where do I get this from? Because it should have been part of like maintenance contract, but those are the existing licenses and the existing contracts that we have with them. But then that's kind of like a part of a new contract again, per se.
We have to do this at work too with our accounting software. You have so many licenses, and then when you go over that, you add new employees, you have to buy a new license for them to add on to that, so.
And that's back to the one that you've only used $1,300 on so far. And your projected actual is 2,000.
And that was on the 5264.
Yeah, the 5264.
And as a matter of fact, on that line item, I have, as a matter of fact, with the new emails for the volunteer fire department, of course, I haven't used it on 2023, but for this year, that's what we got for the quote. So I'm gonna, of course, some of the items it might show that I haven't used any, but we do plan to use that.
So last year, your capital outlay request was $59,000, and that was mainly for the upgrade of this room. Majority of it was. And now it's all about upgrading Tyler and software that we're putting under capital outlay.
Yes, ma'am. So it's the door systems,
Oh, yeah, okay.
And on this door system, one of the things that we found out is because we also want to put like sensors, like there will be like thermal cameras, because we also want to protect our servers, because in case one of the AC units fails, we want to make sure that our servers are not overheating. So that's another part of this. Not only is the door system, but it's also part of that.
What can you do without in all of your requests?
You're talking about the capital outlay?
Anything. Where can you cut your budget?
Actually, really, his capital outlay is gonna be 108,000, not 103. If you look on the new deal, they added on 5,000 for annual computer hardware replacement.
And I was looking at the Sentinel one. Technically, right now we're basically paying CDWG like $6,000, and since we're paying for that, but if we want to, replace Semantic with Sentinel one, maybe that's already allocated for. Maybe we can perhaps use it, and then we can take it out of here. Just increase it. Just be $2,000. Because technically, it's $6,000 for what we pay for Semantic, for 108 licenses, I believe.
Which one is that one, Abe?
It's where it says capital outlay. They allocating $8,000.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're thinking knock that down to what?
So even we would just probably add 2,000 because we're paying Semantic for our antivirus, and this would replace that.
So change the 8,000 to 2,000?
Yes, sir. The only thing we would have to check is see if we if we're still part of a contract, and if not, we can switch to that new provider, ConnectWise.
You asked for $4,000 every year for supplies, and in 2023, you used $700, and that's it.
One of the things that we want to do is do a workbench and improve our data room, and also do workbenches. That's where we're working towards.
Wouldn't benches and desks like that be capital outlay?
I think, yeah, you're correct. I put it under tools, but it would be, but yeah, that would, yes, ma'am.
And then you have additional 4,000 for tools.
I think it would just be the 4,000 for the work it would be under capital outlay, like you said.
So the supplies shouldn't be 4,000, because we're gonna move that to capital outlay. And then the 4,000 for tools.
Yes, I believe it's just the tools for the workbenches.
So then we would zero out one of those, the tools. And then the 4,000 for the supplies moves to capital outlay, making it, okay, we had it at 108, we just took off 6,000, now we're gonna add the 4,000. So that's gonna be 106,000 for capital outlay, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you're taking that forward from supplies to that?
Yeah, from the supplies, I moved it over there and I put 0 under tools. So what line item do your cables and circuit boards and all that kind of stuff, where does all that go?
I have used pretty much supplies, and even tools sometimes. Yeah, tools. I have used that line item.
And I'm assuming you stock cables and extra stuff like that?
We have extra, sometimes there's a, usually when we go with each department, sometimes if there's a project, for the most part, we, at times, there are times where we purchase the cable. At the moment, we have cable, but usually the department will get the cable, it will depend on the project.
Okay, so if the sheriff's office needs a cable, it goes on their budget, not your budget?
Yes, unless they're, I mean, sometimes we do have it, but if they have the cables and everything, we usually go with them. There's been times where we purchase the cable and everything just to, because sometimes they'll tell us, hey, if you just go and purchase it and
And when you purchase it, what line item does that go under?
under tools or supplies, that's one.
What did you have to rent? Is rental of equipment?
There was one time where we had to, I know when we were doing the migration, we had to, I don't know if they charged us for rental, but it was their, one of their servers that they had, to do the email migration, but I don't think I have used rental so far, that I can think of right now.
So we can take off that 500?
Yes.
And are we leaving the 1,500 for vehicle maintenance or put in 1,000?
If you're getting another vehicle, I would leave the 2.
Okay.
I would leave it at 15.
What did we take off the 500? What line was that?
It is,
The rental equipment?
yes, 5204.
Okay, anything else?
Um,
Good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, can I just clarify a couple things?
Sure.
Did you say to remove 500 from equipment repair maintenance?
From, the 500 was from rental equipment.
Oh, rental of equipment.
Yeah, 5204.
Okay, and then 4,000 to capital outlay from tools, so tools will be 0, is that correct?
I think
From
we took,
supplies.
yeah, for supplies, we moved to capital outlay, and then
Okay.
we took the tools completely out.
Okay. I think that's all I had, questions.
You did away with, okay.
Yeah.
And then the travel from 8,000 to 5,000.
And the training from 58 to 20.
Yep, I got
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Nope. Okay, thank you, Abe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just getting warmed up.
It is getting warm in here.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Wendy Robinson, Purchasing Manager. I did not request pay raises for our employees in purchasing, but if you feel free to do so, we will be more than happy to take those. The only thing that I'm requesting on capital outlay is a new laptop. I'm going to be traveling, and purchasing can't stop. So while I'm out, I'll be still approving requisitions, turning them over to POs. And I need something dependable for that.
And on the new position, justification attached. I couldn't-
Yeah, that was a typo.
Oh. Well, I've been getting shortchanged on my information coming in my book, so I was just asking.
It should be at the line above. Also, I requested, excuse me, an increase on per diem. Our purchasing affiliate through the New Mexico counties is going to start doing affiliate meetings, and I would like for all of my employees to attend that. It's an affiliate meeting with also finance, but they're going to separate them out, and I would like my employees to start learning more within the purchasing realm, like bids and proposals and stuff. That way, God forbid I get hit by a bus, somebody can step in.
We're gonna keep you.
We don't have many buses, luckily, but you never know.
Man, I hope everybody gets educated, because everybody is ramped up on the education.
Yeah, you know, and I've been thinking about that too. We get to approve the spending for all the trainings, but we don't get to see the results for all the training, the growth or anything like that. I mean, does everybody track that?
Well, they're responsible to report to their supervisor, department head, their travel, their training. It's pre-approved. The supervisor knows what they're going to attend and typically receives an agenda to know what they're going to be learning. Every department does not report to the board. I don't know if you want to hear that, you know, they went to an accounting class for 3 hours. But no, it is reported to the supervisor or the department head.
And that's a lot of training, and just as long as we come back experts, we're okay.
I'm trying.
No parties.
Man.
You can party
That's
afterward,
after
but you have to go to
hours.
the meetings.
Yeah.
I'd like to just make a comment. I spoke with Wendy yesterday, and on her registration fees, $52.30, I was just looking at what was in her memorandum, but they're actually, it actually should be the $4,300, because in addition to the registration fees for the trainings she's going to, she also has registration for, what is it, the actual purchasing?
The New Mexico Public
Yeah.
Procurement Association, and that's per individual. All four of my, including myself in my office, are members of that.
So you want to change the 25 to 43?
Yes, sir.
Printing and publishing.
That's for my newspaper ads. By state statute, I'm required to post those in the newspaper. I don't know where they're taking them out of, because it automatically goes to accounts payable, but it has not, but I'm gonna be working with Stephanie on that to modify invoices.
Okay.
And actually, that's one thing I'm excited about with the new requisition system, is that we'll be able to see the line items, and Wendy will, and she knows all of the line items very, very well. She'll be able to see where people are trying to expense it from, and if they accidentally put in the wrong one, or they don't know, maybe they put it in one place and it should be somewhere else. She can go and review that, and she can change it and correct it on the front end, so that we're not having to move things on the back end afterwards.
I'm
So-
actually, since the start of this program, or project, should I say, a lot of people don't know their object codes. I've really come to that realization. I'm working, I'll actually reject it if it's wrong, so that they get to know, it's a teaching moment in my mind. They may not like the learning part of it, but I know some departments were like, I don't have money here, so I'm just gonna take it out of this line. and I'm not allowing that. So next year, we will actually have a budget on what people are spending on whether it be auto maintenance, equipment maintenance, stuff like that.
And maintenance contracts?
Maintenance contracts, whatever, it's on there, it's gonna be in the correct line.
Okay.
Kind of back to the printing and publishing, that's where you advertise for bids, job
Proposals,
going
yes,
and
sir.
and stuff like that, yeah.
Yes, sir, in the newspapers.
We went backwards. We increased your budget. We're supposed to be taking away from your budget.
It's just a little bit. And
Is-
one of them's a one-time shot, and then it's over.
Is the mileage kind of included in the travel per diem? They're listed separate.
No, that's actually two different lines. Let's say if I take my personal vehicle.
Oh, okay, I
on-
gotcha.
Okay.
Just like a mileage reimbursement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I gotcha.
It looks good.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. You have anything? Anything?
No,
Well, as
That
I
was
said,
easy.
we would not turn down pay raises, but thank you.
Thank you.
That
Thanks,
was
Wendy.
the simplest thing so far.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Eric Cariano, Facilities Maintenance Superintendent.
2 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, you got the big items.
I do.
Is it the Wade building that the roof's leaking out there?
Yes, sir. I don't have a whole lot on my operating, but if you want to go over it, I can answer any questions you have. I did make a few changes.
You aware we're, on all pay increases and salary deals, we're holding off till we get to the end?
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay.
You get the award for the lowest registration fees. $1,000.
Well, we don't register for a whole lot, so maybe one thing a year. I think I only asked for an increase on 4 items or a change. Per diem, I only asked for about $1,500. I don't anticipate doing a whole lot of traveling, if any at all. Just wanted something in there in case a seminar or training comes up close by.
Every year you ask for $3,000 for training, and you don't ever go over 500.
This last year, I did ask for that. Some things came up, we weren't able to get it scheduled. So I've actually asked for an additional $3,000 this year. I've encumbered $3,000, and I have 3 or 4 of my employees that I'd like to send to some online training this year. And I apologize that I didn't get the registrations in there, about $1,600 a class. We are going to use it this year. It's through TPC training. It's for regular maintenance of boilers, heaters, and coolers, general building maintenance type stuff that we need refreshers on, so it will be utilized this year. I've already set it up.
So then the registration fees needs to be, you said $1,600 per class or $1,600 for the year?
It's per class, and I didn't figure it in as a separate registration. I figured all this in as training. So I'm asking for 3,000. Like I said, I'm gonna encumber about another 4,000 that I already had for training. And then with that money, that should cover the classes for the personnel that I'm gonna send to it.
Eric, how many employees you have that are having to do continual education?
One,
You?
me.
And where do you have that at?
That's in just as part of training as well. I only have to do it every 3 years, and this year was the last year I had to do it. So it would only be asked for every 3 years. It's generally, I do it online, it generally costs about $150, and then the registration fees of $75 for the license renewal.
I'm pretty much okay. My concern, Eric, is not, I understand the three big deals you got with the fairgrounds and this building and the other deal, but I have some concern about the prison and Chaparral with those AC units. I see you have 250,000 and you've been using, I mean, you're projecting almost 240,000. Those are to the age they're gonna start dumping on us here real quick, and we're responsible for them, right?
Yes, we are. So that money is money that is already allotted to building repair for the prison and the processing center. The processing center has actually, over the last 4 years, been replacing several units, and we actually have 3 scheduled to be replaced this summer. The prison also has 3 that they have already ordered and on the ground. We're just getting ready to schedule those. So we try to do probably 6 to 7 units per year, swapping out at each facility. So they are being changed
So you got
out.
money in there for,
That money, and Pamela could probably explain a little more, that money is already allotted for the maintenance, and that's generally what a lot of that building maintenance goes to in that fund, is for replacement of major structural issues, the heating and cooling systems. That's where we draw that money from. It's already accounted for.
so after we finish this roof project also, what roof is gonna be next?
And that's gonna be your guess as well as mine. That's kind of why, when we jump into it, that's kind of why I looked into the Wade building. That's another roof that's been giving us a little bit of issue for the last few years. What I'd like to try to do is scope out a roof maybe a year, every 2 years, that we can kind of do preventative maintenance. What I'm asking for in that one is actually to do a coating that will preserve the roof for another 15 to 20 years. That way we're not having to spend another $500,000 on replacing the entire roof. I'm not gonna say that there won't be need to do something at the processing center as well, but if I can jump on it sooner than later, then we'd be looking at a recoating versus a whole
Yeah.
re-roofing.
So you think you're covered down there with this?
For the time being, yes.
Okay.
And carpeting for the administration building? $150,000?
I obtained 2 quotes, and that's what they came up with.
I wouldn't move all the crap out of here for $150,000.
One of the quotes I obtained was to include moving furniture and stuff like that. The rates reflect weekend work, evening work, because a lot of the work's gonna have to be done when people aren't here. I believe it was about 1,625 square yards of carpeting. Almost this whole building is nothing but carpet. So it's a lot of carpet and a lot of work. I mean, the carpeting currently in the building's probably 25 years plus old, and you've seen the wear and tear. Just trying to do a makeover, kind of dress up the building, make it look a little modern, a little cleaner.
And this is 25-year-old now?
The outside part is the commission room, and the other meeting room was redone, but we're looking at redoing all the carpets so it matches throughout. And that includes new moldings, new cove base, the whole, fixing any issues that have arisen.
Vehicle maintenance, you ask for 9,500 every year?
No, I think I upped it. We have 10 vehicles in our fleet, and vehicle maintenance encumbers everything, from wipers to alternators to tires. When we send a vehicle out for an oil change to the road shop, that comes out of my budget, not theirs. So we have a lot of oil and those types of things to figure. You know, not all of our vehicles are new, so if we lose a transmission or we lose something, it can turn into a pretty high expense.
How many trucks do you have?
10.
That's
It
about
says
1,000 a year, so that's probably about right.
But last year you only spent 1,700?
Actually, last year he spent almost 9,300.
Yeah, it's more than that.
And the
That's
23
That's current
actuals.
year actuals is what it's projected at right now, but that's just based upon the current expenditures. So that projected amount is, will
Okay.
change.
Okay.
Anything else? You still looking?
This is just curiosity. Why does the electricity come out of your budget? How come it doesn't come out of admin?
I believe, isn't it, Julianne, broke down by department? Everybody has an electric budget. And then he has some buildings that aren't a county department that we pay, like courthouse. We pay electricity on the courthouse, but they don't have their own line or fund, so it comes out of his.
He's getting charged for 75,000 for electricity?
In those other buildings that we don't have a department to account for, yes.
But the other buildings like Flickinger, Chin, they have
They
their
pay
own.
their own, yes.
What buildings do you have to account for, Eric?
Let's see, used to be down in Chaparral, the community center.
That they used to be, that's not one no more.
Courthouse,
The
Courthouse?
courthouse is a big one, our ACES
But
building
that's
is
huge.
another one. Honestly, I'd have to go through and look. The unfortunate part about that is that I don't see those bills. I just have them in my budget.
It's a lot. A lot of money.
So are we doing anything I know we did something through the courthouse to try to help the electricity bill a while back.
Yes.
The lights and,
Yes.
or,
I've spoken with a few companies about doing some upgrades, some efficiency upgrades. The only other big thing we can do to help out would be our heating and cooling. And of course, that's gonna be a pretty high undertaking, to do that. It would have to be done in phases, and that's just to modernize some of our units, those types of things that are in there. The bad part about it is our systems are very old over there, so any type of renovation we do is gonna be very costly. Not only for the equipment and getting everything in, but the age of that building, you run into other obstacles like asbestos testing, mold testing, those types of things. Right now, it's best not to poke at the hornet's nest if we don't have to, until we can figure out what our game plan's gonna be.
have you ever checked into solar for that building?
I honestly have not. And if I did, I don't know where we'd put it. I don't know that there's enough room on the roof with the rooftop units to accommodate enough solar power to make a difference. And we obviously don't have anywhere on the ground unless you want to get rid of another parking lot, which I don't think would be a good idea.
And the roof for fairgrounds wouldn't go on their budget?
Any major structural stuff, like I said, roofing and stuff like that, generally falls under my budget. And the price that I've given you, again, we use the Garland Company. That's a company we've been dealing with for several years now. They've done a good job for us. I asked him to give me a price. He gave me 3 quotes. The cheapest, of course, being just kind of going in and putting a coating here and there on some screws and where it needs to be. That's what we've been doing, which is not getting the job done. I've given you the middle option, which is to actually go in, recoat everything, recoat all the seams, all the screws, all the penetrations, make sure everything's sealed, And then they come in with a rubberized type coating to spray the whole roof. And there's a 20-year warranty on that coating by itself. The third option he gave me was, of course, to put on a whole new roof, but we're talking $500,000. So I think at this time, with just doing the coating, we can probably do that and still get at least another 15 years out of it.
Eric, just a FYI for me, so I know, you got the 5602, the facility maintenance capital outlay of 465,000. What was that? Is that for the roof down there?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And then we have capital outlay of the prison roof, another 182,000.
Second, what was that? What was the number again?
Well, you got 54, 55, and 5602.
Okay, I'm not seeing those on mine, so I think those are old. Generally, the only funding I use,
Well, then, does that 465,000 need to come off then?
That's what I'm confused about. You're not requesting 465,000 in capital outlay other in your submission.
Let me see what I'm talking about.
that's, I don't know if that's what the
Well,
total
is that
came
not,
to.
is that not the same as this?
That's total capital.
That's all the
Oh, here,
metal
Okay.
roofing, that's what his deal is, the
everything
carpet
he's
and,
applying for.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
road
all
shop.
of it.
Yes,
That's my
yes,
total.
now I see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my total capital. So the fund I was referring to, the 5454 Chaparral Prison, that's the fund that I was referring to that is already allotted. It's $250,000 for down there. It's already in there every year. It's recurring.
okay.
And whatever money's left over, I will encumber so that we have that much more to put into whatever repairs we need. The other is just, my regular capital outlay that I'm asking for the roof, the carpeting, and the AC upgrades out at the
Okay.
workshop. I apologize.
Anything else?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So, I got no changes on his, right, Julia?
No.
Okay.
The probate judge, Latanya, she's not able to be here today, but her budget is always pretty simple, pretty straightforward. She doesn't ask for much. I don't think it's really changed much.
So, I only have, she's really very simple, but she asked for fees for 2 people. She's only one person.
I usually go with her. I'm
Oh.
her.
You're the other person? Okay.
It's the backup.
Okay, well, I just need to know who the other person was.
Okay, anybody have anything on that?
That was pretty cut and dry.
That one's good.
Is Robin here? Oh, there's the 2 besties right there.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you all?
Good.
Robin's not able to be in, she's out of town, but Denise Garrett, Chief Deputy Clerk, and our incoming County Clerk, Selena Mays.
Clerk-elect.
Clerk-elect.
So, you know, in the past, we've been a little touchy on the voting machine batteries and all that kind of stuff. Of course, we get reimbursed for the batteries, but I'm a no on the installation and the sheetrock for the storage exam. If the state wants that done, they can pay for that.
Okay,
That's 11,009.
yes, sir. I did talk to Robin about that, and we do need to improve that warehouse because of the code that we have to meet for the temperature of the voting machines. So she did talk to Eric to get a quote to see how much it would cost to insulate it. And that's where we're at with that, just as of a beginning of doing that project.
And again, my feelings are those are the state machines, they should be help funding that too. I know.
I don't know, well, we can check on that, but
I mean, they reimburse you for the batteries, for the operation of them. And if they have the special care and treatment for them, that they're specking.
no, I agree. We will check on that.
Okay. And then the other one was the 7,008 with the upgrade. I guess maybe it's not an upgrade, it's repair. The 60,000 to 40,000, what is, can you explain what that's?
So this is money requested to repair our old books, archive our older books. And this was money that we requested in the 23-24 budget that we didn't use.
Mhm.
So she's asking for that money again, so we can go out and get those books repaired. And you'll see in the past that we've done that every year. We just didn't do it in the last 2 years, so we're requesting that to get them done and complete. No, it's just coming away.
So that's.
Yes, so Selena's correct. So that's coming out of our clerk's equipment fund.
Right.
So that's a fund that, we can use that fund for what we feel is needed for our office. That has nothing to do with the general fund.
So that doesn't affect the general fund?
It doesn't.
Okay.
I'm assuming that co-file, we're just still repairing archive records, that's gonna be continuous?
Yes, it's just a vendor that has repaired our books. But again, that's coming out of our clerk's equipment fund.
So the insulation of the building would come out of your clerk's fund?
No, that she
That's-
has coming out of our elections fund. Out of '09.
Other election expenses. What is that?
That's just a line item under our 110009, our election line code.
It's kind of all over the place, from 8,000, 4,000, 7,000, last year 11,000.
It was probably for election.
I'm sorry, which line item are you looking at?
I'm
Our
looking
elections.
5223.
She asked for the other election items.
Oh, the other election expense.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think we
this
used-
year, depending on how many elections there are in the year, that is where, like a lot of the poll workers' expense, their mileage, the ones who work, just like a single day, their pay for that single day comes out of there. There are some temporary poll workers that are paid through payroll, like the ones who work the early voting and they're here for a whole month, they get paid through payroll. So that's gonna be, up in the part-time salaries for,
Other elections.
the Bureau of Elections. But, yeah. And 15,000 is what we had revised in the budget, and I believe that's because we had some expenditures that were at the end of the year. A lot of times there is money that is transferred in from encumbrances from the prior year. So that's why that line item increased.
Maintenance
And
contract.
keep in mind too, with this new election law that passed for the election officials to get paid more, that's why there was an increase in that too. Because it went from paying them from, what was it? No, the presiding judges from,
Oh, 200, the max was 200 and now it's 400. So they got
Doubled.
the
so
increase.
they're getting an increase. We have to follow the election code on that.
In maintenance contracts, we spent 6,000, we've been asking 13,500 every year, and we're under half every year for maintenance contracts. What is that for?
I'd have to look
I would
up
have to look.
exactly what's in that line
I
item.
can't even answer that.
In 2022, it was 10,000.
That we spent or?
Yeah, and then 23, 0. And then this 5203.
A lot of times that is for printers, copiers, postage machines. Some departments put that under maintenance contracts, some departments put it under rental of equipment. But since it doesn't look like they have any expenditures under rental of equipment this year, I'm assuming that maintenance contract is gonna be for all their copiers, like the ones that are leased, like Xerox or Sharp or, and also the postage machine, most likely those recurring expenses are coming out of there.
Our maintenance.
I think we could drop that one down because we don't use it all. Even if we dropped it to 8,500, it would average out what the actual use has been,
Drop it down to what, Amy?
8,500. And I'm basing that because 2022 was 10,000 for some reason. I mean,
What?
and that's,
What number are you looking at? Because the one I'm looking at's got 85,000, 8,500.
I know.
I'm looking at 5203 is the line item.
Yeah?
Please.
That's
That's it.
actual spent.
Right.
And this, then 0, and then the budget. And the budget, see where we're, and then actual spent, 6,000 for this year.
But at the end of the deal, it's, unless I'm looking at something different. Because I got 5203.
I showed
Mine
department
says
request
8,500.
8,500.
Mine doesn't say that.
Yeah,
Do
we
you have a
did say
different
that.
book?
There's recording and
5203.
filing, and there's also the Bureau of Elections.
I'm in Bureau of Elections.
You're looking.
We're
for
looking at recording and filing.
Okay. Nope, well, no. Oh, there it is. The clerk's fund maintenance, that's the one you're looking at?
Here's the 5203 right here. Right there.
Good grief, there's 3 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
the,
yeah, they've
that's,
got 3
that's
different
the,
departments, 2 in the general fund, recording and filing is the 008, Bureau of Elections is 009, and then they have the clerk's equipment fund, which is completely separate from the general fund. So Are you talking, Amy, were you talking
Okay.
about the Bureau of Elections
Yep.
009?
Yep, back on recording and filing.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
I'll
Got
turn
it.
pages in just a minute.
So none of these three will cover the same thing? Because you got 8,500 over here, you got 13,500 here, and
I wish I had a book.
you got a
but-
maintenance contract of 38,000 over here.
Yeah, that's all. I don't.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's
Now, I look on the
maintenance.
other page, you got 13,500, on the next page back, you got 8,500,
38.
right here,
Oh, yeah,
maintenance contract, and then turn one more page, this the other way. And you got 38,000 right here.
yeah. Yeah, that's,
You know, if I had a laptop right now, I could look that up for you.
I know,
but
and I don't have a
one yet.
book,
So, we'd have to look at the detail of what's actually hitting those line items.
Yeah.
I can go print that out for you if you wanted to look at that to see exactly what's hitting them. Robin probably knows off the top of her head, but,
Well, there's three of them, that's why I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out where, because well, you got
Let me see if I can get
38.
a hold of her. Hold on just a minute.
I'm sure some of it, under the maintenance contracts, probably clerk's equipment fund, I know some of that has got to be probably, software maintenance contracts.
Because you got almost 60,000 in maintenance contracts here in their
Between the
department.
three?
Well, you take 38,000, you take 13,500, and you take 8,500, that adds up to almost 60,000. And how do you break your department down? Is there like just three different?
It's three different line items, yeah. The recording, filing, the Bureau of Elections, and then our clerk's equipment fund.
Okay. I mean, that's probably.
Recording and filing and the clerk's equipment fund, they are spending, pretty much all of that. It's just the Bureau of Elections that it didn't look like they were spending the full 13.5.
Because then, on the first page, the 8,500, you're almost spending all that.
On recording and filing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
52.
And then on the Bureau election, yeah, you're spending half of it. And then you're probably gonna spend all of it on the clerk's equipment fund. The only one I would even think about changing would be the 13.5 to 10 or something,
10, I
but
think 10 would be, because in 2022, it was right at 10.
And that's out of the Bureau of Elections?
Yes.
Yes. that would be the only one I would think, because the rest of them, you're right there on all of them.
Yeah,
So 10,000?
yes.
Okay, then under your salary increase requests, you have 3 deputy clerks, you're requesting 3%, all employees 7%, and then Bureau of Elections 7%. Do you consider Bureau of Election employees who? All the poll workers
No, the employees in our office.
in the office? And so who does record and filing and who does Bureau of Elections? Or this all overlap?
So we have two employees and two full-time and a part-time that come out of Bureau of Elections. And then the other employees come out of recording and filing.
And you understand, we're not even talking about
Yes.
salaries.
Yes, I heard
any
you earlier.
increase.
Yep. So Lena has something to say.
I just wanted to let you know that we will have some open positions starting at the beginning of next year. So even if, we did raise it, it would just be for 6 months extra. And then when we hire the new people, they'll hire at a lower rate than what we are currently paying the employee before she retires.
How many positions are you losing?
We are losing one for sure. She's gonna retire in December, and then,
Not you?
Ben,
Oh, really?
I'm different.
and then, hopefully I get past the general, and then we'll be losing my position. For sure.
Two for sure. Not getting past the general.
Well, what if a independent? You never know. I hate to count my eggs before they hatch, or my chickens.
So now that I have the laptop, I can tell you what's in the maintenance contracts and the clerk's equipment fund.
Okay,
So that is the Sharp contract through Spectrum, which is going to be the printer copier. That's ongoing monthly, essentially, or quarterly, I think that one's paid. Terralogic document system, that's, I think, PDS, that's your scanning, I believe. That one is $14,155 so far this year. Vandalay Solutions, the technical assistance and training is $10,000. So that makes up the total $25,574 that's been spent so far this year. And then the remainder of the year is definitely going to be the Sharp contract, and I'm not sure if there's anything else.
I thought Vandalay was going away.
Can't answer that, I don't know.
And that Vandalay's under the Bureau of Elections.
Yes.
And we increased that
Like
2,000
2,000.
last year, and we only spent 6,000 actual. And we need to cut that. I tried to get it cut last year too.
I will say, it is a great asset for the county clerk's office. I mean, if you have a question and you need it right there on the fly, you could text them and he'll respond within seconds. When you call SOS, sometimes it takes days or weeks. So we do use it a lot, and I know he's helped out our B2 on some of the things. So we do use that quite often.
The building thing. And then,
And we will check that.
yeah, if you
Yeah.
can check on that.
okay.
And if it can be a reimbursement deal, just like the batteries, then I don't have a problem with it.
We have a list of things that we can reimburse.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to check that to see if it's on there.
Okay, all right, is that it? Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, have a good day.
You too. I think we need to take about a 5-minute break.
Yeah. I'm glad.
I've been drinking a lot of water. Ready? Okay, all right. Okay, we're ready to start now with the assessor.
Good morning, Commissioners. James Bowman, Otero County Assessor.
Good morning.
And actually, before we get started, I'm gonna give you some, on top of the literature you're already reading through frivolously, I'm gonna give you more. So,
Yay.
That's not fair.
I know, sorry. Just to kind of help you guys. And that's just for, you know, down the road as we go through some of the stuff to kind of help you see visuals and stuff like that as far as what we may be discussing, so. I did request for, some increases on some of the budget items that we do have for our department. I know you guys, again, like you said earlier, we have a lot of people talking about training and per diem and things like that, and that is definitely one of the ones that I was increasing. As you're aware, we did have that resolution passed last year where any employee of the assessor's office is now allowed to work towards their certification as a certified appraiser for the state of New Mexico. So with that being said, I was asking to get, you know, more funding so I can send my other workers that are not certified to classes. For us, it's a little bit tricky because every now and then they're doing online classes. Sometimes they do in-person classes. Obviously, I prefer the online ones because it is a little bit cheaper. But again, we never really know what the schedule is going to look like. They do try to get it to us, you know, in advance, but I can tell you like right now, the next class that's scheduled is going to be in person and it's usually remote. Socorro's the main place that they usually send everybody for training. And of course, like I am opening up the training to, you know, whoever is wanting to do it. With that being said, because I do understand exactly what you're saying, like, you know, where's the fruits of those labors whenever they're going for these trainings, are they actually showing improvement? That's one thing that, for our training purposes, there are incentives for it. So my workers do want to try to work hard to pass those classes, so they can get those incentives and move forward. Also for myself, I see it as the same thing, is like if I'm going to spend on average $900 to $1,000 to sending you to this class, I'm expecting you to take it seriously, pass it, and come back. Otherwise, to me, I feel like I am wasting money, which I don't want to do. So we are trying to make sure that we're holding everybody to that standard. Of course, if they do not pass the class, there is an opportunity for them to take a retest within 6 months. I think it is 6 months of the class, and that class does come with a fee. I want to say it's $100 to retake the test. But again, if it comes down to that, we really push them to try to make sure that they study up and pass those classes. And I will promise you, those classes are not very easy to pass. So there are some stipulations to that, which honestly, I think it's interesting because I think it does kind of scare away some of the people to want to do it because it is kind of tough. But at the same time, too, the opportunity is there because it was passed for us to be able to do that. So on top of that as well, like I do like to try to send multiple employees for the trainings and the affiliates that we have, the NMACs and the New Mexico assessor affiliates. So again, I don't like to just hog that all myself. I like to try to say, hey, like, you know, go ahead and go network and get to know some stuff, because I'm gonna tell you right now, it's helped me out a lot in my first year as a county assessor with networking with other counties and asking questions to the people that have been, you know, doing this for a long time. So I do find that doing those types of things does help out in the long run to make, you know, my life a little less stressful whenever it comes to this time of year, especially with everything that we have moving on for the new fiscal year and everything. So that is kind of why I did ask for an increase as far as like travel and training and things like that, just to get that out the way.
Also, Commissioners, just sort of on the same note, the two individuals that he requested those incentives for, I did add that into the budget. That's really, if they go to the training and they pass the class, they will get the certification pay for that. So for those two individuals, I did add that in, but any other salary increase requests were not added. So the only thing that's in there then would be this incentive pay, and then any vacancies the departments have. I did add the vacancies in there because we need a budget for those. But like I said, the new hires and the other salary requests are not currently reflected in the budget that you have.
Okay. So we're going back to the maintenance contracts again. You've got a big number in there, way over what you have. Can you,
Yeah, so, and again, for, when you see the actuals right now, because I'm thinking you're looking at, and remember, I do have two departments, so I don't know if you're looking at property assessment right now or property valuation. Assessment, okay, so we're looking at 5203, I'm guessing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so for that one right now, like as of actuals right now, this is what we've paid, obviously. We do have some bills and invoices that have not been sent in to us yet that we haven't paid. And what I'm planning on doing again, because this is all new to me, this is probably, I'll be completely honest, my least favorite part of the job. I love everything else that I'm doing in the assessor's office, but I do not like the budget. I will just be honest with that. But I am trying to get a better understanding of what each contract is in there. I will tell you that I am leaning towards removing, I'm not gonna promise you this, but I'm thinking about taking away about $9,000 from a contract. But again, I'm not sure if it comes from this one or my valuation side, so I'm trying to get better with understanding that, because it's a program that we're thinking that we don't necessarily need to utilize, especially if we keep moving forward with our partnership with Eagle View Pictometry, which is one you guys will see is the big one that I'm gonna be asking for here in just a little bit whenever we talk about it. So again, going through those, like knowing and understanding that I have some of those contracts that technically have not sent in their invoices for payment yet. Most of our contracts are on a yearly basis. I have one that is monthly, and that is one that we use for commercial comparisons whenever we do our protest time and rendition time, which is gonna be coming up here in a few weeks. But we do use that one, that's a monthly one. Other than that, most of them are yearly, so, because even when I was doing this, like, why are we so low? And I was like, oh, I could cut that, but I was like, oh, wait, I haven't got all my bills yet, that's why. So I don't wanna cut it and not be able to pay it yet, so.
okay, so just down below that, 5264 in your property assessment. You've got 130,000 on what you're requesting. Your projected actual is 186,000. Why are we 50,000 less than what?
So again, so you're seeing 186,000.
Actually, Commissioner Matherly, that one is one where, you know, when I'm putting this together, I'm applying a specific formula for the year-end projections. And that's one, it likely is, I believe the 124,000 is probably all that's actually gonna come out of this line. So, and usually that is part of the Tyler Eagle contract that, in the past, it was paid just directly from the property valuation fund, his 1% fund, but the cost of it has gone up quite a bit. I think also pictometry software is out of there. So we ended up adding the software line back into the general fund to help cover some of those expenses, because he has a limited dollar amount that is available to him in the valuation fund, depending upon the 1% that is received from the property taxes. So a portion of the software is paid for out of valuation, and then the rest of it is paid for out of the general fund. I believe this one is part Tyler and part pictometry. We had to kind of split it to make sure that we could cover the cost of that. So that's why you're seeing, for one thing, that there's not been any expenses in the prior year, prior 2 years, is because that was previously, the valuation fund was able to cover the cost of it, but with the increases, we're having to cover some of that out of the general fund. So yeah, I believe that $186,000 is erroneous. It should really be the 124,000, I believe, is all that's gonna come out of that this year.
So you threw us a curveball, see if we catch that?
And that's actually kind of the paperwork that I gave you guys, just handed out. That kind of goes back to also some of my point. I was planning on possibly talking to all the department heads and asking them if they'd be willing to try to start helping me out to pay for Eagle View. Because if you look at the packet here that says account status, it does show that I do have other departments that use Eagle View and pictometry, which I'm perfectly fine for, but I do know that it's also a hefty bill. And the two softwares that she's talking about with Tyler, that's our CAMA system, and pictometry, those are probably the two most vital software that I need in my office to help us to be successful for properly evaluating properties for our citizens here. I can tell you, I open up Eagle View first thing every single morning because it is a very good aerial tool that we use and utilize. And as I was kind of going through, I got a presentation last year at the NMAC in Farmington. I think you got to see it, and I think Matt Clark got to see it as well. And their imagery it's awesome. They do a great job of covering our county. You can see on the second page, I believe, gives you a map, a grid layout of how they cover our county, because of course, obviously, we know they can't fly over Fort Bliss, they can't fly over Holloman Air Force Base, but they work, their sales team and their whole operation has worked really good with the two different entities out there with Fort Bliss and Holloman Air Force Base to assure them that no imagery will be captured when they do their flyovers. So it's been really good. Now, we're currently using 3-inch aerials for our imagery. And with one of the presentations that they showed us that they can go down to 1 inch. And just the distinctive lines that you see, the different just clarification for the imagery and stuff like that it's awesome. It helps us out, and it really helps us out for certain properties when we're asked to go and assess a 600-acre parcel. Well, I'm not going to ask one of my appraisers to evaluate all 600 acres because it's almost impossible. We don't have the time or manpower to do that. But we do need to make sure that we can verify, special methods, agricultural stuff. Are they grazing? Things like that. With the pictometry imagery, we can kind of help ourselves do that. If I see cattle and it was just taken from that imagery, I can say, hey, I can approve that you're actually running cattle out there. But again, I'm not going to ask my people to go run over 600 acres of land to try to find all this cattle. It's honestly almost impossible to do. Of course, if we get our opportunities to talk to some of the ranchers and stuff, I will go out there and meet them, and they can take us to certain pastures that they might be grazing at the time. But again, that happens every so often because, as you guys all know, not everybody lives in New Mexico full time. So it does become a little tedious. But then again, back to my point, as far as like the other departments that do use our software, again, I'm perfectly fine in wanting them to be able to utilize it and things like that. But one of the requests I would almost have is if we can possibly see if we can budget a portion of that to each department that does use it to kind of help offset some of that cost from my department, because I'm asking for a lot.
On the departments?
Yes, sir. It will tell you, it will give you that pie chart. Of course, the assessor's office is going to use it the most because we use it every day. And honestly, probably most of that's probably between myself and my deputy assessor, Ricardo, because we use it every single day when we're looking at our appraisers' work. But yes, I do understand, like for, Matt Clark in his office, the road shop and everything, like they use it every now and then. Not a whole bunch, but again, I'm like, well, if that's something that we could possibly do to kind of help, I feel a little bit better about trying to go to 1-inch imagery and spending a little bit more money so we can, again, move forward. And of course, everybody laughs at me in my office because I'm the millennial. I want bigger, better, faster all the time. But I'm sorry. I'm just saying, yeah, I do. But I'm also looking out for my, deputy whose eyes are getting a little bit bad too. So I'm like, hey, I'm gonna try to help him out too. So, so yeah, we're just trying to be, being upfront and honest. I'm just, right, yeah. But yeah, we're just trying to see like if there's ways that we can try to help, because I do think that it is something that is very useful for us. We recently had a presentation done by Eagle View. They came and met with us 2 weeks ago, and they showed us that we're only using the tip of the iceberg with this program. We could be utilizing it for a lot more things, and I have talked with them, and they said they'd be willing to come down and show how every department that is using it, how they can utilize it even better for themselves. Different things that we could be if we're gonna spend the money, let's make sure we're using the program properly. That's kind of how I feel. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit bigger of an increase for that, so I can make sure I can cover that. Now, the other thing to give you guys a heads up again is we did have a weird thing with Eagle View, because there was 1 year apparently that we did not get an invoice and it wasn't paid. And then, so like, we were kind of always almost paying like a year behind, but when they came down and met with us, they pretty much told us, hey, you guys are actually caught up, you're good after you made your last payment, which I was under the impression we had one more. But they said that, no, you're good, and I'm really attributing that because I think that they just really like working with Ricardo and I, and they like, hey, you guys are really awesome guys, we're gonna waive that fee for you. That's what I'm saying, I think what happened, but, I'm not sure, so.
Keep being awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna try, we're trying, but no, that was also another reason, cause I was going to ask, hey, can I pay these things off so I don't look like I'm not paying these, that was done before me, but I was just trying to make sure, but if they're saying it's good, then it's good, but I do think that, again, with those two softwares, that's our lifeline right now in our office to make sure that we do our jobs effectively.
So this
Julianne.
comes out of both softwares? This
So.
is part of it?
So that's where, and I think that's kind of what Julianne was kind of describing, is because we have, those are my two softwares that cost the most between Tyler and Pictometry. And I believe, again, what she was kind of saying is, with our line item that we had in the valuation fund, it wasn't gonna be enough to cover it, so that's why the new line item was created for my assessment fund, so we could try to make sure it's covered. If I'm saying
Yeah,
that correctly.
that's correct.
That's $247,000.
They're definitely not cheap.
For both of them, yes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that's actually probably around, pretty close.
And then
The
that
cost,
paper.
because I know Pictometry, that was, I think the prior year bill that we were behind on, this goes back to the previous assessor, that, I don't know why the invoice was held and it didn't get submitted, so we only budgeted for 1 year of payment at a time, and I think whichever year it was that we got behind on, it just wasn't paid, and then the budget was not rolled over to the next year, so, but I believe between the two, Pictometry, the old one was about 118,000, I think, but now I think the current bill was a little bit more.
And that's what that second paper that I think Ms. Marquardt's looking at right now, that's the quote that you see there, that is if we agree to do a 1-inch imagery flyover. So that's why I also asked for the more increase on it. So if we were gonna do it, that would be part of the actual cost for that. So this is also a contract, that's a 9-year contract with them, and they do flyovers for us every 3 years. Again, due to our awesomeness and our relationship with them, they said, hey, if you guys go with this 1-inch imagery, we'll give you ortho views every 18 months, which is actually an expense that would actually increase that quote. But they said, hey, if you do this, we can give you guys every 18 months ortho imagery, which is just gonna be a straight down view. All the other views that they give us, like they give us obliques and things like that, so we can actually rotate and see sides of buildings and things like that. It's very helpful because there's some times where we can't get to a property, and due to lot gates, I told my appraisers, I do not want you just jumping fences, and I'm not a big fan of that because, we have a dangerous job that, might not seem that it's too dangerous, but how many people that move out to these remote locations really expect to see some stranger walking up on their property and say, hey, we're here to, basically assess your property for your property taxes? Like, it's not a very good conversation to start off with. So I don't really encourage my people to jump fences and things like that. So when we can't get on the property, we can still kind of get a decent aerial measurement of the property so we can properly assess the structures at that time. So again, with that quote, and that was my thinking too, is if possible, I would love to be able to get the 1-inch imagery to be even more detailed. But then at the same time, my ask is like, could we possibly look into possibly budgeting for other departments that use it? Not a whole percentage. I'm not gonna say, hey, take on half when you only use it, 5% of the time, but something that could help us offset that cost, so it's not just coming straight from me all the time.
So you're wanting to add this on top of the 347,000?
No, that should be included, that should be the whole total that we would actually need
To
to cover.
reduce it down to this number here,
To get it to that 1-inch imagery, yes, sir.
for both departments?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm all for that one.
And then separating it out by the department use, that would be, your cost would be about $13,600. And then everybody else we could do the math by usage?
Right, that's what I would do, and what I would do is I would get you a good breakdown of like, hey, this is what they're using, because again, I want it to be fair. I don't want it to just be like, hey, you take on 30, you take on, like, no, I want it to be fair if you're using it, like, just, if you can help me pay for what you're using, that'd be great, and then that way, again, it's, not me asking for, an arm and a leg every year.
And how do they use it? They have to go to the assessor's office to use it, or can
No.
they log in and?
No, they can just basically log in. They have their own credentials and everything that they can log in from their areas and everything like that. And to be completely honest, I had no idea anyone else was using it until just recently. Like, well, it was about last year when I met with them at the NMAC, and I was like, oh, well, interesting. Okay. And again, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with it. I mean, it's not like it's my own personal thing, but yeah, I just think, again, to help with the payments and the costs and the balance, I just think that it would be nice, if we could do it that way.
Is that what you used the other day when we looked at that property?
Seeing I had no idea you were using it too, Sylvia.
Busted.
But I use it off the website.
Right.
We don't have credentials.
Right. Which is, again, it's fine, because I also know that it helps, like, with, when they do the planning and zoning and things like that. Like, I know, like, Baxter has asked to use it before and stuff like that too, and so I told my GIS person, I was like, hey, if it's gonna help you guys have a more seamless relationship, like, go ahead, like, I'm okay with it, because I think you can get up to 500 users in there. So I'm like, I'm perfectly fine with that. Again, it's just, I just don't wanna be the guy that's always asking for all the money. That's it.
So with this coming in, we can adjust those two numbers, that 130 and the what was it?
The 217.5.
Yeah, 217.5.
Yeah.
We can adjust those?
And that's basically just saying those two systems, those two software items that we use that, again, are very vital for us. That's just basically what I'm trying to make sure is covered, for sure, for those two things.
So how would you split that?
I asked my math whiz back here to help me figure out how we do it, but I think what we would do is, and I don't know if we just keep that same line item budget in the assessment, and then we just have the evaluation one, so where we're paying a portion of, because they're two separate, so it's Tyler and Eagle View, so I don't know if we say, hey, we're gonna do Eagle View out of evaluation, and then we're gonna do Tyler out of the assessment, and then whichever side needs to be, transferred to the other. I don't know what the best way to do that. Whatever's easiest. I don't know if it's better to make it all one line item under the same, like, valuation or assessment. That part I'm not sure.
We'll probably put the more expensive one right now in the property valuation, and I think that is probably the pictometry one. I think that's more expensive. I'll have to take a look at that. And it also is going to depend on what their ending cash balance is at the end of the year to see, if we need to adjust any of that software expense into the assessments line item, which is in the general fund. But we try to utilize the 1% fund as much as we can, because it doesn't hit the general fund. But so that's something, we'll have to determine. And then if we do end up splitting between departments as a percentage of usage, then I'll need to get with James to determine which departments and what the percentage is for those.
So when we come back, you're gonna have this split up and this change made?
Yeah, the next time we have, I'll work with James on that, we'll take a look at that.
Okay.
And determine the best way to split that.
Okay. So I'm just gonna write, it's gonna change in the future. Right.
So again, the 159 is under which line right now? Under the property valuation, line
That's-
5264?
I want to say that one's going to be under value. Yeah, it's going to be under property valuation.
Okay.
5264. Yeah, that's correct.
And you're saying that that's going to change from 217 to 160?
Based off of whichever one's the more expensive one, yeah, that would be the change that we're making.
And then the same line item under property assessments, that is the Tyler system?
That would be the Tyler system, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
which is our CAMA system.
And then I see that you guys have 3 active users on this Eagle software right now.
Right.
And that's just your office, so plus the road department, plus right?
Plus
Or-
OES, yes,
Yes, and emergency services and.
yes, ma'am.
And all that, up to 500. So since we don't utilize 500, is there a cheaper package where we could say 100 users?
I don't believe so. I think that that's just basically where they say, when they were kind of talking to us about the presentation, it's just that 500 users is what the system is basically built to withhold. So it's not necessarily like saying, hey, yeah, this is a certain package. It's just, that's what they just basically give out. So, which is actually really good because I've also had other softwares that I've dropped in the past that, where they would actually charge per user. So they're just basically saying like, hey, this is how many you could do before it probably starts becoming an issue. And then they might have to, upgrade the package or something like that. Because their main focus is gonna be providing the best imagery that they can for us. And that's what is gonna be the biggest cost of it all, is to take that plane or their planes and get them flown over the areas that we need them to fly over and do their part. That's gonna be a large portion of that. And then, of course, them maintaining all the coding and stuff behind the scenes for that imagery.
The only other thing that you were asking for was the new cameras and dash cams.
Yeah, so we're looking at getting, again, as far as the capital outlay, a few of my appraisers could definitely benefit from having some new cameras to be able to take their pictures when they're out on their properties. I talked with Matt for a few months, actually almost like I want to say a few months, it was almost like a whole year. We were talking about possibly doing like some type of satellite phone for my appraisers when they go out to these remote areas where they have no cell phone reception. But when I looked at the different quotes that came in for that, I felt like it was not gonna be beneficial because again, satellite phones, they actually charge more when you actually use them. And again, the chances of you having to use them are probably a little bit slimmer. But I also do want my appraisers to feel comfortable when they're out there in case something does happen, they need to get a hold of someone. So we're actually talking about possibly doing some type of like dash cams that actually can tell you like, okay, here's your appraiser, and if they're stuck there for a while, we can always do checkups on them. But then we're also thinking about, Matt had actually introduced it to me, he's like, why don't we do like walkie-talkies? It's a lot less expensive, and we can teach you how to use the correct frequencies whenever they're next to that fire station or this fire station, so we can contact someone if need be, which was gonna be a cheaper route for us to be able to go. So I'm kind of thinking about doing a combination of those two, and the walkie-talkie would actually come out of the valuation. I wanna say it was gonna be part of the, sorry, I'm looking here. I think we were gonna try to put that under like the maintenance contracts for property valuation when we were doing that. It, basically, again, that's not something, that's something that's newly in the talks, so we're just still trying to figure out if that's gonna be a good route for us. But, also with the dash cams, I do think that it's actually a decent idea to have, because again, talking with Josh and everything that they do, he says, it's actually kinda good because it's also a liability thing. So like, we're driving county vehicles and things like that, and if there's ever any type of accident, you could always basically say, hey, here's what the dash cam evidence shows, and it can kinda help us, getting, some type of lawsuit or something like that, cause he says that it would actually help with that kind of stuff. So just trying to think of best ways to utilize the tools that we could possibly have and keep everybody safe and, doing what they gotta do every day.
Cause that would be the same radio like the firemen, the sheriffs and all them would have, to where it could hit off the repeater wherever they're at.
Correct, yes, sir. And then again, and if we do end up going that route, I've talked to Josh, and he said, yeah, we can definitely do trainings to make sure everybody understands the proper ways to use them and things like that. And, again, cause we talked about, well, yeah, we can have that in the vehicle. I was like, well, that's not gonna help my appraiser if they're twisted their ankle and they're on a, somewhere away from their vehicle that they can't get to. So we're talking about the actual walkie-talkie that they can have on their person as they do their inspections, just in case. Again, hopefully they never need it, but I'd rather do that than spend $700 when you make that one phone call, hey, I'm hurt, can you come get me? I think that'd be more beneficial for us.
And the maintenance contracts for both of them, for property valuation, you only spend about $6,500. And you have budgeted 14,000. And then for property assessments is budgeted 25,000 in average spending. It fluctuates, but it's much lower with you as the assessor. So 9,000 spent.
That's where he
Right.
said that he hadn't got all of his bills hadn't come in.
Yeah,
yet.
that's part of it, like,
Okay.
so we know that there's some more that are still gonna be coming in, so, cause like, if you look at the actual average, we're pretty much above what we have done in the past. So I kinda use that whenever I do my budget, I kinda see like, hey, what have we actually spent in the past, and I'm just, again, with costs, like I've heard everybody else say before, taxes and different things that might be going up each year, I just try to adjust for that, just in case. Kind of the same thing with like my vehicle maintenance and things like that. I know I have at least one vehicle right now that does need a new set of tires. But again, with those types of things, it's, we recently had one of our vehicles, we realized that it had to have some maintenance done on it that we weren't expecting, and we ended up having to spend about $900 for that. So again, with my workers, they're driving up in the mountains, they drive out to Chaparral, all these different areas, and, of course, we just never know what could possibly happen with vehicles, so I just always try to play it safe and make sure that we have enough to cover things that could come up.
James, the only one I could really see, even on your maintenance contracts, is the $25,000 one you've never gotten to in the years. Your highest one was 18,000. I mean, you could cut that one down a little bit if you're just trying to cut a few dollars.
And yeah, I definitely feel like I possibly could. Again, like my thing is just,
We got up to 21 right there.
and that's actually what I was about to
That
say.
was
Yeah,
in 22.
22, yeah.
And that's exactly like, cause I know like we had requested for 20, and then we got revised for 24 for 16. And again, those are gonna be types of contracts that there is one that I'm actually planning on possibly dropping, so I could see that I could possibly, reduce that for sure. Again, because Eagle View kind of showed us some things that they said that we could possibly do for my GIS department, that she could utilize that system more than another system we've been using for, I guess, the past 20 years. So when talking with my GIS person, she says that she's gonna get on a kind of like a training call with our Eagle View people, and she's gonna kind of like see, because she deals with layers and different things like that she has to basically account for, and she was saying with them that she might be able to actually utilize what they offer in order to build her layers that she needs for the county and stuff, and if she's able to do that, we can save $9,000 right there, because I'll drop that other one, no problem.
So if we reduce this to 20, you think you'd be safe?
I think I would be safe, I do.
Rest of it was pretty cut and dry.
And no gas for property assessments, all the gas is put under property valuation?
I did ask for about $700 for property assessment, because I do have 2 employees that they do have to use the vehicles every now and then. They definitely won't use it as often as my appraisers and things like that, but I also kind of attribute that to myself and Ricardo as well, whenever we might have to go out into the field and stuff like that, so I kind of like put it as far as that goes too.
And computer components? Doesn't look like you used that for a couple of years.
Yeah, and honestly, it was kind of one of those things, like, if you don't ask for it, you won't get it, so it's kind of like, hey, I don't really know exactly how often we have to use it.
for 22 and 23. on
But we just
actuals.
haven't used it this
Yeah.
year,
Yeah.
is really what's happened, so.
And then mapping supplies?
So mapping supplies are gonna be dealt with as far as like our printer that we have. It's kind of like a thing that there's some years that we might have to use it quite a bit, and we have to get more, paper, things like that for that printer. And there's sometimes that we don't use it that often, so it's just kind of like it depends on the public, if they come in asking for it, we provide it, and if they don't, we don't, so it's just kind of, it's hit or miss with that.
So on your property evaluation, your gasoline and your fuel deal is 4,500.
Yeah, so my appraisers, as far as like with the gas and everything like that, my appraisers go out to the field. They can go out almost 5 days a week. Sometimes it's once a week. It just depends on the workload. I can promise you, no matter how hard we work, we are never caught up, because that's one job that, when you talk about job security, that is being an appraiser, you definitely have it. I'll give you an example. One of my appraisers goes out to Chaparral, probably 2 times a month. And every time, he produces something like maybe 40 to 60 accounts every time he goes out, and he's still like probably 2/3 behind the work that's actually going out there. Because as you know, I don't know how often you get to see Chaparral, but it's growing. It's
Goes up
growing.
there a lot.
It's, and all the mobile homes that are being put out there and things like that, it's growing. I did get on a call with someone that was talking about possibly putting another solar field out there too. So, and they were asking how we, value properties out there and how we do vacant lands and things like that. And they're like, yeah, well, we're thinking about bringing in another solar field. We know you guys have, I think we actually have the largest solar field in the United States out there already. And I think they're actually talking about adding another one, is what I heard. Again, that was just kind of a prelim call that I had about 3 weeks ago. So, but he also said they might be going somewhere else, but that was one of their locations that they were thinking about too. So, but it's just always growing, so with, as far as the gas, and I can honestly say, I don't even know if that's actually enough to cover it, but it probably could be, depending on gas prices and things like that.
Well, if it goes up like they said, it's not gonna be enough to cover it.
Yeah, and that's exactly, yeah. So I was just kind of, again, playing it safe based off of, hey, this is what we've used in the past. I'll ask for a little bit more, and hopefully it covers it, but, hopefully it doesn't get to that point.
I would almost want to increase that. If you don't use it, you don't use it, but it's gonna,
Go to 5 at least.
if it goes up $1.50 a gallon like they're saying it's going to, you ain't got enough money there.
We don't either.
Right. Well, I'd appreciate that. That'd be perfectly fine with me.
You wanna go to 5?
Or 55 at least.
55?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
I'm just looking at comparing last year's requests and this year's requests. And so under property valuation, last year's budget request was $665,000. And the difference is what I'm trying to figure out.
And again, that's also gonna be, again, that's just the request because, again, with the software increase that I was talking about. And of course, I did put in for a cost of living adjustment in there, so that it's budgeted in there too, so that's why you're also gonna see some of that. And then again, like we were talking about earlier with the training and things like that, I'm just trying to be forward thinking that, hey, my people might pass, so that's where, and I wanna say that my actual incentive pay comes out of my 1% fund, is that not correct, Julianne?
I'm sorry.
My incentive pay, like when my.
Yeah, no, that
it
is
comes out of
actually,
one-
that's included in
One
there.
of, yeah, so again, that's just like
Last year.
part of all that.
But see, his actuals of what was actually spent was that.
And then, James, you realize the incentive pay, I understand that, that's part of it with the certification. But the salary increases and stuff will be held out until we figure out.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even bring it up, so, yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Good? Okay, thank you, James.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You ready?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Give me just a second to regroup here.
Okay.
Shuffle all of our papers.
Okay. Oh, boy. Okay,
Ready?
not really, but
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Well, my budget's pretty flat. Let's see here. I did add, I had a budget increase in my maintenance contracts. So it took it up to the 66,749, but I probably only need 42,000. Maintenance contracts is through our Tyler software that we use to receive tax payments. So that one's higher than last year. They've gone up significantly. Electricity, don't have any control over that. Office supplies added a little extra just because the cost of things are going up so much. I didn't add very much. I think 500 extra. Printing and publishing, everything's going up on printing, and this is where we print our tax bills, and postage is also going up, so I added a little extra to that. The 4,000 in minor capital outlay, those are for 2 new computers. One, our extra computer that we use up front for whenever we are busy on tax season, it completely died. It's not working at all right now. And then we need one other computer in the office. We're having fits with it. It needs updated. You want to talk about that before I go on to the big one?
I wish Derek was still here. I was wanting to know on your little remodel, the wall removal, is that a structural wall? Is that just a wall
I
that-
spoke with Trent, and he was gonna send White Sands Construction over to come give us a bid and look at it. In between the front 2 windows is a large, I believe there's probably some sort of brace or something, you know what I mean? Yeah, load bearing. But I don't think it has to be as big as it is. It completely blinds this person in the second window. They can't see when someone walks in. We have a rearview mirror, she can look, but sometimes both of my girls are out and it's just me and Rachel in the back, and we're working at our desks. We have a bell, and we hear the bell ring, and we're like, no one's up there. Did someone come in? We're looking up, down, underneath, we can't see. And I just feel like that's a safety issue. We have a lot of homeless people that have been coming into the office lately, and quite frankly, it's scary. So if we could get that remodeled, and then our desks, these were the original desks that were in the county when we were across the street. And they built those holes to fit those desks. And we've had to piecemeal them with 2x4s and different things so that they are steady and are the right height, and it's like a Jenga mess. Seriously, like if you lean them against them, they'll tip over.
I don't have any problem with the furniture. I understand
Yeah.
the comfortable offset and all that stuff. I was just kind of a little concerned on the wall. I guess I need to go with Trent.
Yeah,
look and
go
see
over there and
what's
look at it. Maybe you're a construction guy, you can tell. I don't know. It's very awkwardly placed and very difficult for us to work properly with even being able to see people, to greet them, you know what I mean?
they don't have cameras in their deal where they can do on the monitor like
In
y'all
the
do?
building? Not-
No, we
not
don't have
now.
cameras. We're looking at getting that too, but we didn't
Wouldn't
get
that
prices
be cheaper
in.
than $20,000 on a remodel?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, if you had it on your monitor, you could see and watch.
Right,
the
right,
whole time.
right. I don't know if that would really help Amanda in the front when she's in that second, you know what I mean? She can't be flipping back and forth to look at her monitor. It's her that's mainly affected because she's up there most of the time helping customers.
My only thing is, if that's a structural beam, which I think it probably is, sitting up there, you can decrease it some, but you're not gonna do
Yeah.
away with it.
I understand that, but I mean, it's probably this big. So, I mean, it's a huge blockade.
Okay. Okay, so again, this maintenance contracts, the number coming in is lower than what your projected actual number is, and is lower than what 24 actual was.
Right. But if you look at 24 original budget was 25,000. The money was transferred into there to cover it.
Right, but your actual was 44, almost 44.5, and your projected actual is 66, and you're only asking for 42.
Right. More was transferred in than needed to be.
Do you feel that's gonna be plenty?
I feel it's gonna be enough, yes.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. Maybe we should make it 45, since my actual this year was almost 45,000.
You wanna up it to 45?
Yeah.
So on your travel itinerary deal, you got 4,500 for travel per diem. Training is 700. Well, that travel per diem, that's your motel and lodging, food and all that stuff, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So on your per diem, back to that travel per diem again, you budgeted 45 last time, you used 1,100, and you're at 1,700, are you, I mean,
Well, it'll definitely go up before the end of the budget because we have the summer conference. But I don't think it'll go up that much. However, I did leave it at 4,500 because in the fall conference, I was going to send my 2 employees to the Treasurers Affiliate Conference. It's usually just me and Rachel that goes. but I wanted to allow them to go this time because there's going to be some good trainings. And so that's why I left it up. And that'll be in September. I normally only take 2 employees, or me and Rachel. This time I want to take both of them.
Okay. That's all I got.
So all this furniture and everything, that's included in the 40,000 on the capital outlay?
Yes.
Okay.
Which, like I said, White Sands Construction didn't make it over to look at it, but Trent told me that that was probably a safe guess on the bid amount.
Anything else?
All right.
Good? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Julianne, the only thing I got wrote down is just the change on the maintenance contract?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready? Yours should be easy, all you want chairs and tables. Almost.
Almost.
Good morning.
Good morning.
David Black, Otero County Sheriff. And
David, before we get too far in, we asked a question earlier, and you wasn't here. A lot of the departments were depending on vehicles from you last year, and some of them said they haven't got some. Are you not finished with them yet?
here's the deal on some of the trucks, say like the animal control trucks. We didn't expect it, but they load the motor in 2 of them, so I don't have trucks to give them. I am going to have, I've got 1 3/4 ton that we're looking at trying to get the equipment stripped out of right now, so I will have that one. I do have I believe it's a Ford truck, half-ton Ford truck over at NEU. I'm trying to get Chris to work on that, but I mean, it's just finding the time to get it done. I did talk with Lori at Animal Control. I'm looking at trying to get her something. I do have 4 Tahoes right now that they're working on. They're getting upfitted. And that's basically going to be kind of my mountain Tahoes. So there's going to be some trucks we're currently using up there that we'll be able to deadline. It's just the 2 blown motors kind of made it kind of shot all our plans and everything. So I do have some stuff that's in the works. I just don't want to give them away yet until I have a replacement. So there will be some available. It's just going to take just a little bit longer.
Well, some of the departments are asking for vehicles, so that's why I'm trying to figure out where that's.
Right.
I mean, Abe and them were, and then the animal shelter. And Mark, you were gonna get one too, wasn't you? Did you get one?
I would like to get 2, but I have not received it yet. I'm on the list.
Yeah. He's on the one that's at dispatch. That's kind of earmarked for him. Lori, we've talked about one for her. I just don't have them to give out, except for the one for Mark. I mean, that one we can work on. I just need to get Chris over there to put a jump pack on it. I know we're gonna have to put a new battery in it because it's been sitting for a while. But I needed to make sure, I got 2 of them over there. One of them, the transmission's bad. The other one, my understanding, it was running, it was a narcotics vehicle, and it basically got burned, where we couldn't use it. Everybody in town knew what it was, so we had to park it, and yeah, we'll get rid of it instead of just sitting over there. It's just finding the time to get it done. We've been swamped. It's frustrating, I know, for everybody, but we'll get to it.
Okay.
And we can basically, you just want to start at the top and go down line for
Sure.
line? So basically, line 1, that's not going to change. 68654 will still stay the same. The full-time salaries, Julianne and I we talked a lot about this, and this is the number we come up with our current employees. I know that has gone up at about 400,000. I'm looking at the reimbursements that we're going to be getting. I don't know how much we have received so far, but what I have figured, $400,000 to $500,000 is going to be reimbursements coming back from the state for the next 4 years, based on these LERF, Law Enforcement Retention Fund grants and stuff. So, I think by the time we look at it dollar for dollar, we're probably going to stay right about 3.6. That's including the reimbursements. Overtime, I know our overtime is crazy right now. It's probably going to remain that way for a while with the additional calls for service that we're helping with, not only Alamogordo, Dasso, Tularosa, and everything. The actual work is not a lot of the overtime. It's when we get into making arrests in Tularosa, or now we got court preparation. The guys are just swamped all the time. The overtime budget, I wish I could make a guess at what it's gonna be. It would just be a wag. So, the overtime budget is, we put 400,000 in there. Is that gonna be sufficient? Probably not, just based on what I see right now, because I think we're already 25,000 over what, the 400,000 we had asked for last year. So depends on what we do there. As far as the 400, I would venture to say that if we bumped it to 450, that would get us closer, but it's hard to guess what it's going to be.
Have you heard anything else from Mike Testa? Have they got Cloudcroft lined out?
I've talked with Chief Testa several times. We met with the mayor from Cloudcroft yesterday. They're getting things lined out. It's just going to take a little bit of time. When the mayor asked, he didn't ask us, what do you think we need to do? He asked, have you seen this? Has this worked before? He was just guidance is basically what. And so he'll make the decision on how they go about doing their thing up there. But I feel pretty confident that all 4 of those officers will stay up there, and they'll get a system working. So.
Good.
The next line item, 5105 on PERA. Again, I kind of left PERA, FICA, health insurance, unemployment insurance, that all up to, ask Julianne for her help to basically figure all that based on the number of employees. Grant overtime, that's always one that it's tough to predict. It's tough to show, but we know what we have as far as grant. It's tough for her sometimes to put in there as far as, have we got the reimbursements and stuff back, so.
Do we need to put something in there? Because you have actuals and you have nothing in there.
In the past, I haven't actually budgeted anything there because that line item technically is supposed to pretty much be transferred out to the actual grant fund. So when they work, for example, the Stone Garden grant, that grant overtime, that money for that grant is actually within a different fund. But all of the sheriff's office deputies, we pay them out of the general fund. So what I end up having to do is once I know how much the overtime was that they worked for these other grants, then I can do a journal entry to move it out. Right now, we don't have a real good way to determine that as far as splitting it out into which grant, because they have multiple. They've got traffic grants, they've got the Stone Garden grant, and depending on, and sometimes they might work HIDA, I think. And so it's hard for me to know unless I were to actually review each timesheet, and there would be a lot of kind of tedious work involved in that. So what I usually do is, like when Martha brings me her reimbursement request that she submits for Stone Garden and for the traffic grants, the overtime there is what ends up, and also I think the HIDA ones as well, but the overtime grant expense based upon what is on her reimbursement request, then I can do a journal entry to flip it out of there. So, and there always ends up being a little bit of a balance left over at the end of the year that I haven't been able to move simply because it crosses the year, or maybe I didn't receive documentation in time. So I don't usually budget an amount there. I can, just to make it look pretty, if you'd like. I'd probably put about,
Well, I guess what I'm asking
at
you,
least 200,000 probably in there.
what I'm asking you, is there enough money in the grant to pay the overtime?
Yes,
Then you need to leave it empty then.
yeah,
If it's covering, we don't need to put
right.
in there.
We're just spacing.
Yeah, no, there's enough
Yeah.
money to cover it. It's just sometimes if I don't get the documentation to know how much to do the journal entry for, the expense ends up staying in the sheriff's office, which is not the way it's supposed to happen, but I can only do what I have information on, so.
Okay.
And then again, the 5110, 5111, basically I had Julianne work on that based on the number of employees. Holiday pay, I know we had 22 actuals, 23 actuals, and then now it drops down all the way to 17,000 for 2024.
Yeah, we had identified that there was there's a pay code. There are two different holiday pay codes. Only one of them actually flows directly to the holiday expense line. And I think between, like, one of the last couple payroll techs we had, I think they were using the wrong pay code accidentally. So what ended up happening was a lot of that got expensed to full-time salaries. To go back, we could move that out, but it would be somewhat tedious. So at this point, I'm not really worrying about it, but we have that fixed now. So that's why we put the $154,000 amount for next year. That's probably more accurate as to what it's actually going to be.
I
So
think
we
that-
got the right pay code, that all lined out then?
Yeah. That was, when I saw that, Julianne sat down, I'm like, why is this not looking right? She figured it out, so it's all taken care of. Again, the vision insurance admin fee based on the number of employees, Julianne's figured that out for us. Vehicle maintenance and repair, I think, based on the vehicles and stuff that we have right now, I think the 122 will probably get us through. If we can get these other 9 vehicles that are in upfitting right now, if we can get those out and get some of these older vehicles that we're working on now, we can get them out of the rotation for fleet. So I'm pretty comfortable with the 122.
Okay.
Travel and per diem, I did bump that to 40,000. I think between that one and our training line item, which you'll see that's going to go up just a little bit. Let me explain to you why I'm kind of bumping that. With the we have our training cycle, our 2-year training cycle. Okay, there's certain things that we have to take every year, and there's certain things we have to take every 2 years. Okay, and that used to be about a total of 40 hours of training. With this new law that went into effect, we now have to do 93 hours of training required by the state. Some of that is, again, there's a bunch of new stuff. One of them that really concerns me is 2024 reality-based situational training. Okay, nobody around here has reality-based situational training. So I'm gonna have to send 60 deputies somewhere in the state to attend this reality-based training. It's either that or buy the equipment to set it up here. I know RB and I have talked about that in the past, looking at, possibly some funding that the county might have to do that. But that's gonna be a tough one to meet, and it's annually. They've got to go every year.
Wow.
And they've got to attend a minimum of 4 hours of training. Methods of de-escalation, reality-based situational handling a crisis, Most of them, I can send somebody off and get trained, train the trainer, bring them back. They can teach it in-house. We can invite other agencies. But this one, yeah, we got to have the equipment to do it.
Is the reality based, is that like they do in Artesia over there, like when they did like a school shooting type thing?
Goggles
Oh,
and all
the
that stuff.
reality is this?
Mm-hmm. Goggles and all, and then you can, there are some programs out there that you can put the goggles on and you can put in the computer basically this situation. Lady comes in with a knife, you talk to her, stuff like that. Either you can make it to where they come at you and you have to react, or you talk them down, they put the knife down. It's all, somebody's on the computer all the time, and it's changing the scenarios for everybody. So, that's what they're requiring us to do. So
Wow.
it's gonna be difficult. That's why the extra money, both in the travel and per diem and the training line item. In the maintenance contracts, that's pretty close to the same of actually we dropped that down to 7,500 versus 11. I think we'll be pretty close there. Rental of equipment, 6,000 last year. Telephone line item, 125,000. This is still under review. We have been looking at this, and basically what we have found is the sheriff's office has been paying a lot of people's phone bills. Okay, we're fixing to let them know. I think I even paid Mark's phone bill one month out at the shooting range. Okay, so between myself and Sergeant Emery, we are reviewing the telephone line item.
In your extra time?
Yeah, and so we will have right now, can I tell you exactly what we need? No, because this is something that we have just kind of discovered here not too long ago. Sergeant Emery has actually canceled a couple, 1, 2?
4 so far.
4 phone lines that basically are not being used, that we've been paying for. So, we're gonna do the same thing on 5208 electricity. We have found a couple items in there that should be coming out of somebody else's budget, not mine. So we'll review that. Heating and gas, I think we're pretty good there. The water, liability insurance. This is what we budgeted I think we put 475 in there for this last one, and it came out to 450,000. So just to be safe, I'd like to leave it at 475 because you don't know in liability insurance, it's
not ever going to go down.
It's never going to go down, and it's very unpredictable right now. Workman's comp insurance, that's basically what, right at 103 is what we've had to pay this year. Put the 105 in that one. Building maintenance and repair. This one, we've kind of left it at $4,000. We haven't spent a lot of money on it. But I am thinking that probably when it heats up, we've got one air conditioning unit out there that probably will not fire up on the cooling side. So that we will probably be spending that on a new AC unit. Building repair, equipment repair and maintenance. Yeah, we didn't use a whole lot of that. Again, let's see what happens when we fire that AC unit up. Try to. The office supplies, we did bump that just a little bit. With the additional employees and stuff that we have, we need more paper, we need more stuff within the office for them to handle their cases and stuff. We've been trying to get them, instead of throwing something, in a folder, we're actually build a case file, something like this. When you go into court, you've got everything just like that. You're organized and stuff. So we've been trying to encourage them to build their case files a little bit. So we're going to need some more stuff there. Printing and publishing. We're at what, 1,139. That one, could we save a little bit there? We could probably knock a little bit off of that if we need to. But then again, if we get into having to print our general orders again for new employees, they're very expensive. And it's easier for us to have it done at Staples because it's like this thick. If I got 3 or 4 employees and stuff like that, is it better to do it at Staples? Yeah, because it's just wear and tear on our equipment. It's cheaper to do it that way. So that was supply, printing, and publishing. Registration fees left at about $2,500. And basically, we use this for anybody that's going to a class, need to register for a class, whether it costs $95 or $200, whatever. Kind of take it out of that so we can monitor how much we're actually spending. We are actually seeing a lot of classes nowadays that are actually free on the registration. We still have to get them there and we still have to put them up in, rooms and stuff like that. But there's a lot of free classes and we keep looking for those. Medical expense, we bumped this to 7,500. We had actually been using the wrong line item on some of this stuff. When we hire somebody and they have to go for a psychological evaluation, and then if we decide we want to send them to the academy, they have to go through a very rigorous physical in Las Cruces, then that's what's required to get them into the academy. That's what we would use that line item for. At one point, we found out that it was actually being charged to our training budget, so we've got that fixed. We'll be able to document it and get it on the right line item. Transportation and extradition of prisoners, as you can see, it's gone up, it's gone down, it's gone up, and now we're way up. I think a lot of that has to do with our judicial system, our catch and release program. We arrest them, we put them in jail, they release them, they don't show up to court, we find out they're in Tennessee or California, and then we gotta go get them. When we bring them back, this is increasing.
So that only has to do with those situations, not where you're assisting the jail because there's a shortage, right? That goes into the jail's budget whenever you're transporting for them?
Now, there's some of it that we still do for them also. If we have runs to Lincoln County or Albuquerque, Doniana, stuff like that, we're still helping them with that. But most of this right here is out-of-state runs. Some of them, say for instance, we have one in Georgia or something like that. Is it cheaper for me to send a couple of deputies in a vehicle to go get him and bring him back? Or is it cheaper to contract with a transport company and, it costs $4,500 for them to do their thing and bring him back here, to our jail and stuff. So
when they get released, do they have to get a bond to get out? Or are they, no, the court
released
just...
OR. Yeah.
Oh.
Bonds are pretty much a thing of the past. That's why all your bond companies and stuff have gone out of business. They release them OR and expect them to show up for court. When they don't show up for court, Yeah, then it's 2 months later, we drive to Tennessee and get them, or drive to California and bring them back.
This should be on the court's budget, not on the county's.
This is something that we tried to push through the legislative session this year. Here's what we got. We got 7 sheriff's offices throughout the state that submitted, this is expenses. This is what we spent on transport. Now, there is a bill that, a law that they will reimburse us if money is
Available.
allocated to that. The reason they did not even look at the bill or anything this year is because only 7 sheriff's offices responded. Now, if we had 33 of them respond, so they know an exact amount, this is what it costs the sheriff's offices throughout the state, this is what we need to allocate for that reimbursement. So I've kind of taken that upon myself to reach out to these sheriffs and like, dude, if you don't submit something, we can't give them a number, they're not gonna give us anything. See, this should not be coming out of my budget, okay? Well, this is taxpayers' money that we're spending to go get these yahoos and bring them back. And it's state inmates, okay? This should be being reimbursed, but again, they won't reimburse it until they have a number of exactly how much to allocate for it. So, yeah, we, 30, yeah, we're projected to spend $50,000 of county taxpayer money to go get these guys and bring them back to court. That should not be happening.
No.
So we kind of marked it at 45,000, just kind of seeing if anything was going to change, if it was going to slow down, but I honestly, I do not see it slowing down that much. But I'm comfortable with the 45. 5242 gasoline diesel, again, 375, that is 25 more than last year.
Is that gonna be enough with the increase?
Well, after they passed, what was it, SB 41, depends on when that takes place, when that kicks in.
July 1st.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I would think I need to bump that to probably about 425,000. Give me another 50,000, just to be safe.
$450, you say?
I think if we go 425, that'll be an additional 50,000.
Because that's gonna be a real number when it hits.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
gonna,
Yeah. Julianne is very helpful. If there is something that we start getting a little short on, we put our heads together. We've managed to make it work. So I would be comfortable with the 425 for right now. Tires and tubes, we got 40,000 in there. I would just, I know we haven't spent all of that yet, but when it comes close to the end of the year, it'll be gone. We'll have it all done. Sheriff's expense, $5,000. This I've always kind of used for paying for sheriffs, the dues for New Mexico sheriffs, the dues for Southwest Border, National Sheriff's Association. These expenses will be coming out of there here pretty quick. I also use that for certain just small dollar item, well, maybe $200, $300. Expenses unexpected that come up, I'll use that line item for that. Protective clothing and equipment, 12,000. I think it's kind of been right at that range forever. And basically what we do with that is to help buy our protective vests. We do have a grant that we get every year, the Burn Memorial, I believe is what it is, that we get reimbursed on this. But I also have a line item in my LEPF where I'll take If it's more than this, I'll use my LEPF to help, cover the cost of that. So I split it up where every 5 years, we kind of do a little bit at a time instead of trying to buy 60 vests at one time. So it's easier for me to maintain with that, and that 12,000 pretty much covers it. Employee training, again, bump that up to 60,000 because I have a feeling we're going to be traveling all over the state to try to get in those mandated trainings. Animal control, $4,000. I think they've got, 1,900 left, but I know there's stuff turned in for, and this is where we just get animal control, their equipment, their catch poles, their cages, dart guns, anything that they need. We kind of use this to replenish their equipment and stuff. Uniforms, I think we're good at that 39.6. This is, again, based on the number of employees, where they get their uniform allowance, and then new hires, we get their uniforms out of this line item. Covert funds, we're gonna stay at the 30 for right now. I know I did put a little extra in there based on stuff that's going on right now. I'll leave it at that. So, I think we'll be good. I can, between this and the HIDA funds, we did get some extra, another 10 grand from HIDA. So, I just say they're busy right now. Professional services, we put this line item in here based on, this is software for like our Agency 360, our FTO software that we use to track somebody through their FTO process. Frontline, we got training tracker, and we got use of force that we're using right now. Possibly, we're looking at maybe going, instead of Agency 360, going to the front line, because they also have a FTO tracker program. So that's basically what we use that for, is the yearly funds on that. Video body camera maintenance, we did bump that just a little bit based on the new employees and stuff. We'll have to get them cameras and their maintenance and stuff on that. Communication repair and maintenance, I just dropped that all the way to 25. If we have something comes up with a radio, going down, repeater, something that we need to have fixed right away, we just got a little extra money there to take care of that. Fingerprinting, we'll leave that at 150, and all we use that for is when new employees come in, they gotta get the digital prints and send to Santa Fe, we just reimburse them out of that account there. Direct deposit, kind of leave that based on the number of employees. Vehicle towing expense, we used to pay a lot of this out, but we've kind of worked it now to where somebody's dealing drugs and we take their car and search it, then we give it back to the tow company. And they get to worry about collecting the money on that. We search it and give it back. I think we'll be good at 4,000. Sheriff Community Outreach, 7,000. That's what Raul uses for all the community service projects, public relations, a lot of the stuff you see at the county fair, the giveaways and stuff like that. Ammo, 30,000. We're going to leave it at that. I think we're doing really good with that right now, but we'll have to look, because I'm getting information that we may have to make another ammo purchase here pretty quick, because I think there's going to be the possibility of some shortages showing up where it's going to be hard to get it. I think the money, though, is going to be good for us. Traffic grants, this is basically the New Mexico stuff we get. Seeds for speed, click it or ticket. Minor capital outlay, nothing there. Capital outlay vehicles, nothing there. We will be getting the state money. 4 vehicles, capital outlay. The project that I submitted, we had put 65,000 on here. When we got done looking at everything, getting quotes and everything, 30,000 is what it would be. Insurance deductibles, I would like to leave that at 100,000. Basically, if we have to pay out anything on deductibles on crashed vehicles, deductibles on lawsuits, anything like that. It's kind of we don't know what's going to happen, so I would just soon have it there and not need it, turn it back in, than to try to ask Miss Julianne to find me some more, to come to you and find some more money to get that covered, so. I think last year we were right at 8 million, 8.87 on this year, and I think with the money that we get back through the LRF grants and stuff like that, yeah, we're gonna be up about $200,000 over last year. And myself, Sergeant Emery, group of us got together and really worked the budget this year to where I think it's gonna be really close, but I think we can make it work on what we got.
And I wish the Matt's office was closer to y'all's to where you could use the training room with all his nice little stuff he's got in there.
And we use it quite a bit. We host trainings out there and stuff and utilize that. It's just, I like that reality-based stuff. We're gonna have to go somewhere where the equipment is or buy it, one or the other, so. Be really neat if we could buy it and set it up in Matt's training room over there and
I wonder how
and
much that
host.
is.
I can't remember exactly what we looked at, a number. If I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be right close to $100,000 for everything. I mean, all the equipment you gotta set up in the corners, the cameras and all that stuff, the laptop and it comes with all the different scenarios. But
I wonder
again,
if we got that though, could we train other sheriff's offices? Because everybody's gonna need that. Can we charge them?
I don't see why not. If
Kinda
we,
offset that
normally what we do, if
expense.
we host a class like that, we usually get a couple of free seats. But anybody else that comes from, Sunland Park, Cruces or anything like that, they pay a registration fee to come to the class. So, I don't wanna try to use it as a huge moneymaker, but could we help cover our expenses and stuff? Yeah, I think we can.
Because if we did that, even if it was $100,000, if you're looking at 60 deputies and sending them out to training, that's time away from work, it's mileage, it's a hotel room, it's food. You can spend $100,000 pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could use it for a few years, that might not be a bad idea.
And I, like I say, RB and I have talked about this in the past, and that's, we're just kind of waiting to see what's going to happen on the money and stuff that's coming in, so.
Okay. Anybody have anything? Have anything? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You bet. And I just let you know, kind of on our LEPF, law enforcement protection. I did get that submitted, so we're looking at 179,000 coming back.
Good.
in
That's good.
For equipment and stuff to the agency. So. See what happens on the others. The LRF, I gotta do those probably in April or May. I'll let you know how much those are.
All right. Thank you. Do we want to break for lunch? Yes? Because we've still got 3 more.
Don't ask any of that group over there.
Well, I've been hearing stomach growls up here, including my own, so I thought I would offer. Okay, let's take be back here at about,
1?
can you eat that fast? Be back at 1? You want to
Better do
do
1:30.
do 1:30? Okay, let's meet back at 1:30, okay? And 2 rollovers? Did they create the brush fire? No.
And the brush fires out by Holloman actually have to take part of the fence down. That's where John Barney and Matt went.
Okay, I figured something was up.
Time to come back and meet.
Okay, all right.
Where's the rollovers?
I do not know. I think One's down south and one's up north.
Oh, we got two fires?
No, brush fire.
Okay, I can look it up.
Right, and I know like if you
elevate how you hydrate and keep it smart with Smart Water Alkaline. paper shredder. That sucks. Fleas and ticks suck too. Seresto can help with this one. One collar provides the longest lasting protection for 8 continuous months. Stop sucking with Seresto.
Whenever you're ready.
I am ready.
Did you have anything that went up a lot, or?
No, I didn't think I did. Tried to keep everything close to what my projections were. And then on the capital outlay, just asking for 4 new vehicles to replace my old vehicles that are high mileage. And if we don't replace them, then yeah, my maintenance cost is gonna go up.
So on your,
'Cause they're getting old.
vehicles, we can apply for them like we do David Sheriff vehicles?
We can, and when I applied for them last year, for this year's capital outlay, it was number 6 on the list.
It didn't get, it didn't
So
get
it
on the
didn't
capital
make it
outlay
to-
list.
It didn't make it to the capital outlay list.
Okay,
And I have no problems asking on capital outlay requests again, but I just can't be 6.
well, it's obvious we're not gonna get anything of any kind of money, so we might as well, as far as that goes, ask
Well,
for.
and again, like you said, it is on the ICIP, but when you picked your top 5, you didn't pick that as one. Maybe next year you start looking at the lower ticket items instead, since we're not having any luck with the bigger ones, and I know Vicki and I talked about that.
Yeah, I think we need to rethink that.
So Matt, I got a couple questions for you. Why do you need a deputy chief? You got, let me give you my thought.
Okay, absolutely.
You got chiefs at every station.
Yes.
You've got personnel that's underneath you, that's in your office. So why do we need somebody else as a deputy chief?
The deputy chief's position that I'm asking for is to help with the span of control over the number of fire chiefs that I'm responsible for. Having 18 of them is a lot, and if I could get someone to help take that burden off, then it's just one less thing that I have to be involved with almost daily anymore.
I mean, I don't know. I look at that a different way. I would think if a chief's running his house, I don't know. I shouldn't think it'd be a big babysitting job like that.
I would like to think so. However, we are losing volunteers really at an alarming rate compared to what we were pre-COVID. And it's not just Otero County, it is nationwide. So having the ability to have someone watch more, help out, will help out the emergency response that we are trying to provide for not only the citizens of Otero County, but those that are passing through.
Think about that one. So these trainers, why 3?
So Otero County is large, and my thought is that I have one that is training the volunteers in the north district of the flats, one for the south, and then one for the mountains. When it comes to the ISO inspections, that's one of the areas that they are very lacking in, is training. And they're lacking in good quality training, because it's up to the chief to make these decisions on training. And some are using DVDs. because that's the last update that they got from their VHS tape. Some of them don't know what to train on, and this would be a way for us to take that burden off of them. Because what I want to be able to do, instead of certifying them as an Otero County firefighter, and that's the only spot that they're really qualified for, is make them all certified nationally. So if they choose to move at a later time, or if they don't and stay here, which I hope for, but I want to provide them that quality training and get them a national certification instead of an Otero County cert that's really only good in Otero County.
I would think you could I still feel, in the construction world, when I was managing the deal, I had to make my rounds and do the exact same thing as you're talking about. All it is scheduling and working it. Whether he drives from one end to the other, they're not gonna do it all on the same day.
A lot of them do train on the same days, and with some of the departments, they absolutely will not move that training time. They won't leave the area that they're at to train. So having certified trainers take the training on the road and take it to them, I think is really gonna help. And the other hope is that it excites the community again and will help with recruiting.
We just spent a boatload of money building you a training room and facility down there. That's where you need to be training. I mean, and everybody else is training down there. The sheriff and them are coming down there to train. Why don't use it? That's what it was built for you for, to have your trainings for all that stuff. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not, but I just can't, that's not good use of money, in my eyes.
Well, and I get wanting to have the fire guys to actually come down to do a lot of training at the facility. I would love that they'd be able to, but when you have 5 firefighters up in Tiburon, there's no one left then in Tiburon if they all come down, those 5.
Okay, I understand that. That one trainer could go up there on whatever day this day is and do it. But you got Dunnigan, you got Alamo West, you got Bowles Acres, you got Lawlous. You can't tell me they can't come to your facility and train.
Oh, they absolutely can. The ones down here.
Yeah. And again, it's just a scheduling deal. I don't feel you need 3 trainers to do that. I just can't see it.
Not only a trainer though, it's also getting a certified firefighter and EMT to help answer the calls that the volunteers during the daytime are not answering because they're at work and their work will not let them leave.
So right now, we have, 5 or 6 that respond to accidents in that situation when volunteers don't respond, right? And you're saying that 5 or 6 are not meeting those requirements?
Correct. And I'd like to be able to have that trainer dual rolled, if you will, that the one that's doing in the mountains, his office is in the mountains and can help respond up there. There are some days that I have 1 EMT for the entire mountain community. There's other days that I have 5. And then having someone that's sitting south at like Bulls Acres that can respond, and one that's sitting north in La Luz or in Tularosa area that can respond. There's a lot of calls in the Tularosa area. And it takes a while to get some of those volunteers to respond. And all I really want to do is help out the volunteers with that training and then supplement them on Monday through Friday calls from 8 to 5 when they're struggling.
Well, it seems like on the flats that we're covered.
We do a lot better in the flats, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mountains, a lot of area. And it is spread out and a lot of additional hazards.
I mean, unfortunately, that's just part of living out in the mountains, out in sticks, out on the mesa and all that. Your emergency services are slower to respond. I think everybody can assume that. That's not, I don't think that that's something that needs to be on our backs. I think volunteer recruitment is what we need to be focusing on to get somebody and get those trained. And who all is qualified to train other fire departments right now? How many do you have?
2,
You and one other.
Bill and Josh,
And,
besides myself, yes.
and that seems adequate enough for the training, especially if we could join Cloudcroft and High Rolls in one training, or, you know,
I don't take care of Cloudcroft. They're their own entity, like Tularosa is. We just cover all the EMS for Tularosa.
Cloudcroft Fire Department belongs to Cloudcroft?
Correct. And with the recruitment, we do our best to get out there to all the job fairs and everything else. Any of the public events that we're at, I'm trying to make sure that we are there with handouts and information on fire safety and recruiting.
I mean, it just seems like just a little bit of attention at these fire departments. You just give them a little bit of attention, then they kind of take it and run. You know, my first one was Borough Flats, and yeah, their volunteers kind of went back down again. But if you look at Bent, they were just in here at the last meeting. I just gave them a little bit of attention and said, hey, all of you guys are going to lose your homeowner's insurance. You don't have enough volunteers. And now they're coming up. And that's kind of all we need to do. And then our
The problem is with Bent, if I may, not one of them will ever be a certified firefighter. They will be able to hopefully drive the vehicle for us right now, and that's the only ones that have come back. And that's the problem that we're running into across all the departments, is the recruiting is just, they try, but they're not getting, for all practical purposes, the age demographics that they need.
Right. The last association meeting that was over there, Dunnigan, there was that 20-year-old kid just graduated from high school, and he was fixing to go to Donna Ana to go to school. He didn't even know about the Grand Canyon where he could get that stuff for free because he's a volunteer with the fire departments. And that's, you know, that's a recruitment tool that just went poof because nobody knows about it. And we could have kept that kid here volunteering and going to school at the same time, get his certification, and keep him here. Now he'll go to Donna Ana, and they'll keep him over there forever.
Because he'll get paid too.
And the state doesn't come in and do any training.
The state does some training. It has to get scheduled, but a lot of the training requires them to go up to Socorro for either a week or a couple of weekends. And then if there's, the state also, if there's not enough students, the state won't sanction the class. So they'll cancel it, which happens quite often with us. We've worked with Alamo Fire in the past. And it's just, if you can't get them to say yes, because they don't want to commit to whatever that schedule is, I want to make the schedule work for them by having it, on this week, we're doing ladder training. If you can't make it to this station, come to this station at this time. So that they have that option. And then at the end, we'll do all the burns at our facility that we can and go to Socorro for a weekend, which is a lot more doable for most of the folks.
I still think you could get by with one, and it's the scheduling deal. And if they all want to do the same training on the same day, then that's where you need to step up to your fire chiefs and say, this is how it's going to be. That's just my opinion. Ms. Markworth, do you have anything to say?
Well, I'm just trying to figure, I want to give them some help, because I know that they're hurting, you know?
yeah.
And I, trying to think if we gave them, if you did 2 of the trainers at that salary, and they're also going to be firefighters and EMT trained, correct?
Correct.
So that would give you 2 more people that are trained that could help you that are on the payroll that are not volunteers, right?
Correct.
So I'm kind of leaning towards 2 of the trainers that also are firefighters and EMTs, rather than the 1 deputy chief and 3 trainers. I mean, that would get you some help. Would that help you?
Absolutely.
I would negotiate 1 trainer. 1 trainer, no
2.
deputy chief.
Having the 2 trainers would help immensely.
Because they wouldn't just be training, you know what I mean? It's the training, the firefighting, and being an EMT. If we could get those on and have somebody that could be here instead of just the volunteers.
What's Judy down there? She
is a firefighter 1 and 2 and an EMT basic, and just took her intermediate class.
So you have 1 full-time down
Yes.
there.
And 1 full-time is a struggle down there.
Oh, yeah.
At times, you know, I mean, having a second one, at least then they'd be able to transport if they need to.
And how many vehicles do you have now?
I have 8.
And they're all running?
And one of them is emergency type use because it's 300,000 plus.
Eight plus the 1 or 7 plus
No,
1?
that's what I have total that could be used.
And the daily drivers?
Yes.
I would go for the 2 trainers that are also firefighters and EMTs. Because I know they need help, and I know that the volunteers don't volunteer anymore. You can't get people to work for money, let alone volunteer, so we got to get them some help.
Your gasoline, is 25,000 going to be enough?
I increased it, again, with everything flexing the way it is. It should be.
So your projected through the end of this cycle is 22.
Yes.
That's before we add the taxes on.
Matt, if I were you, I would add a little of that. I'm just afraid if it goes up that much, it's,
Not going to be enough.
Because your projected is 22, that gives you 2,500 that you got left. And if it goes up $1.50, whatever a gallon, you're gonna be,
I would definitely. I mean, we can go up to another 5,000.
Push it to
I think
30?
s- I
That's what
think
I
so,
was
too.
thinking. Okay, let's do that.
you don't have to spend it, but
I really don't want to spend it. I'm really hoping I can stay down under that 20,000, but everything is going up, unfortunately.
What's a CCP program?
As the cleanup program with Bill,
Then what is the property abatement?
that's for the money that we got last year to any of the homes that we deemed as dilapidated to go in and either have contract or our staff tear them down. And we're getting ready to look at the next commission meeting, adding one to the list. And it will be a contract job that we're estimating to be in the 50,000 plus.
which one are you thinking about?
Canyon Place.
Okay, because I already put that on the agenda.
Yeah, we have the resolution. I just need to get with Sylvia to get the number. And then I've got pictures that will get attached to it. And we think that one's going to be on the other side of 50,000, if not 100,000 to get it cleaned up, contract.
Does it make it cheaper or more expensive to do burns practice with them first?
It is cheaper, but we have to go in and look at that property to see if it's asbestos. If it is, that has to be abated before we can even burn it. We can't burn that because that, even for training, is EPA violation.
You could, those buildings that are on there, I believe are barracks.
I
Why
have to
couldn't
go
you
out,
pick them up and move them? You wouldn't have to do the abatement if you moved them, right? Moved them to a landfill or sell them?
yes. And that's what we were figuring was going to have to happen, was a company coming in to disassemble, clean up that property.
Get those two buildings out, get your dozer and push all that lumber in the middle and set it on fire.
And then some of it too is we have to make sure that the neighbors are okay with it being burnt because we will be smoking them. There's just a little logistics to burning it, but we are absolutely in favor of burning them for training when we can.
I would like to just iron the entire budget out before we consider any trainers. Just to see where we're at. And I say no on the vehicles. The vehicle maintenance right now is only, where did I see that? It's only $4,500. So if you have 8 vehicles and it's $4,500 maintenance, that's pretty good. So we're not at a point where we need to,
I got 18,000.
oh, I'm looking at equipment, sorry. Equipment maintenance, what line is it?
I'm projected for vehicle maintenance to be just short of
5201.
8,000.
5201.
And I know I've got 2 vehicles that are looking at transmissions again.
Again,
I had one put in and we're not sure if it's the transmission going out or if it's something else.
so that'll be under warranty.
No, it exceeded the 1-year warranty.
I'll give you a telephone number that has 3-year warranties. Not me. I'm not saying not me. I'll give you a phone number.
Let's kind of, on that trainer deal, let's kind of, what if we split that a little bit? figured one in and then see where we're at on the budget, if you could get the other one put in.
I would
At
do
least there's one there, and then we can kind of see how close it would be. Is that an option?
that. Works for me.
And what is your idea of a trainer? How many hours is the trainer going to be working? 5 days a week, Monday through
Five.
Friday?
5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And then if there's any of the Saturday burns that we have to do, we would move his schedule around for that, or her schedule for that.
Is there enough training for 5 days a week, the entire year?
Yes, each member is required to have 240 hours of annual training. And being volunteers, you can make it this week, but not next week. There's a lot of catch up.
So let me ask you this, Matt. Curiosity, you advertise this, one of your volunteers takes the job, now you're less than another volunteer.
Potentially, but they can still volunteer. As long as it is not Otero County Fire Department, where we are employing them as Otero County Fire Department, they're allowed to volunteer. It's skirting the gray areas. I know like Doniana County, they absolutely cannot volunteer in Doniana and be paid with Doniana. But the way the departments are recognized right now, they would be able to. Am I a fan of that? Not necessarily.
I just hate for you to see you lose a volunteer, because I don't see how you could do, well, I don't know, maybe I don't understand how it works. I mean, if there's a fire, he's gonna go. If it's on a weekend, he's gonna charge us overtime, where it would have been a volunteer to come in. So I think unless you make a stipulation that it can't be one of your volunteers and it's a new person that comes in.
I can do that. Or that they would have to stop volunteering.
But I don't want you to lose a volunteer. And if you did that times 3, you'd lose 3 volunteers. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
And we do have, complaints about county employees then get called off, which I understand, get called off for emergency services when take their job, which I'm okay with. But that is one of the complaints, is that they're leaving their department to go respond over here. The volunteers aren't responding, or we're overlapping again. I don't know, I know we are overlapping because we don't have enough people, but I don't think this is gonna solve that. I don't see. I think better use of time would be better played. It's almost like, we can make the joke about the city, how many people does it take to dig a hole? One usually using a shovel and the others are watching. I think we see a lot of that. I think that's a reason, that's my hesitation of putting more people out there. We've got one shovel operator.
I would agree with that if we had too many people, but the problem is we don't have enough.
No, but we do a lot of watching.
What are you thinking about that, Matt? Can you explain me on the public safety answering point? You have 400,000 down there, and that's half what your projected annual is. Why?
That one will be just for the facility, my facility backup for the public safety answering point. Most of the rest of that has already been used up and used for Tularosa Basin.
The new,
Yes.
so.
And that's why the proposed, or the future expenditures on it look so high versus what I'm asking for, is because it's strictly to manage and get my backup for them up and running. So that if something happens there, they can immediately come over and continue working.
So do you, as the EMS or Emergency Service Department, do you contribute to the dispatch center? Does the county, I mean, how do they get their money? Because they're doing it through Alamogordo, they're doing Tularosa.
We fund, there are certain things we fund half with the city, and then some of it comes from the state.
So that over there is kind of a community-owned thing?
Well, we own it, but we manage it with the city, I guess you could say.
And everything prior to that was funded, most of it was funded out of my office. And that's, we were able to get where we were because of that funding. And now it's Tularosa's, regionals, is more theirs now. And I just need it to maintain my backup facility that's not ready for dispatchers to come over yet.
So if our PSAP facility caught on fire, they could go out to EOC and keep on trucking, right?
Yes.
That's the plan?
That is the plan. Fill short-term gaps or long-term. The hope is that it's never a long-term gap, but we want to get it to where if it is a long-term fill, we can survive.
Two years ago, you asked for a code supervisor position. Do you have that filled?
I do. It's Jacob.
Matt, on your vehicles you're asking for, you got a quote for 4 vehicles. And you're asking 311.
The worst case, if I cannot reuse any of my equipment, I will have to pay to have to have the equipment removed and installed. That's kind of worst case if I cannot reuse any of my equipment. My goal is to absolutely reuse all of that equipment and not use it, but it's not always a probability, actual.
So that's 130,000 in equipment?
Yes. Radios are about $10,000 a vehicle, and lighting.
Okay, so where are we at? 1 trainer, 2 trainers. Let's settle that one.
I'll go to 1.
1
For
trainer.
now.
One. Okay.
And then we're up in the gas to 30.
Gas to 30. And then what are we doing on the vehicles? Are we gonna put that on the ICIP next year or this year?
It is on the ICIP. You just have to request it in your capital outlay.
Okay.
That he wouldn't get them until winter of 2025, 2026. So it'll be a while.
What else?
What if we do one vehicle and then put the rest on capital outlay? Because if they've got 200 to 300,000 miles on them, they're not going to live a lot longer. I don't know if they can wait to 26.
How many of your vehicles now are crew cabs?
Three.
Do you always haul around 4 or 5 people?
Every day, no, but we do carry other gear that has to be inside versus outside. And then it makes it easier, whether it's a full crew cab or a smaller, like my present ones are the 4 doors, but the Dodges are not the true 4-door, it's that half 4-door.
It's a protection group.
So because of everything that we put on it, that protection group is a fee from Malloy and getting it prepared for the emergency vehicle use. Those are they come pre-wired for all of our equipment. They're just not rated at pursuits because we don't do that. But it has everything pre-wired for lights, for radios, and any more with the vehicles doing add-ons can be problematic.
You're gonna basically use these trucks for the code enforcement, because you got half ton.
Yes, yes.
I could see doing one truck.
So one truck, 48,000 plus the 10,000 kit.
10,000 for
Right.
radios and it's about 20,000 for the emergency equipment.
So each truck is $78,000.
Yes.
How much did you say?
78.
So that's 30,000 on top of what this is, unless I'm missing something somewhere.
The
You got
emergency-
47,900 and then. How much you say it take to outfit it?
About $20,000 with the lighting and another 10,000 for the radio.
Oh, so there's your 30,000.
Yeah.
For code enforcement? All you need is a little stick-on thing on the door.
That's what I'm thinking.
The stick-on doesn't, but those code enforcement too are also, all of them are firefighter EMTs. So when they're out in the districts, if there is a call in that district, they are responding. It's like today's call, I had 2 of them headed out onto the mesa and 2 of them out on a brush fire.
Now, take me through history, because I vaguely remember, and this might be Pam's question. The previous sheriff and Paul got into fights because the previous sheriff said that Paul shouldn't be on those scenes or responding or whatever, and then the emergency services stopped responding for a while.
That's not my recollection.
No?
No, Paul always responded and so does his guys.
Okay.
Benny just didn't like anybody coming on the scene and taking charge.
I thought that he put a stop to it. I was
No.
gonna ask why, if that was just,
If it happened, it was without my knowledge.
okay. And,
Okay,
cause it just seemed, I see you guys on the scenes more now. I'm assuming because of shortage of volunteers.
It is, it really is.
So Julianne, on the capital outlay vehicles, we're gonna change that 311 to 78?
To,
That 5601?
oh, 5601, yeah.
Okay.
The one only, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And this CCP program again, now that we have established the Otero County, is it Make Otero County Beautiful, or?
We haven't established it because we don't have enough volunteers yet to create the committee. But the CCP program will be taking, for instance, the inmates that we're working on getting out to do cleanups. They also work with the courts to get those that are directed to do community service. So they do that as well.
And he'll babysit the inmates? Is he qualified to do
Yeah,
that?
they've already been
Yes,
trained.
we just completed the training so that we can check them out.
that's good.
As they're available and as Bill or my two females are available.
Yay. Then I won't pick that one apart.
You're liking it now. Okay, anything else?
So now we just gotta choose properties that are less than, if this first one is 50,000, that gives us $100,000 for the rest of the county.
Matt, and this trainer deal, let's go in this with a good outlook on it, with, if we can get a lot of people applying,
Absolutely.
not your volunteers, then let's talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, we're good? Okay, thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
Matt.
We're gonna skip,
Skip
Attorney.
RV. That'd be you, Mark. And Mark, I am disappointed.
So am I.
All right, hang on. Let me get ready for this. All right. All right. Greetings and salutations, Commissioners. Mark Douglas, Director of the best shooting range in all of Otero County, 19 Rock Cliff Road, La Luz. Just prior before we jump into my little measly budget, the sheriff mentioned something about the training that they're looking into, the additional training that the state is requiring for anything less than federal level law enforcement. And that's something that we've been looking at the range. The particular system is called FATS, which is Firearms and Training Solutions. And you may or may not know, I was a Border Patrol agent for 21 years. Of that, 17 years I was blessed or cursed, depending on which day it was, to be a firearms instructor. But I got the opportunity to work at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center over the mountain in Artesia. Specifically, I was there for about 18 months doing nothing but firearms training. So taking novices, getting them up to speed. One of the systems that they had there was this FATS system, which was computer monitor system that had about 25 different Border Patrol related scenarios. Of course, being bored, we went and looked at the other 50, which were law enforcement based, and we played with those. But this was a concept where the officers were being trained for judgment shooting. Do they shoot? Do they not shoot? And they had to articulate what they did or what they didn't do. And that is a system that we were looking at the range here recently because there's another component that deals with the civilian side, which is like target shooting and things like that. Again, this is with laser guns, not actual firearms. But there's also a component for like hunters, like African hunts, shooting water buffaloes, lions, whatever. And I was looking at that as a possible revenue generation system. David is correct. Something like that's probably going to run you $100,000 by the time you get the physical room set up and then all the computers and cameras and things like that that go with those systems. But this is something, and I spoke with David briefly, and maybe we'll get together and see if there's something that could work. But this would be something great for the shooting range because one side of it can deal with law enforcement and charge local agencies to use this if they are mandated by the state. But then when the system is not being used, we can use it on the civilian side to generate revenue. So that's just something that throw out there. I really like the FATS program. We found it very useful in training trainees. So I wanted to throw that out there so that you know. Okay, so shall we jump into my budget now?
Sure.
All right, what do you want to attack first?
Well, you're aware we're not doing any of the salaries or any of that,
Okay,
so you can skip that page.
okay.
So you're wanting for vehicle maintenance and repair. I don't really see a big problem with that. And like I asked David earlier, because I knew you were, so it sounds like you've got one. It's just getting the time to get it over to you.
Hang on, let me take a look at my notes. So I did speak with David and Sean about a month and a half ago. I've been asking for a vehicle for about a year and a half. They had a blue truck, and I'm just going to refer to it as the blue truck, because apparently there's more than one blue truck. But the particular blue truck that we had been discussing, I believe that truck ended up with Trent, and then it ended up going to auction. So as of this morning, prior to sitting here, I was under the impression that there was no blue truck anymore to come to me, and that his deputy vehicles, we were waiting on them to be replaced with his Tahoes, and I have been bugging David for over a year, any of those vehicles I can use. So, for example, my only road-safe truck is sitting at the range. I drove down here in my personal vehicle, because I figured I'd be here for quite a while, and I have two vehicles. One's good, and the other's 29 years old, and I don't let my staff drive it on the road. It can drive around the range because it's fine. If it breaks down, no harm, no foul. But I'm looking at those trucks from David's department, his deputies' old 3/4 ton trucks, to be my range trucks. So well, I guess it's on the next page, we'll get to it, asking about, new trucks. Now, I do have some info. Once David was done, he says there is another blue truck there, the second blue truck, and maybe I will get that. I don't know.
Maybe you ought to take David a cup of coffee every morning and.
Hell, I'll bring him a box of bullets and some flowers, but, so.
Skip the flowers. Bullets and coffee. You'll do
better. And, so, yeah, vehicle maintenance and repair, I'm going to try to get more vehicles. Tom has stepped up again to help out the range, and he has a vehicle that he's going to transfer over to me. I don't know how old it is, but my question to everybody is, can I drive to Las Cruces in it and make it back? And if the answer is yes, then I want the truck. And if the answer is
Yeah.
One way.
does the air conditioning work? Do the doors lock? Is it road?
Why do you need to go to Las Cruces?
I use that as my
Just
preliminary.
kidding.
We have training that we have to go to, and in fact, I had to go do some training a few years ago, and it was up in Elephant Butte. And so I had to get up there for a 2-day training course to get certified as a chief range safety officer. So I'm trying to get as many trainers to come to us so that I don't have to pay mileage, overnight, stuff like that. The dilemma that I run into is usually to get those trainers here, I have to meet a minimum. So the end of this month, I have a level 3 archery instructor coming from Odessa, Texas. In order for her to come out here, I have to have 5 individuals in her archery class. Thankfully, I've got 2 of my staff members who are making up at least 5. I was told yesterday that we probably are going to have 7. So I'm really happy. I'll be really happy if all 7 of them show up on Saturday morning so that we can have that class. I would always prefer to have them come to us since we have a classroom, and it just saves us, it saves us additional costs to getting trained. However, there's minimums you have to meet to make that happen. So I'm very happy about that for the archery.
Okay, so let me tell you what I got for you.
A red truck.
Again,
A
I'm
red-
disappointed that skid steer's not on. I was for it this year. Not really.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I'm okay with your fuel.
Okay.
I think you need to ask, isn't it Josh with the desk, who's in charge of kind of the desk, chairs?
Safety officer, yes.
Yeah. They can find you with, because we just got some for over here. We could find you one where we don't have to spend that.
Yeah.
The trucks, I think we just got that taken care of. I'm a no on the canopy. I am a yes on the side by side. I think you could save a lot of fuel, a lot of time, and a lot of wear and tear on your vehicles if you use that.
Okay. And Commissioner Marquardt remembers when she came out to the range,
I do.
you got to get a tour of the range.
I did.
On a nice 4-seater, well, it was my personal 4-seater, but it allows us to take people around the range and show them stuff, and we're running into that more and more now as folks want to come and use the range. But yes, okay, so a funny side note on the side-by-side, I actually got an old one from Tom that's like just barely holding on. The Kawasaki, I actually salvaged the rear tailgate from it 8 years ago from the dump, sitting in my yard as yard art. And then now I inherited the rest of it. I'm not putting the tailgate back on because it's all bent out of shape, but a little side humor there.
The septic tank is the same as every year?
Well, yes, right now it's still working.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually when it goes kaput,
We're gonna have to deal with it.
We're going to have to deal with it and deal with it quickly.
Because it's under the building.
Yes. Unfortunately, the workshop was built right over it, and it was put in the ground prior to the law that said you had to put the tops where you could see it so you don't build a building
on top
over
of
it. So,
And then, Tom, what about helping him on the parking lot, grading that down?
actually, Tom's already helped me with that. So that was just something I left in there because I liked the picture of the canopy. I wanted to make sure you saw it twice.
And that range has a canopy on it.
It has an old style canopy. This would be a very nice improvement. Most of the shooters would love us. They'd love you.
They already
Maybe
love
give you flowers.
Yeah.
And
Bullets.
They
candy.
already love you.
Okay. What do y'all think?
I agree definitely with the side-by-side. And did you not think you needed to up on your fuel a little bit, or no?
I would like to move that up, because thinking of if I happen to have a windfall and actually get several more used trucks, perhaps we can bump that up to $3,000.
Okay, let's do that.
The rest of your stuff is pretty cut and dry.
Well, I would like to get another full-time person, but I think that's for another day. The only other thing I could think of in minor capital outlay, 5,600, was maybe the money for computers. Because I want to I need to build another office or locate another office workspace, and it's going to need a computer. I think the IT department will be able to get me another phone that will fit over there.
And what are you doing on the computer? Just your daily books?
So not only do we, on our computers, we do not only our daily books, but we have to do our credit card processing. And like right now, we've run into a problem where our internet service inadvertently got shut off. And so we're dead. I have no phone service. I have no credit card capability. I have no internet access. So I have to use my little phone and then call for technical support help on how to get the phone, to get to internet, to get the computer to talk to the phone. Now, they're working on it. They're working diligently. They were there for 4 hours yesterday, beating up the equipment to get it to cooperate. But it's just, there was a mishap last week, and when we switched over to the new phone system and they killed the old phone system, the internet connection was assassinated as well.
So Abe, you don't have a computer that'll work for what he needs?
All I need is an old tower.
I'll give you a computer.
You got one?
I got one.
If you got a junker, well, let me rephrase that. If you have one that works and can get me to Las Cruces and back safely, I'll be more than happy to.
Don't buy a phone service either, we'll take care of that too.
Okay,
Win-win.
that is excellent. I
All right.
appreciate that, John, thank you.
So then that eliminates that line item 5,600?
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
What are you looking at?
This
Now-
minor capital outlay for 4,000, we just eliminated that?
Where's that?
I think so. That was for,
Okay.
yeah, that's what he wanted for the computer, so we can take that out.
Okay.
See, Mark, you need to bring them coffee too when you bring the sheriff coffee, because he's got your back there.
Yeah,
I got
Oh,
you covered.
Tom too, don't
yeah.
forget.
Tom and
Mountain
John.
Dew.
Mountain
Yeah.
Dew.
Yeah.
This stuff's bad for your teeth. I'll get you some 7-Up.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't think.
Anything?
You got some?
Well, I was going to ask,
Oh, boy.
since I'm here,
You're pushing it now.
so on 5601 capital outlay A, I was requesting 2 new half-ton vehicles to supplement the range. We're gonna get one for Tom. Eventually, I'll probably get one from David. But Tom had mentioned something called the Defense Reutilization Marketing Office, which is DERMO. And Tom thinks that we probably could find some used vehicles under $10,000. So in lieu of buying a new one for $45,000, and I get some money there to possibly look for some vehicles from DERMO to save money. And in case I don't get other vehicles, like I said, I'm not speaking for David's department, but I've been waiting a year plus for 3 vehicles. I'll take 2, but right now I have none. But I would like that option, and then if I can get those vehicles pretty soon, then that money could go back to general funds.
Tom, what are those vehicles usually run?
I can usually find a real good one. I don't do the half tons anymore, because all I do is the 3/4 and 1 ton. I can usually get a good, clean 3/4 ton 4-door for about $10,000.
Wanna put,
I'm
I would
sending a
do that.
text message to the guy that I get my stuff from up there in Santa Fe, see if he's got any half tons up there right now.
the half-ton will be better on you on fuel.
Well, half-ton is fine. We're not moving really heavy loads. If I need to move something like the front-end loader that's fixed, I call Tom, and then his guys go get it for me with their heavy equipment.
So change that vehicle deal from 90 to 10?
Yep.
That would be fine.
The only other thing was, you had that new hire request.
Yeah, but I thought that was going to be,
Well, the new hires we'll discuss now,
Yeah,
but the
okay.
salary increases, no.
okay.
Overtime. I see that you have, your request is 7,500.
Look for that. Yes.
And it looks like you
So I
stay
have,
around 2,200 at the most.
so right now I've been able with additional staffing to cut down that need of overtime. In the past, the range was run with 2 full-time people and the rest are part-time people who are not eligible for overtime. We've also increased staffing, which has helped reduce the need for overtime. But I still need that because a lot of times he's filling in for myself and others when they're gone. When he's entitled, I mean, he's hourly. He's the only one who's eligible for the overtime. I will make a note here that 1 year in 2018, he worked about 60 hours a week for 8 months. And that's simply because they just did not have staff, and that's what it took to keep the range open.
But we could put that down to even 3,000.
With the addition of the request for another full-time person, I would ask maybe put it down to about 4,500.
So if your expenses are $485,000 a year, what's your income?
So the income average is around $65,000 under the current program where we're just charging for day fees and annual passes. We are in the process of generating our own classes. And so as those courses become available, they will generate a lot more money through the front door of the facilities. The other thing that we're doing is we're also, well, you heard the video last week. There'll be 200 people here in October for a large regional match. That's going to generate a lot of money, but it won't come through my front door. That's going to be for the community. So the only way that I can get money to come through the front door is if the Sidney Paul Gordon shooting range's staff begin conducting classes, basic rifle, basic pistol, any of those things where you can charge several $100s. Vehicle defense classes, you know, these are $300 to $500 for a 2-day class. But it takes infrastructure to be able to provide classes like that. But we are moving in that direction now that I have staff that are interested in doing those activities.
We never did settle on the overtime. Was that, we settled down to 45?
No, I think it was, yeah, we went to 45.
That was in lieu of approval of another employee.
Oh, that's true.
So the person you're asking for is another you.
Actually, it's another me and another Bill. So I'm looking for a third supervisory level individual who's going to take some of the load off of me and the load off of what Bill is supposed to be doing. Under our current setup, we can't get done. We're task saturated. So this other person is going to be a range safety officer. They are going, chief range safety officer. They're going to be here helping market the range through social media, also help develop these classes that I mentioned, these courses that are going to help. The intent here is to drive up revenue, but also to provide and make the range more of an attraction.
And how much profit did you say you made last year?
I wouldn't call it profit. It's
I
more
wouldn't
like
either, but-
revenue. But it's looking at around 65,000 to 75,000. Remember, we finally had a price increase after 11 years of having stagnant prices. And that is, of course, bringing in additional revenue. We sell ice cream now, which helps bring in extra revenue. You had asked about that a
I
few
did.
months ago.
Wondering why you bought so much ice cream?
Ice cream's good, especially in the summertime. But having this additional person here is great because I take off on vacation, Bill takes off on vacation. Between the two of us, it's hard to make sure that we always have supervisory staff on hand.
It's that way throughout the whole county.
Oh, it is. But we're also, like I said, we're looking at the shooting range here where it's really a good idea to have supervisory management stuff there all the days that we're open. And right now we're open 6 days a week. Eventually it would be nice to go back to 7 days a week as a service to the community because we do have a lot of our retired shooters who come out during the week to avoid the rush on the weekend. Weekends are very busy. We get a lot of new shooters that show up and we really need staff to kind of watch them and babysit them. I'll give you an example. Chuck was here yesterday. He was shooting at the range on his own time and we had a couple show up from Tularosa. He talked them into an annual pass. He spent about 35 minutes with them, sighting in their rifle, showing them what to do. And then he got his wife signed up for Women on Target. We're running out of room on Women on Target. We're up to 35 participants. So if you're interested, you better
Sign up.
get that turned in. So, these are I've got a good staff. They go out of their way to promote the facility, promote the Second Amendment, safe firearms handling.
And I know your need, and I know it's serious, but we're looking at all these other departments that we're saying no to for employees and all that kind of stuff, and then we turn around and we give you an employee, and let's say we don't give Julianne one, or the jail any more new ones, or the level of importance, I guess. I don't know. I think I want to put that on hold and see where the budget lines out first.
Then we can come back and revisit it
Let's
this year.
put that on hold. Well, yeah, as we get all these numbers
Just
together.
want to make sure.
Yep. And I want to do the overtime down to 2,500 or 3,000.
Cheaper to pay overtime than it is to hire a new person, Mark.
Oh, no, but I don't want to kill anybody either.
Yeah, it's hard to find people who want to volunteer and come out and work. It really is. I've had very good luck hiring a lot of part-timers because most of them are retired. So to come out for 20 hours a week, it helps. It helps save a lot of money for the county on the full-time versus part-time. I wish I could get, and I'm working on getting more volunteers to come out from the Booster Club, but we have to iron out the liability issue. Have them come out, monitor the lines, build target frames, use power tools. There's a lot more hoops and loops to deal with.
So 3,000 on the overtime?
I don't want to rip his lips off because, if we're not going to give him an additional employee, somebody's going to have to work. So I'd leave it where it's at. And if he doesn't use it, great. And if he needs it, it's there.
Leave it at the 75?
That's what I would say.
Overtime's cheaper than another employee.
I know. Okay, anything else? Good, anything else?
Have you already picked your buggy out? I guess you had, you got a price on it.
I have an idea, but I need a four-seater, so yes. Yeah, I got an idea. So we're looking at, for capital outlay, about $10,000 for Dermo, see if we can find a used pickup truck. Okay. Right, no on the, no on the renovation of the canopy on the 200-yard line?
Right now.
Okay. All right. Side by side, yes. Septic system, not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
And we're upping your fuel to 3,000.
Keep dumping that box of Rid-X, did it?
You know, we're really blessed that there's about 12 hours every night that the tank doesn't get used. I mean, it's used from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, so we've been very fortunate that this thing has not had a catastrophic failure. But it has not been pumped since that building was built on there in 2008, and I doubt that it was pumped prior to that because nobody knew where it was at. Obviously, they built a building on top of it. So when it does fail, it's going to be glorious when it does.
You know what that means, don't you?
I will be skiing that particular week that it malfunctions. Thank you.
Just order a couple outhouses.
Actually, we have ordered new outhouses because we have, more facilities. We've expanded. And, but yeah, we would have to bring some in on an emergency basis and then figure out how to get water in there to wash hands. We do have we did purchase one of those foot pump things that pumps water and you can wash your hands. So that works fine for spring, summer, and fall. It doesn't work in the winter.
Put antifreeze in it.
Antifreeze? That won't go over well. All right, commissioners, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what kind of side-by-side he was looking at, but I haven't seen any at 14,000 you can buy.
I know, I want one.
Side by side, I was looking at it, that price.
You have anybody here from the animal shelter?
Yes.
Hello,
Hello.
Good afternoon.
my name is Loretta. I am the interim manager. Lori Caulfield has retired. So I'm going to give this a shot. Y'all be gentle with me because I'm not quite sure where I'm at with everything, but I don't know where to start, so do I just jump in? Or do y'all lead me down the direction you want me to head?
You've never used travel per diem?
There's not a whole lot of necessary use for that. Most of our training we can do online, and it's usually through Zooms, so we are able to do that at the shelter. So, yeah, we haven't had to go out to a class for quite a while.
Your vehicle maintenance repair has to be higher. There's no expenses.
That's one of the things that we're asking for. We asked for one last year, and we were told we could get a surplus off of the sheriff's department. That never materialized. I am currently using my personal 3/4-ton pickup to go get supplies for the facility. The truck we have is a nice half-ton that I'd be more than happy to let Mark have. It's about 32 years old. And when you put food in the back of it, about 12 to 15 sacks will make it hit the tires. And so that's not really a safe vehicle to be running down to get pallets of dog food when we use about a pallet every 2 weeks. So we haven't been doing a whole lot with what we have at the facility. We've been using our own vehicles. We have been using the half-ton to go out to the dump to dispose of our euthanized animals. But lately, that worked really good because the dump was really good about coming down with the front-end loader down to their shop area, and we would just offload into their front-end loader. They would take it up and dispose of it. They now have been asking us to drive that vehicle up to the top, and whenever it gets stuck, they have to pull us out. It's a 2-wheel drive. So that is becoming a bit of a difficult issue also.
Can you call Tom back?
He couldn't have gone very far because he's up soon.
Yeah, I like the idea of them finding something on that. I didn't know where to, when I was looking for vehicles, I didn't know where to look, so I just looked at some of the gently used vehicles that I could find. But, yes, we'd be more than happy to have something as long as it's a sturdy 3/4 ton because,
Most of those vehicles that come in there are not very high miles and they're very well taken care of.
and we're all for that. We're all for that
It
for
might be
sure.
green, it might be blue.
Oh, I'm not color specific. We can take anything. I put polka dots all over it if we need to. It doesn't matter to me. We just need something that's good and reliable. That truck, when I started working there, was a hand-me-down, recycled, I think, twice over when she got it at the shelter, when Lori got it at the shelter. And it's a good little truck, but it has seen its better day. And then we got a van, but the van we don't use very much because it's just not very feasible to use.
Can you look for a 3/4 ton for her?
Single cab,
I'd like a four-door if possible. We often go off, 3 or 4 of us
prices will
together.
be a little bit higher on a 4-door, 3/4 ton. But,
How much? We need,
13, 14 maybe.
Okay, what about four-wheel drive? Because we
That's
just,
13, 14.
okay, that's,
okay.
I'll see what he's got. Usually they're extended cabs on the 3/4 ton 4-wheel drives because it's either State Fire Marshal's office or US Forest Service, so it's kind of slim pickings on the heavier 4-doors.
Let's say
But
15.
we appreciate it.
Yeah, 15. And we'll still, think we can still get a truck from the sheriff's department? Another year and a half, maybe? One truck will do you?
I'm sorry?
One truck will do you?
Yes, sir. One truck will do us.
All right. So where are we at on that? Where's that one? Vehicle
Very
over
last
here.
page.
So again, I'm new to this and I'm not quite sure how I'm reading things correctly. I did want to address I'm not sure where does our feed fall into? Does it feed fall under the care of animals? Is that where our dog food falls under?
I'm sorry, the what?
The dog food?
Oh,
Does it fall under the care of animals?
that should be under,
I wasn't.
you have,
Feeding animals.
yeah, there's a
feeding
5916. It's 5916. You're going to
Oh, okay.
potentially exceed what you have
Okay.
this year.
Yes, that was one of the things I wanted to address too, is that section needs to go up because our intake is doubled and tripled from the last couple of years. So we're going through about a pallet, which is 24 sacks of food every 2 weeks, thereabouts.
So we should probably raise that to 10,000?
Yes, at least.
Is that the dog food deal or feeding animals?
Yeah, feeding animals. Why do you think it's going up so much? I mean, why more animals?
I can only speculate. My biggest problem right now is owner surrenders. The owner surrenders are almost neck and neck with what's coming in off the streets.
So they just can't afford to feed them anymore,
People
probably?
can't afford to feed them, people are moving, they're having to downsize, they're having to regulate. The prices of getting into a rental house that, with a pet deposit and a pet fee, is increasing what they're having to pay out of pocket for their housing. A lot of them choose not to move into a place where they have to pay those fees. They're just, and on top of that, the restrictions of the liability of insurance for people who do rent properties with the pit bulls, the Rottweilers, the German Shepherds, the Dobermans. So if they have one of those breeds and then they wind up going into a house, they still can't have that breed at that house. So we're just seeing a dramatic increase in the amount of owner surrenders right now. Part of it is Holloman Air Force Base. I think they're having a move out there. We're seeing quite a few dogs coming in off of Holloman. I don't know what to tell you. That's just my own personal opinion of what's going on.
And the fuel deal's not enough either.
The fuel bill is based on the fact that I've been using my personal vehicle, so I haven't been turning in gas receipts because I've just been using my own gas to go get food and stuff.
It need to at least be doubled that.
$1,000 for fuel?
Okay.
And then medical care, animals, criminal. It doesn't look like there's any expenses ever.
We
right
usually
there.
only use that if we have something coming in from the, that's tied in with the sheriff's department over a criminal lawsuit or a criminal issue. We haven't had anything there this year. We have in the past had issues, but so far this year, we haven't had anything come up, so we haven't had to use that one.
So can we lower that to like 2,000?
We could probably, I don't know that to go that low, but we could lower that if you'd like to. Julianne, does the sheriff's department have a line item that they use on theirs for?
They do have an animal care line.
Okay. So what we could do is we could let them exhaust theirs first and then take ours if that's the way we're gonna work it that way.
Animal control line, they've got $4,000.
But he didn't say that was for such cases. He said it
No.
was for equipment.
Yeah, they use it by their.
Yeah,
patrol
cages
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I didn't think they had a line item
Okay.
for the
I
care
didn't
of
know they did.
animals during a lawsuit.
No, not for
No.
that.
Okay, so then we need to probably not take it down too much, because we do have those things that do arise occasionally. If we have a case of a hoarding, where the dogs have to be treated and they have to be monitored by a vet for a period of time. So, you know, you can maybe take it down some if you'd like.
All the hoarding cases that I've known over the last couple of years have been handled by the nonprofits, right?
Not necessarily.
No?
We've had quite a few come through our facility. We've got one right now breaking in Chaparral. And lady has over 40 pit bulls, and of course, as the pit bulls age out, unneutered, unspayed, they're having fights and stuff. So week before last, she surrendered 6 that came into our facility that were very extremely aggressive. And Monday, we got in 5 more. So they're trying to go in a little at a time and get them away from her, but the thing is, when they come to our facility, they're not viable, adoptable pets.
And so those would go under this medical
Not
care?
necessarily, not necessarily. What happens under those, the criminal line item would be like if it was a hoarding case and it was a dog that was emaciated and it had to go into the care of a vet, and it'd be monitored under the vet for a period of time. He'd have to do an initial assessment so that he could give an idea of how emaciated the dog was or how mistreated the dog was, and then he'd have to monitor for a period of time after that. He'd feed, if we have to put on special feed, we could put under that item, medications, if it's under special medications, if it's having issues with liver or something like that, but we need to keep it for the court case, then we would have to do things like that for the animal.
Have we actually
In the past,
prosecuted anybody for that?
they have all been settled. I don't think we have. I think everything has been settled out of court on the ones that we've dealt with. They have not gone to a trial. They have been settled, but they have not been done in a trial court.
Didn't we change that yet?
Yep.
So 4,000?
Okay. I also wanted to address the printing and the office supplies. I think office supplies is, where is it at?
1,100?
52.
5219.
There you go. I'd like to see a little increase in that, but not a whole lot. Maybe if we can go to 1,500 on that one.
Okay.
And then the publishing, I would like to see a little bit of a higher increase in that one. We are devising a program to take into the schools for educational purposes, for spaying and neutering, and general welfare, general upkeep of the pets. If we can educate the children, hopefully the children can help the parents get these pets into better conditions, and we won't have the hoarding cases. We will have the animals spayed and neutered. We will have them vaccinated with the help of the children talking with their parents. So an educational program. So we're looking at printing supplies for an educational program to take into the schools. Pamela helped us devise a really nice program for spaying and neutering, and we want to
I
keep
paid
that
for the
going.
initial posters and flyers, but they're gonna be taking over all of those expenses.
Okay.
$1,000?
Yep, we'll give that one a shot.
Printing and publishing,
How much you going up?
1,000.
So let me ask you a question on how, you just brought in some more pit bulls that are very aggressive, very mean. How long do you keep those before?
This particular group, we did not. They were euthanized on coming into our facility.
Okay, that's what,
Yes.
that's the answer I
What we do
wanted
is
to hear.
that particular, the reason I kind of mentioned that was it was gonna segue into another issue, but, so what they did is they had her surrender the animals. So there was not any kind of a lawsuit, there was no kind of a court case, there was no kind of anything like that. So once she surrenders them over to the facility, then they're ours to deal with as we see that they need to be dealt with. So that's what we do. So that's what they're doing. We're kind of letting them kind of work her a little at a time out there instead of trying to rush in and seize all these animals, because if we seize them as a court case, then we have to maintain them for the duration of the court case. Whereas if they let her do it this way, it's a little bit easier. She lets them go a little at a time, and we deal with it on a different basis.
Why does she have so many? Is she selling them, or is she just,
She loves the breed and just got out of control as far as not spaying and neutering them. And then they just, it's like rabbits sometimes, they just start, and if you don't keep an eye on it and don't stay on top of it, yes, they procreate rather quickly. So one mama has, 5 babies, and if 3 of those are females, those have babies, and they can breed up until about, they can breed starting at about, we've seen them bred in their first heat cycle at 6 months. You don't want them to do that as a normal dog. You want them to wait till their second heat cycle when they hit about a year. But we've seen them start breeding as they're 6 months old. And you start breeding them like that, and you have a mess really quick.
Does the county have a number on how many dogs you can have?
We are working on an ordinance thing. I don't know that I was in on when you guys decided.
No,
We're almost finished.
yeah, we're gonna have our final review meeting in April, and then we're gonna be bringing it to you all, for y'all to make decisions on that. And I don't think
didn't put a
we
limit.
discussed the limit of animals. And I know that was highly contested when it was brought up several years ago, again, about private property rights and what they can have and what they can't. But it is something that at that time y'all can choose to do.
I could see if they were a registered kennel or something, that's one thing, but just to have, and then to come and bring them and dump them all, that's another
Yes.
thing.
And we are discussing in those meetings and in the ordinance about breeding permits and about getting prior authorization, not, trying to limit the procreation unlimited until we have a hoarding problem. So we have been discussing that as well.
And permits for unfixed animals. If your dog gets thrown in jail, then you don't want to get him fixed, then you have to pay extra.
Yes, we're starting to implement that kind of, getting all those fees so that it makes it a little bit easier. We also try and make deals with people, like if they have puppies they want to surrender to the shelter. I won't charge you for the litter of puppies maybe right now, but let's get the mama fixed. You pay for a fee, and we get the mama in, get the mama fixed, so we don't have any more of these puppies from this facility, from this person. And so we're trying to help people out by working with them, because some people just get into a situation by accident and they don't have a way out. And the vets have increased the cost of spays and neuters so dramatically that a lot of people can't afford it right now.
So we did a deal down at Chaparral a month ago, and we handed out the food, but the little tags. Has any of those came back?
None of those dogs have come up to our facility.
That was
Those were those little round
the Amazon.
location type.
Yeah, we gave them all out. We gave them
Yeah.
all out in, I don't know, 2 hours maybe.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was a good thing.
Yeah.
Those are awesome things. We're seeing several of those type of devices coming into our facility. So people are trying to tag their animals to get them returned to them if they can't get them in, to get them chipped. So, and that's part of the spay and neuter program, is we're also telling everybody that we're doing microchips at the facility too. Microchips are $20, so we try to get everybody to get their dogs microchipped. That's also part of the reclaiming process, especially on dogs that we see as chronic intakes. If we have a dog that comes into our facility that I know by name, then you know it's a chronic escapee. And so we're trying to get people to understand that. And we have some people that are conspiracy theorists that don't want to have their dogs microchipped, but for the most part, most people are very cooperative and microchip their dog, so that when the dog gets out the next time, then the animal control officers can scan it right there on the spot and then return it right back to them. So we're trying to get a handle on things, and we are working in that direction. The biggest compliment I think I've had for our spay and neuter program was that there's no kittens around. And part of that's the city is doing their field and their trap and release program, but I'm thinking that's a very good compliment. If you can't find kittens so readily available, that means that our spay and neuter program on the cat side is at least working now. So now we need to go on to the dog side and get the dogs under control.
And the feasibility study, I did reach out to the city to pay for half of that.
Okay.
So we just need to get the formal.
I never got anything back from
They're,
that.
because they're working with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I am waiting for it. I am working with one of their consultants on that.
Okay.
So I hope to have that the next 7-10 days.
Yep.
Okay.
We guessed it at about 18,000, I think. Don't you remember when we went to this joint city meeting and we talked about the joint animal control? This is like the first step. And Loretta and there's a group of about 5 people that have been meeting monthly, planning and organizing. It's very exciting. It's very, I'm loving the direction it's going. But, so yes, the city has agreed to pay 50% of that visibility. We just need to get them the numbers.
Okay.
Do you still have that original flyer for that portable building? Because this isn't the one that's in this,
Wasn't the one from the place?
that Kathy
Okay.
gave us?
Yeah, that's, Horizons is I believe is the one that she sent out.
The flyer,
Is it this one?
yeah,
Yeah.
and the reason why is because the one that the flyer I gave you had like a hallway down the middle, and the dogs the little bays fold out on each side, and it had a office.
Yeah, there was just a picture of this one.
Yeah.
There was several different ones on there. That was just the one I printed out. You have to go into each one of the things, open it up to pick out which one it is you want. So I'll look and see. I don't think I recall seeing one that had a double-sided one. So I'll reach back out to Kathy and find out but that's the site that downloaded that information off of the site that Kathy sent me. So I'll see if there's another one that she sent to Lori that has other information on it.
Okay, I hand-delivered that flyer to
To,
Lori.
okay, I'll look through her
Okay.
stuff and see if I can find it.
Okay, and the reason why that one is because it had the office,
Mm-hmm.
and it had heating and cooling.
Okay.
And.
And it was a double-sided, you said?
Yes.
Okay,
For the intent of putting it in Chaparral.
okay.
And how many times a day, or do you guys go to Chaparral 5 days a week or 7 days a week?
No, we don't go to Chaparral.
They
Goes
come
to
to
the sheriff's
them.
office.
The sheriff department or the animal control comes to you, don't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
what they do is, 2 of our animal control officers live in Chaparral, and so one of them stays in Chaparral, and one of them drives up here for his shift, and when he comes up for his shift, he brings the dogs that are there, that are at the substation, and then if he has enough room, he usually does, there's usually only 2 or 3 or so left overnight, and then, if there's an issue, like the hoarding case, they sometimes will go down there and help them bring him back up, but usually they just come up the one time and they drop off what's overnight, and then they, with the hoarding case, he came up with the hoarding case because that was an emergency to get those dogs up here and get them taken care of.
So at max, it's 2,000 miles a week.
If that's the distance, I'm not sure what the distance
It's
is.
100
but-
miles.
Okay.
So that'd be 200 miles
Mhm.
a trip per se.
Yeah. The biggest thing about the facility, if I can just interject real quick about that I am a proponent of, that I strongly agree with, is that we have a lot of undocumented workers in Chaparral, and they cannot come across a Border Patrol checkpoint to come up here to reclaim their dogs. And I think that is a portion of, I couldn't give you a percentage, but I think that is a portion of why we don't have some of the dogs reclaimed, because to them, it's not worth their getting picked up to come up here to get a dog when they could just go back in El Paso and get another dog. So it's easier just to cut it and go on. But with the facility down in Chaparral, I think they would go over there and they would possibly reclaim their dogs. Because we have dogs that come up that are like Shih Tzus and that are like Malteses and Chihuahuas. And those are like the inside, family dogs that you wouldn't just like toss out. But if they happen to get out for some reason and get picked up, they just don't want to come up and get them because they can't come across Border Patrol checkpoint.
I can believe that.
So, but having a station down there in Chaparral will help alleviate that issue too, I think. Because we talked about leaving them down there for their 3 days, and once they've hit their 3 days and they're not reclaimed, then they come up here, and then we can process them out from there instead of keeping them, bringing them into our facility and having to hold them for 3 days and then process them. We can process them when they come in, knowing if they're adoptable, knowing whether they're aggressive, knowing whatever's going on with them at that point. So that'll take off a little bit of the pressure for us to deal with a lot of the chaparral animals.
And that number at about 80% is of your dogs or chaparral dogs?
I would say 75 conservatively, 80% thereabouts is chaparral. And then when we run the tags, we get a lot of them that have come in out of El Paso Animal Services. So whether they are actually chaparral dogs, whether they are from El Paso and people have dumped them, it's a toss-up.
Or Don Anna dogs?
Yeah, that's true. I don't have as much coming from the Sea Valley. I don't have, when we check chips, a lot of our chips come out of El Paso, but not as many come out of the Sea Valley.
All righty.
No, I want to move forward for sure with the feasibility study. We did the 15 for the vehicle, and then the portable-ish building for chaparral. The numbers that I have put together with that building and running electricity to it and water to it and all that kind of stuff, I think it can be done with $100,000. And I spoke with Sheriff David Black about a location, and I think he has a location that we could use for it already.
Okay.
So I would, if we can do something like that. And then we'd have to have
You'd have to have
Amy.
staff.
employee.
We're working on this.
Okay.
Believe me, we're trying. But it's gonna depend on, yeah, I guess you could put some money away for a building and then we're
Hold that
working.
number. So, 2,000 miles a week.
Do what?
2,000 miles a week driving back and forth from Chaparral. What do you compute that as? You have the employee, you have the vehicle, the fuel.
Oh, I understand. I mean, it adds up quick. You could buy a building in a year.
That's what I'm saying. 1 year it would take us to be,
But I don't think, I'm not sure we could get a building with, the property's free. You still gotta build a pad. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a pretty aggressive pad to have to build. But to get electricity and stuff, I think it'd be a little bit more than that. If you're wanting a two-sided, 'cause the one she's looking at is 14 by, I don't remember what it
it was
says.
40,000.
14 by, so to have a breezeway, you're gonna have to have at least 6 foot to be able to work. So you're looking at 14, 28, 34, you're probably looking at a 40 by, I don't know, what do you got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 48 feet plus 6 more. So you're looking at probably a 30 by 60. Probably bigger than that if you're gonna put an office in it.
This one that you
Or
have.
do the office storage combo.
The one they have circled is a 14 by 54.
Is that the one-sided one? Is that the one that Lori circles? Okay. So that has like a walkway down one side, then the inside, outside kennels on the other side.
And that just, I don't think that would work because it doesn't have heating, cooling in an office, just storage.
So even at your kennel price on that 14 by 54, you gotta figure your dirt work, you gotta figure your concrete. You're gonna be 300,000 before it's over with. And that'll be a real, is that one right there, is that this picture?
Yes.
This one?
I think Lori also, when she submitted, I think she also was asking, that may be why that building is, the one that she circled, because I thought she was asking for one for the facility at, where we're at now too. But maybe not, maybe I misunderstood her.
It's listed in the capital outlay sheet, another 130 for, our current location.
Okay, so she was also talking about doing a portable building out at our facility too, because of the amount of animals we have coming in. Most of our kennels are doubled and tripled right now. And so she was also, and that may be why that one was circled for this and not necessarily for the chaparral issue, because I think she was asking for a portable building too, for the thought of either a portable building or an extension off of our building for more housing for dogs.
So can we put this on hold until we just get more information about the buildings?
Of course you can, we're
You
gonna
know,
have more budget meetings.
This one, like, the one you have pictured, I think would be fitting for.
That's what I'm saying, that's why,
out
yeah.
here, but not for the one in
Exactly.
Chaparral.
Exactly, I think that's what she did. When she had me pull up pictures, I wasn't thinking that she wanted two different pictures, I thought she just wanted one, so that's the picture that we talked about. And, but I do think there's two different buildings we're talking about here.
Say 80% of the animals, what's that number? 20,
took,
40, 50?
Hang on a second, I can tell you, we took in 2,300 dogs last year.
Okay, so how many dogs do you house at one time?
Any given time, I'm upwards of 100 animals in my facility. The facility is designed for 44 animals. And those kennels are nice and roomy kennels, and we usually can put 2 dogs, so if you think about it, we can do 88. But if we have an aggressive dog, then that means that you can't put a dog with that aggressive dog. If I have a hoarding case, that'll take up 5 or 6 kennels. If I do a PC dog, which is a protective custody dog, then that takes up kennels, and I will not double up a PC dog unless it has a PC dog with it. Like if 2 dogs come in from the same house and they're protective custody, I'll house those together. But if I get 2 separate PC dogs, I can't house them together because I can't take a chance on this dog injuring this dog.
So you need to be able to house at least 60 animals. Or you need to be able to have 60 pods, whatever you call it.
Kennels,
And I think that flyer that I gave Lori was 50, it housed 50 animals.
Okay. The one that she's talking about for our facility, the one she had pictured there, she was thinking about that because we have a portion of puppies coming in, we have pregnant mamas coming in that are past the point of termination, and we cannot terminate the pregnancies because they're too far along. So they have puppies there at the facility. It's not something that we enjoy having, but we do have an area that we have set aside for puppies and pregnant dogs and nursing mothers. We do get them in off the street too. We can get them in off the street as young as 2 or 3 days old with a mama with a litter of puppies. So we have to, and so that building that Lori was thinking about was maybe like a maternity area or an area that we could keep all of the puppies, the mamas that are pregnant and or the nursing mothers separate from the rest of the facility because of the susceptibility to those puppies getting sick easily.
But if we get a facility set up in Chaparral, your facility here is going to be ample.
Yes. So if we're gonna head that direction, if we're gonna work on getting the facility in Chaparral set up, then we can put our facility on a back burner for now and get them to set up down there so they can take care of.
Because the main problem's down there, if we get them set up, then we shouldn't be so overcrowded up here.
Exactly.
Well, maybe we need to make Willie think this is his idea.
Go for it.
You're the man for that.
So then we can put that portion for us aside for now then and work on the feasibility study with the city that we were talking about and go that direction for our facility. And if y'all are gonna deal with the chaparral issue down there, that works for us.
Yep.
We also had asked about another employee and actually 2 employees. And I know this is a hard time to be talking to you guys about it, but right now I'm down to 3 employees at my facility right now that are working at the kennels.
And how many openings do you have?
Well, we haven't addressed Lori's issue, so as soon as we address Lori's issue, then if I step up, then we have one, but yeah, so we have Lori's position available is what we have right now.
So total of 4 positions.
I have, okay, right now, we have 6 positions at the facility, 4 are part-time and 2 are full-time, Lori's and mine. And these are part-time employees, but because we have such a tremendous amount of animals coming in and the amount of work has increased, some of my part-timers are working closer to full-time hours. So we're asking for another part-timer to be a floater, because I have a part-timer right now with a broke foot. So if I have 4 part-timers and I have one of them out, then that takes my part-timers down also, on top of having the increased workload. So we're asking for another part-timer and to have another full-timer come in also.
What kind of salary are we talking about on that?
It's on your new hire request sheet.
I knew I saw it somewhere, I just didn't, well, because I got okay by my notes on that, so.
Because they're also included 2 potential employees for Chaparral, which we probably wouldn't have to address now, because I think if we get a portable building and put a pad in, it's gonna take us a while before we have to address those 2 positions.
Yep.
We own that building out there, right?
Yes, we do.
How much property is with that?
I would have to go back and look. I'm not sure.
I asked that question because I thought that the east side of the property belonged to the county, and it doesn't. That's what I was told. Lori told me that. I said, because I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, I thought, well, up to where it's cleared off is ours, is it not? Is that where the telephone pole is and goes down? That's, I think, where's where the property line is divided?
I think the property line goes south,
Uh-huh.
but not east.
Okay. East is towards the mountains. So that, where we have that parking lot area, that's ours. Am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, I think, you know where they pull in on the east side and
Uh-huh.
been parking right there? I don't think that's our property.
Okay, we'll have to go back and find out, because that's what, we were under the impression that was ours up to that telephone pole. Everything that's been cleared off is supposed to be ours, we thought, but maybe not.
It's that telephone pole right there on that alleyway that they've been using, I think, right, is what you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
Right, and that's it.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's about 15, 20 feet away
Yeah.
from the building. Yeah.
Yeah, we were under the impression that the property next door was for sale, and it had been for sale for a period of time, but there's no for sale sign there now, and that belongs to the church, we believe, down the street from us. So we were thinking about looking into that too, to expand. But yeah, we don't really have a lot of space out there.
So, what I'm looking right here, you're asking for 1 full-time and 1, 2, 3 part-time? Is that what you're asking for?
No, I'm asking for an additional, from what we have now, an additional full-time and an additional part-time.
The other 2 part-timers, Gerald, are for Chaparral.
Chaparral.
That we said could wait.
Oh, I got you. If I just read the rest of it.
So,
We would like to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We'd like to increase our hours. That's the biggest complaint that we've had about the facility, is that because we don't have a lot of staff, we have worked our staff to come in early, do the cleaning and the feeding and all that kind of stuff, and then we're not open as long in the daytime. We'd like to see our facility open longer in the daytime and possibly on Saturdays. So that's where the additional staff would come into play, give us the opportunity to open up those extra hours and give the public a more chance to come in to see the animals that we have available.
and 1 more part-time is more beneficial than 1 more full-time?
I would not
Or
argue
changing
two
one of
full-time.
those part-times to a full-time?
We could change one of the part-times to a full-time if you wanted to, but then I still need the part-time staff. I still need more feet on the floor. One of the biggest issues we have out there is safety. With the amount of dogs coming in, and of course, I understand the chaparral issue will take that off, but right now, we have so many animals coming in right now that we have a safety issue, that if I get 2 dogs that we put together that they appear to be fine for a period of time, but then you walk away and they start fighting, and then we've got 2 dogs fighting in a kennel, and then I have to worry about staff going in there. And I cannot have 1 staff member on the property at any time. Yesterday, I was at the facility for 4 hours by myself working because I didn't have enough staff. My staff had worked enough. They had to go home. I was there by myself. If I had gotten into any issue with an aggressive dog, it could conceivably be dangerous. So I do want somebody else out there in the facility. And I understand when we resolve the issue of Lori's position and then go down the road like that, we might not have that problem. But right now, we do have an issue out there with So if I had a couple more part-timers even, if I had some floaters that could come in when needed to be at the facility and not run my overtime, my part-time staffs into overtime hours, that would help out too.
Since we're implementing the program at the jail, putting some of those to work out there, can we put them to work there? During
Well,
closed
and
hours?
Nina can confer to this, but we only have 1 or 2 available. We don't have enough to put on multiple projects. And we won't have them available all the time, depending on the charges and the flight risk.
We need more criminals?
No.
No, we do not. We do not. No.
We just have more hardened criminals than others.
Okay, so you're asking for 1 and 1 right now?
Yes, sir. The full-time would be more security as far as having a really good trained person that could help with the extra hours that were open in the Saturdays and stuff like that. And then a part-timer to be floating around to help where needed, like with the young lady who has a broken foot right now and us being down, that employee would help to have another person be able to come in and work.
Okay, I don't have a problem with the 1 full-time and a part-time.
I agree.
But I will see Willie next week, so let me see if I can convince him into making it his idea to do it.
Start off with, have you ever thought?
Okay.
Are we good? Have anything else?
Good, I want the world.
Huh?
Okay. I want whole
Oh,
food.
yeah. Have anything else?
I'm good.
You good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, I appreciate it.
Bring some puppies with you next time.
You know, I almost did, but I didn't know if you guys would enjoy that or not.
Oh, yes.
I had 5 puppies brought in last night that were about 4 weeks old. They need some loving.
They would have. Puppy riff.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I think I will too.
Before you run off, show you this. That's the property that we have.
Employee training, I don't remember. I mean, so there was for this year, I think it's included in this year. And then 33,426 is what the budget is for employee training. So I think we added it this year. So if you haven't been able to get it done by the end of the year, I was gonna say, is so long as it's encumbered, whatever's remaining will roll over into next year. So, yeah, so it should be in this year's. Yeah, under employee training. Yes.
Yeah.
I know, then right across the street from each other. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, yes, you are, you're welcome.
You got jokes. Yeah. Yeah. Will do.
You gonna make it today? We've already done the health, so Amber's done.
At the detention center,
We've only got 3 more, basically.
road,
The convenience center and the solid waste is the same thing. You've done Amber already. John and Tom are detention.
So.
We're gonna make it.
The dog pound is sitting on 3/4 of an acre, according to Onyx. So, I mean, it's plus or minus, there's no room for.
Well, that's what I was trying to think about, where you're gonna put a,
That's what I got for you right here. Oh, where did it go?
I didn't touch it.
I know. There it is. That's what we got right now. There's no room.
And there is no room to put an additional building on there.
But don't tell the assessor I'm using the program, because then I'm gonna want to charge admin for this.
Can you make it go red?
Yeah.
So anyway, there's no room there.
No, I ordered. I was already heading.
You used Onyx? Does it do the same thing as that? Well, I know it does, but why, so why are we paying hundreds of thousands of dollars?
We're using the Eagle Eye or whatever the heck it is. No, don't get rid of that. Don't. But no.
Getting there, ladies.
I wanted to pipe up, you
Well, we have roads, we have detention, we have TVRDK, and I don't know if Ralph is showing up. But yeah, we have.
For that what?
Form.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking when I'm sitting back here, you made a valid point. When we go to the building, instead of coming up with money and me coming up with money, I'll come up with money. If that's happening, it all comes out of the same pot.
That's gonna be hard to track that.
Well, you're gonna make out good on it then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, it all comes out of the same pot. Especially something. Now, no.
Yeah, I looked at that, and I guess I had never seen that before, and I'm like, 75,000.
The nice thing about it is, got our maintained roads overlaid. You call me and say, hey, is this one of our roads?
Yeah. That's awesome. That's cool.
You need to get them to get you a book.
Yeah.
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Of the maintained roads?
The ones that all the
Yeah.
county,
Yeah. Usually when I need it, I don't have it. You know what I mean? It's not with me.
Yeah, exactly. Mine's always in the office. Unless you want to wait till the next one.
No, I'm ready I was gonna say good morning, see?
You've had enough of this agony too?
Pretty soon it'll be good evening.
I'm just like, okay. Nina Sisler, Detention Center Correctional Service Director.
Hector Portillo, Deputy Director.
How you like here?
I'm loving it.
Good.
Good.
Okay, I will start with just my minor and capital outlay. A minor capital outlay, I do have some laptop computers I need for individuals that do the in-facility Google Meets. The computers we presently have are actually the 12th Judicial Court's computers.
2, right?
No, 4.
So it says 2.
No, I'm asking for 2 for us, but the courts provided us with 4.
Oh.
So, they're Judge Schneider, I have 4 of theirs, but so that my officer can do the disposition of cases while they're in court. She can't get on while they're on Google Meets, and so she gets kind of behind on paperwork. So I'm trying to get laptops for those 2 people that do the courts. Updating. And then the vehicles is not a priority. I put it on there because you can't, all you can do is ask. I do have 4 vehicles that are over 150,000 miles. Sheriff's Office does transport, are using 2 of mine because they're assisting, which is fine, and I do pay for the gas out of my money for gas and diesel. So they do have 2 of those units, the newer ones, and they do have over 60,000. So most of my vehicles are getting up there in mileage, but, that's not a priority. So, if it's something that has to go off, I understand, but I put it there anyway.
I put it there anyway. And capital outlay, I do have some locks. When they installed the new expansion, the locks are different than our old locks. The whole mechanism has to be replaced where previous locks used to be able to be interchangeable. Sal would hold, my maintenance specialist would save old ones, be able to rebuild. These ones are very expensive and they come as one unit. And it's sole source.
So why didn't we do that when we did the remodel?
We didn't know what kind of, I don't know if we didn't know what kind of locks they were putting in. They're different than the ones we have on the old side of the jail. And it is one entire mechanism, and we've already had one broke, and it's not under warranty. So right now I have a padlock on it, and it is in the kitchen, but I will have to replace those.
So the locks you wanting to buy here, are they like the new locks you have that are on there now?
Because the old ones are,
So everything will be one lock?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Radios, I am down to about 6 radios. Of course, due to lack of staffing, I did have some last budget cycle. However, the previous ones that we did have, the BK and G, they're called the K and G, or these are the 5,000s. The other ones they're all needing repair or are unrepairable, the previous ones. These ones are better. The only thing that I'm having issues with on this model number is the charge on some of the batteries, not all of them, but some. Whereas the old batteries did have where you could recalibrate the battery. But I got 2 new ones coming on board in a couple weeks. They're in the process of backgrounds. So I have about 5 radios left. And I know this is next budget. I mean, if admin has to give up some radios, they'll have to do what we have to do until the new budget cycle. But some of the older ones are just not.
Are these radios the same as what the sheriff department uses?
I don't know which model.
I don't know what model it is off the top of my head either.
Ours are 5,000s. I think they have the BK, G, K and Gs or something like that. But they don't sell those anymore because they're already outdated. So now we have ordered the 5,000s. I think I got 10 last year. So we need to order some more for.
I just didn't know as many as they have, if they had like a good deal or special deal where they could get, and you may be a totally different type of radio than what they have.
I think they are, actually. I also have a body scanner in here due to some situations within the facility, the increase in contraband coming in the facility and orifices. I have to find some deterrent or something to stop it. I mean, because we can't do cavity searches, and I had to find a way to stop it from coming in and spreading once they get to the back. I have reached out to a lot of facilities in New Mexico do have them for staff and inmates. I'm just asking for inmates right now because that's where most of it's coming in through. And that way we can catch it. Of course, like everything technology, as good as the user behind there watching what's coming in as well. And if you scan somebody so many times, then you can't scan them after so many times, or you have to modify the strength because it does have radiation. So there's a lot of things. I'm getting policies from other facilities and looking into it. They vary, but my biggest thing as far as cost will be size. Where can I put it in the intake area where it should be? So I did put with my budget documents the Tech 84, the Adani, and I think APIC has co-partnerships with some other scanner companies, but my issue in our facility and booking will be the dimensions of the scanner, which will be very important because it should be in booking upon intake. So we'll have to figure that out. I do have space, but where am I going to put it where it makes sense with the flow of coming in from a new arrestee?
So if you have a visitor, say a brother or sister of an inmate come in, will you scan them?
No, if the scanner was in the lobby, yes, but if it's in the facility, no.
Commissioners, will give you an example that you are aware of, was we had the inmate that came down from Colorado that had 200 fentanyl pills, but we didn't know it. We could have caused that and prevented a death, an overdose death. So we are really looking not only at saving lives, but reducing our liability.
Yeah,
That
I'm
and the
all
medical
for it.
bans.
I understand that. I just didn't know how you were going to catch everybody that come, if the family's bringing stuff in too.
In the detention center, it's quite different than a prison. We don't allow anything from the outside in the facility. So they can't drop off tennis shoes or any other personal items from the outside in because we're a detention center. They could get released the following day. Once they're sentenced to prison, we don't allow it either. More you take from the outside into the facility, more likeliness you will have, whether it's liquefied and put into material, paper, or other fashions. I mean, they're getting the items in. And they make money doing it on the outside from people inside.
Yeah,
So we don't even release, our inmates can't even release money from their account in the facility out to the outside because a couple of years ago, there was a big drug ring that we had intervened on because we noticed that several people, it was a certain person in a certain housing unit, had lots of money on his account. And his people on the outside were working through that way. So we're trying to deter and be proactive on some of it because there's a lot of new drugs out there that are mixing things in very dangerous situations, and it's hard to catch everything in the facility.
How about a drug sniffing dog?
You know what? I've been there 24 and a half years, and we have had, I don't care what anybody says. I've been there, I was an officer. We have never had a dog hit, whether it was Border Patrol's dog, APD. There's never been a dog that has hit on any drug in the facility, my whole career.
Really? That's their job, isn't it?
But if it's in a human orifice, is where most people keep their, I was going to say loveliness. I didn't know what word to say. I was like, I was trying to, so.
Can you strike that from?
Yeah, we were all thinking it.
I apologize, but, and I think once it's there, most of them do keep it in those areas because they want, especially if it's something valuable or if they're a real bad addict, they're going to keep it where no one else can get it. So it's inside them. So most animals aren't going to be able to detect that unless they had it in their hand and touched somewhere exterior. But we still wouldn't be able to catch it because we don't have a scanner. So. I think I have also 3 desktop computers that are in the rotation that IT had made for us some years back. I don't know, I can't remember, I think it was you.
You gonna hit on the wristband deal? I'm kind of curious about that.
Yes, I'm really for this. I've been looking and searching for different options that could benefit our facility. So this medical biosensor band is, I think, would be amazing. It actually will do skin temperature. It will do oxygen levels. It will do the vitals. It will, depending on the individual. Now, if the individual has mental health and you know that they're jittery or this and that, we can set it, or medical, I can have medical and whoever set it to meet that person's needs while they're on a watch, whatever type, suicide, wellness, or medical.
Is it like a watch?
It is, but it's made for detention. Of course, everything is breakable.
That's my next question.
It has like a gator box type covers that we can buy separately. Of course, you know someone that's really dangerous or whatnot, you might not want to put one right away until they're calmed down, of course. But it really, I mean, I watched it'll track, it'll have their face on like an Android type tablet phone. You could, if there's an alert, if the O2 goes down too low, and of course I would use this in my detox or suicide wellness observation or people that may be detoxing from specific drugs that really cause a lot of medical changes.
What facilities in New Mexico use this?
I believe he said MDC, Luna, and some other facilities. I don't know how book capacity, I haven't had opportunity to reach out to them. I think most of them are just in your intake or maybe restrictive housing areas or chronic illness probably is what I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume, but I haven't had the opportunity. I know MDC definitely does. I don't know if they're just using it in their medical unit or what areas they're using it in, but a lot of facilities are actually starting to have them in their facilities.
I was just wondering, how many average get broken?
I'm sure they do get, I think they do if Sarge with APIC, I think he said that they do give you so many replacements. But just like a kiosk or a tablet, they give you so many that a forgiveness, I guess you can say.
And no pricing yet?
I do, I may need to, I thought I sent. I do, it's like, for just 10,
Wristband, what's the cost on new? I saw that somewhere, but I'm not.
I have so many quotes, hold on. I think,
There is one from Command Cloud. It should be an additional attachment. It was additional information, pricing, and retention. Right.
Yeah, I think I have.
It's on this third or fourth page after the body scanner.
That's the body scanner.
Got the body
the
scanner,
watch.
but isn't
So
that
page
that?
168,
Oh, I got
So many documents.
and where it starts.
Overwatch, is what that's called.
I know I have it.
Nina, what's the cost on the wristbands, the monitors? Is that the one,
It should say a number 10, I can't find mine because I'm nervous, but hold on.
is that the 124?
I believe so. There's one that says 10.
Where it says Guardian,
Oh, no, that might be something separate.
and then you got the body scanner, 225.
Hold on. I stapled everything. Hold on. I got it. Okay, here it is. Because there's a Guardian, there should be an APIC. APIC is the one that has the watches, but I do think they partner with Guardianship. Here it is. It's on like page 2. The overall cost with 10 Overwatch sensors is what they call it, with all the session, everything it's like 53,000 for just 10. Do you
For
have
just
this?
10? $5,000 a piece, huh?
Well, they have to put the system in, all the equipment to monitor surface
So
malfunction.
not every inmate would have those. You
Oh,
would
no.
just do those on.
No, this would be special medical or mental health.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
They have the locking bands. I don't know if you guys have this one too.
What they have is the Guardian RFID system for
Oh, that's
124. Okay,
This is different.
so they don't have that one in here. They've
Yeah.
got the APIC body scanner and custody protect.
Right.
Is
This
that
one, this is
both?
just the watch. This is
Okay,
APIC.
so I don't guess they have.
Yeah. So I don't know if can I have, because I only
Yeah.
have one. I think I got it afterwards. That's probably why.
Are these all the same? Or no?
It's
that's
3
just one
pages.
copy?
So you have the initial cost, 50,000,
Mm-hmm.
includes 10 bands. Is there a monthly fee or an annual fee?
No, that's for.
She has my only copy, I'm
that's all
sorry.
right.
I feel so bad. I think I received this after I turned it in. So it came late.
10.
Is there a monthly fee or an annual fee?
So you have to buy hardware, software with this too?
Yes, I'm sure.
Is that included in the?
I would think everything he said was in there. And they come and install, and they do all the equipment, and none of my people have to do any of it. And then you have your,
Licensing and client services.
it looks like a, regular cell phone, and they can check on them, and it'll actually show it'll record their stats, so all that information stays in that data.
Band.
I saw some paperwork somewhere
There's a
that
different one,
showed,
yeah.
cause it showed a little face on there.
Yes, it'll show all their
So
information.
is this,
168.
Right here. That's what I, is that it?
Yep.
Yes.
And is 10 enough?
I think it's a good start. I really do. It's just with all the drug use and the fentanyl and some of the mixed drug use and, their detox, sometimes it's even hard for medical if they're not honest with their usage or if they've mixed anything else in with that. It's difficult if there's not honesty in an assessment. So I think that, or if they have stuff on them and continue to use while have them on a detox protocol. So, just think it would be beneficial.
What is the cost if one is broken?
$5,000.
all prices are for an annual subscription.
If you had to prioritize these, what would they be? You already said you could throw the trucks out.
Yeah, the vehicles, there's one. I
Did you
think,
receive the 2 trucks that we gave you last year?
just barely now, yes.
Just barely got them?
So the mileage is going on the other one, but it's, I don't know, that's a hard question. So the vehicles, I'll make it too, and just have to. I think the med sensor watch is important. I also think the body scanner is too. It's 2 different deterrents.
So you mentioned the judge they were getting you 4 computers?
No, we have them at the facility. We use them presently.
Okay, so you have the 2 laptops,
Yes,
and then you have,
3
you're asking for
desktops
3 desktops.
for replacement. For replacement of, I have like a cycle of computers that are over 10 years old that, like my training one and certain ones. I do have a training officer coming on, starting at the first to the month of April. So I will have someone actually physically in training, and I promoted somebody to corporal in transport. And so,
So it's looking to me like you need you need the radios and you need the locks for sure.
yes, definitely.
And then, the body scanner and the other deal, I'm really kind of pushing for. Man, you're almost gonna get everything but the trucks. So what's this tasers over here? I got a note on there, tasers. You know anything about tasers?
I do have them, but I don't think I put any in.
I don't see any.
Maybe,
Well,
I didn't
How
put,
come I
looks like
have
somebody
tasers?
wrote
wrote
was
down?
that my,
What page is that on?
I didn't order.
139?
It's not on mine.
No, that's
Somebody-
my handwriting.
Oh, it's yours. Oh.
I was like, I don't think I put it in.
It's been a long day.
Before I saw something. You didn't ask for tasers?
No, I swear. Not this time.
Oh,
You want my
good.
eraser?
I'm like, I swear. Maybe you're like,
Wow.
So
I had to have
everything-
seen that somewhere.
I think the wristbands are a good idea because 53,000, that's less than one lawsuit.
definitely. I've been
kinda gotta-
searching over and beyond for
And
some
who
kind of,
watches that system?
we do.
So it will alert you, this person's
We'll have-
heart rate's gone below this level.
Or something's dropping, their
So we don't-
oxygen level.
I mean, you guys already have medical there, but I mean,
I would probably leave one, it's like an Android type looking phone. And I'd probably leave one with them, one in my booking, because they watch people on that type of watch as well. And maybe one in one of my master controls that oversees that area so that if there is anything that happens, that we have a quick response.
how many tablets does it include with that package?
I think it's a 2 or Did it say, oh, you guys have my only copy, I can't look.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
What page is that?
That's 143, it's got tasers in here.
It
Is it
does
mine?
have, it does
Or is
mention
it
tasers.
training stuff? Did I accidentally do that? I wonder if I accidentally did that.
Sure
It's training, for training, cartridges.
This says it's got a 20-foot non-conductive.
Yes, it's a training one.
So that's under your training line.
This
Yeah.
only says one tablet.
Yeah, that's
not
training.
capital outlay,
Overall
that's
No,
training.
that's
dashboard
training.
Viewing
In
tablets,
operating.
one.
So, yeah, this page right here says one tablet.
Only one? Okay. Well, I'd leave it in medical. I would bet you we could get one.
I bet you can too. Yeah. I'm all for everything except for the vehicles.
Yeah, and I'm good with that. I just put them there. You don't have to try.
You have to give something up, right?
Right. It was a good balance.
Tom said he's gonna take a hit for you, so. All right, so we're in agreement, everything but the trucks?
Are y'all gonna go through operating?
That's what I'm gonna look right now.
Okay.
I was doing it really fast trying to catch up with the other two.
I see that's worthwhile sitting all day.
Yeah, my nerves are a little bit.
All right. Fuel, where's that at?
Line 5216,
2.6.
record books.
So I am finally fully staffed in my front office.
Yay.
So I'm getting a lot of people don't know what we do out there, but when they have felony files from just Otero County, we keep records from forever in life. And so we're trying to get caught up, and we purge files. Once she scans all the files in, then I call that paper destruction company. They changed names. It used to be, I can't remember what it was called. But anyway, we have a contract, and they come and they will destroy all documents once we've had them scanned. I have a room right now, you can ask Emery.
Yep, I can.
He said this is like a blow-up fireplace right now. So
Just like a mile away.
it's horrible. It's like, so now that I'm staffed up there, they're really scanning those
Away, that's the problem.
Well, the shredder company is just a mile away.
Yeah, that's like a shredder, but I guess it's a big van and they come, whatever they do. I don't know, but it's called something else.
Just shred it, didn't it?
It's on here, I saw it a minute ago.
Is it just shredded?
Just shredding.
Huh.
Something like that, I've heard that
Total
before.
Destruction was the other
Total
company.
Destruction.
Now it's something, starts with it's a weird record, Vital
Yeah, because
Records
they
or
have 5,000.
something like, it's a weird name. Anyway, they changed. And so what we do is we'll normally do that a couple times a year. We are allowed to get rid of documents that we no longer need to hold on to.
There it is.
Oh,
So you haven't done it in a year.
No, we're in 2022 in March right now.
yeah.
So it will get there.
Okay.
So I didn't want it to,
Okay, so you've heard us ask everybody on the gasoline, on the fuel.
right.
What,
You've got 40 right now.
Yep.
Okay. Now, because I'm getting more staff, and hopefully, I'm positive, so I'm hoping that I can get in the next, I'm gonna do a lead time, 6 months, that I will be able to get some transport officers, get some weight off the sheriff's office and be able to pull our old weight back. And so I hope I put enough, but we have the generator as well, that is diesel fuel. And so we do have to fill that as well. And then I had to increase my cost too, because some on-call vehicles that people travel and maintenance. I know the Crown Vic cost me a little bit more money than I expected on my lieutenant's vehicle, but
do you feel 40,000? I mean, did you bump this up a little bit?
I did.
Yeah, it looks like it is already.
You did?
Yeah.
So you feel safe with that?
I think so. I mean, hopefully, knock on wood. It's a guesstimate.
Okay.
Jail supplies?
So remember, I started bringing back inmates around March, April, May of '23, right? Slowly, gradually, so some of the supplies that we normally go through, because of course, unfortunately, detainees are very destructive and they destroy blankets, sheets, a lot of things within the facility. So I haven't had to purchase like, I think we've been a few months where we've been solid, where we've had them in-house, but eventually, I didn't touch it because I felt like, I don't know, uncertain, because you gotta think, how, fully brought them back by August, I believe? Because Donna Annabelle was killing me a lot of bills for county, for really hitting my budget. So I was trying to gradually purge them back at our facility when I got staffing. So now I think, our count has been pretty steady, about 160s, 170s. I do have a few at Otero Prison, but once they get in-house, a lot of times, some of the destruction on county property escalates a little bit. They did tell me once you get tablets, I was talking to a company, and they were telling me that you'll see your violence, in-house violence, go a little higher. And, I mean, not tablets, body scanners. I'm sorry, because they're not getting the drugs that they're used to getting. And they said that the use of force and the violence in facility increases a little bit. So he told me, be prepared. I was like, well, who would have known?
Yeah.
So he said all the facilities that he has done throughout the state of New Mexico have seen a rise in that.
So care of prisoners, you got 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
And you've used, what you're saying your projected use is 57. Is that a real number, you think?
Probably not, because we had a lot of our inmates gradually came back in 2023, right? So we haven't had them all in-house for a very long time. So, I mean, we had most of them back by August, September of 2023, so they haven't been in-house for a very long time. So I'm sure costs will change as, because I haven't sent any out, so.
So can we reduce that number?
We can.
What is a safe number to reduce that to?
Let's see.
I'm trying to pay for a scanner over here. So.
Yeah.
He's like, so I only used, okay. Maybe go down 150? Go to 150,000 and see if we can survive. It'll almost pay for it.
Yep.
Last year, you had 3 line items for care of prisoners.
I
And
did?
it was itemized by Alamo, Thule, and then it says care of others.
Oh, that's revenue. That's what we charge the agencies for housing. With the city, we charge the city, we charge Thule, and who was the other one?
It just says care of others, other prisoners.
Other counties, if they house or sentence them to our facility, we do charge.
I see revenue now.
So right below the care of prisoners, jail supplies, you got 60,000 on it. You haven't used,
I think they're using care of prisoners for a lot of, but some things that they probably should be using jail supplies, but I think.
You've been in the 20,000 range.
Mhm.
And right now, you're at 8,500.
Well, we can knock it down, we can try.
Can you knock that down to 30 and be safe with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you think?
I think that's good. I mean, they used a bunch in 2022, but then in 2023, it was way down. I mean, it went from 62,000 to 13,000.
So 2022, October of '22 is when we sent all the inmates out.
Okay.
And we brought them back by the end of September. I think by the end of September that following 2023, we had them all back in-house. So that's where that difference stems from.
Push that to 30.
That first page is probably a hard cost you're not gonna be able to get rid of, huh? Okay, so this is the adult housing. Explain to me how that works. You've run some big numbers for a while, you're a reduced number now, and you have 1,350,000.
Yes.
So,
So the purpose of this line item, like when we had to move everybody out during COVID, and we had moved 100 inmates out, right? So we housed them at 7 different counties.
that's what that's for?
Okay, that's what that line item is for. Or, I know back in probably around 2015, because I believe Blancett was still the administrator of the detention center, or 14, was it 14, 13? Our actual count at the jail was 286. We only housed 208. So we actually had to house Otero County inmates. I think we were doing it in Texas, Muleshoe, Texas, back then, because whatever had changed during that, it was in the summer, I do remember that, but our count went all the way to 286. So we had no housing in-house. People were on the floor. We had to do what we had to do, and finally we moved them all out, the most we could. And so that normally we keep there. I mean, we could probably run it with 1 million, because right now our population has been pretty steady, about 160, 170. If you want to drop a little bit more, we could. I just like to keep a nice cushion in there, because if we ever do get overpopulated per fire code, I have to move these people somewhere.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, I don't know that I have an opinion on it necessarily.
We can
Although-
drop it, and if we have
Yeah.
an emergency like that, we can come to the board to make a budget increase.
If you kept it at 1 million, that'd be a big chunk off of it, but, so if you don't use it, does it carry over? Does it build, does it balance?
Not necessarily.
You can't bank
I mean,
it?
if we reduce the budget, then we reduce it, we'd have to come back and ask for more. If it's something that is encumbered onto a purchase order, then it will automatically roll over to the next year. But yeah, I mean, we could reduce that, and honestly, like Sylvia was saying, if we reduce that, it's definitely gonna be enough to help cover some of those other items that she was asking for in capital outlay, so.
So you wanna try, you
That's
feel
fine.
safe at that, mark that down to 1 million?
Yes.
I don't know about the juvenile housing, that's not very much money on that, but.
Well, there's only 4 facilities open in the state of New Mexico, and one doesn't house for other counties. And I know Bernalillo and they're having staffing issues, but I know the further north you house, the more expensive it is. It's $270 a day for one juvenile, the further north. Now, Donna Ana is a lot cheaper, they're about $120. However, to get a bed is a different story. So those are the only facilities that are,
We better leave that one.
yes, I didn't touch that
And
one.
that's the same number as last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, repair and maintenance, how much do you really,
As far as the radios for I haven't had to use them. The radios that I did send for repair, they were unrepairable. So, didn't have luck. He said he will give me credit on new radios if he can, as far as cost, but we'll see what he does. Home surveillance, I keep that, praying that I will have staff where we do have the monitor back in play. It's not a large line item because the individual pays for their bracelet, but just tracking and staff going out checking UAs, all kinds of things that encompass.
So you guys do that, I thought the courts did that.
They do too.
Okay.
Pretrial detention, probation office, there's a lot of different, we just don't have staffing to send them out and check on individuals, do on-site work, all the visits, UAs, all those things. So I don't want to open that program until I have staffing to man it.
so this capital outlay number, 349, that's all your stuff over here. We just need to back the vehicles out of it?
Yes, sir. The vehicles, I think, were on a different line item, right above it.
That
Oh.
90,000.
So that can go away.
That was where
But
I
they're
had
still on
missed,
capital
I
outlay,
didn't add in the
Oh, I thought you were
radios.
talking about.
So that's why on the
Well,
capital outlay sheet,
the ones I was talking about, this one
399,
right here.
and
Yeah,
then in the department
the
book it's
vehicles are right there
349.
already.
Oh, already backed them out, huh?
Them out.
He's like, get rid of it. That's fine. I get,
Okay. I don't know if you realize it, but you saved about $500,000.
Pay for your new goodies.
yeah, for our stuff, we broke even.
There you go.
It's better than being more, right?
That's right. Anything else?
I
Nope.
think I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Tom, can you beat that?
I'm gonna spend the $500,000 you say. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Porter, Otero County Road Department. So, as far as on the basic budget, the big changes are gonna be vehicle repair and maintenance. I upped that to 200,000 from 150. The equipment repair, I upped it another 75,000 to 225. And as you all know, the parts prices are going through the roof if you can find them. The one that I was talking to Commissioner Masley and Julianne about earlier today, we had actually used less fuel than I thought we were gonna use, but now with that new tax on there, I think we need to bump it back up to the 400,000 that we budgeted last year on it.
Okay, let me find out.
5242.
5242. Got it. So you want to bump that up to what?
Back up to the 400,000 that I had budgeted for last year, for this year.
42, 52.
Here,
52.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't know what that's gonna do to you on your oils and stuff too, because that's still gonna be,
And oil-wise, we're doing good. I mean,
but there's still gonna be an increase on that.
Yeah, but we're, oils and lubricants. Yeah, I mean, we're a few months away from the end of the fiscal year and we've only spent 52% on it.
Okay, so you feel comfortable?
So I feel comfortable on that one.
There is a grant available from the State Highway Department, and I have to remember the name, but it has to do with safety, and what they do, that grant pays for those signs that you can pull behind a truck or move over, and they pay for the flashing signs like we got in Bent with the solar panels.
Okay.
They pay for all that kind of stuff.
Let's see if we can get Pablo to get a line on that one.
Yep.
That would help a lot. There's a few line items in there that, I've added a little bit to, like tools. I bumped it up another 2,000 on tools. But most of the line items stayed the same until we get to capital outlay. Unless you have other questions on the basic line items.
How we doing on the weed project?
Actually, it's showing there's still quite a bit of money in there, but I know we just spent most of it, about 2 weeks ago to get the herbicide for this year.
So you got Alamo Relief Route.
Those are those NMDOT lights we pay for maintenance.
Yep.
That have been in place before I was ever here.
That's the same way we ended up with Aguachiquit Road.
You got out of here in the meeting the other day before I could ask you to call. I'm having RB write a letter also to the State Highway Department on the relief route. Can you make a phone call and see if?
Actually, I just spoke with one of the gentlemen the other day about that, and what happened last year when they were supposed to have done the maid repair on that. They had a major blowout over by Jowl on one of the big highways, and they ended up spending the money on that.
So,
They're gonna keep patching it for now.
Better have your seatbelt on when you're going over that thing.
Scoot over to the right, or on the outside lane,
Yeah.
you're all right.
Fell to over 100.
I bet. Gonna do a little, yeah.
so
Just tie the car down.
really, what is this Alamo relief route?
That is the traffic lights on the Alamo relief route.
That's the service work, okay, okay.
Yeah, the maintenance.
Gotcha.
That's why I said I didn't want to pay for these other ones.
And we also pay for the lights on Alamo and La Luz Gate Road on Highway 5470, and for the blinking yellow light on 82.
So, yeah. Okay.
What can you do without?
Well, so the 2 5-yard dump trucks, we basically secured most of the funding on that. We're gonna be shy about 65,000 to get the 2 trucks. So that'll help a lot. I do need another 10-yard salt box to replace some of the rusted out ones we've got.
Don, how come that 10-yarder costs so much? Just because everything's just so much bigger?
Everything's gone skyrocketing. And that is that is actually the CES price on that truck.
Could you,
Which the 5-yarder, if you look at a 5-yarder, I think we were looking at what, 260,000?
Yeah.
Yeah, 260 for the 5-yarders.
265 each.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, if you say it fast, it doesn't hurt, you know, it's only $40,000 more.
I think we have a typo. 5-yard dump truck with plow and salt box, 2 of them for $65,000.
No, that's because, originally it was the 265,000 each,
Oh,
but
so
because
this
we.
is the extra.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's the money I need to get the other 2.
Okay, so it should be additional
Yep.
funding. Okay. Okay. Thank you, I was confused.
I could do for this year, and we could put it on ICIP for the 10-yard dump truck easily enough. Cat loader, that's actually a recent quote. The 928 that we have now has actually got metal in the oil.
Not good.
No, it's not good.
I mean, I'm not a mechanic, but I even know that's not good.
Our big loader is great for all the work, and I mean, Gerald, you know how equipment goes. We're probably close to 800 hours on a county loader on that big loader we got last year, which 1,000 hours a year is average on a construction site. But I don't want to use that one in the salt. I just as soon have a smaller one, so we're not destroying that big machine. The John Deere 772 or equivalent, another grader. I've still got 2 blades out of the 90s that are mainline, and one that's a 2004, I do believe that's a mainline blade. And that 450, again, we could also, as you and I spoke, we can do the lease purchase on that.
yeah.
The cat roller, I can probably get another year out of the 2 I've got. But next year, one of them is gonna be going. I'd like to get one other mechanic. I've got one mechanic that he's real close to retirement, and I'd like to get another one in there before he leaves, just to kind of get him up to speed on how we do stuff. And that would leave an extra position to have another mechanic in there. And I know you did not want to talk about raises, but I have one gentleman on here that just missed the $3 an hour because he came in after July 1. When he gets to his year probation, I'd like to be able to give him that. He's a driver. I'd like to be able to give him that $3 bump once he
And
gets
he's
through.
not the only employee. If you're gonna go back, we have a lot of
Oh,
employees that
okay.
started after July 1. So the cutoff was that fiscal year.
So you can do without the roller.
I can do without the roller. I can put the 10-yard on ICIP. The grader, we can,
Which one can you put on ICIP?
the 10-yard,
135,000.
This
The-
one?
yeah.
This one?
Yep.
10-yard dump
Yeah.
truck with snowplow and salt box.
And you still need another salt box though?
Yes, I've got 2 new ones that I've bought in the last 5 years. The other ones are all the ones I've picked up from the state auction. And we actually had 2 of them pretty much break in half this winter. Had to replace them with older ones that we put together to make them work.
And you can't find any of them dump trucks that we can,
Well, again, the state's gonna do like they did last year, and they're gonna let the less fortunate counties get up there first.
that's us.
And it is, but it isn't. You know, they limit what you can spend when you go up there and do that.
Are there any more of those Goodman deals for the order that went through? Are there any trucks left over from that? Because you got 2 of them from there. Can we get?
I got 1 from there.
Oh,
Well, and these 2 we have not ordered yet, and I don't know.
Not until we get the grant agreement.
Yeah. Until we get the grant agreement, I can't even order those 2. But yeah, he's still sitting on a few of those up there. But they're 5-yarders.
And a 10-yard salt box is to just hold your salt or to transfer it out?
Now, that's the one that goes in the back of the dump truck with the spinner on it. It's the one you load salt up in. So it spreads it, it's got a spinning wheel on the bottom of it and throws it all over the road.
We just bought a new loader.
We bought that big loader. That's what I'm saying, I don't wanna use that big Volvo, that big loader. One, it's too big to load little dump trucks, but that's what I'm saying, we have used that thing everywhere, in the borrow pit when we did that Appler project. I mean, helping the state on 82.
Do you have all of your mechanic positions filled right now?
Right now, I have them all filled. But with all this older equipment, they're also buried.
I know that we don't want to talk about raises, and we'll talk about it later on. But seeing how this is just under the detention center's budget, it's one of our second most expensive in the county. And if we've got to keep our employees, we've got to figure out how to do that.
So what's it gonna cost us if we lease the blade initially?
That one we just picked up is what, 125,000 a year?
Cause right now, without the blade,
For the lease on that one, I think we budgeted like 86 or 87,000
Oh,
this
so it's
year.
under 100,000 a year for
So,
it.
and I think that included, I think we had to pay like a down payment on it, I think.
so right now, if you do the two 5-yarders, the 10-yard box, the loader, I could take the roller off because you
Yeah,
said you could pass that.
86,630 was
So I
what we
need to take
budgeted.
223 off.
And take off the 335.
Yeah. That's 748. And then you said, say 100,000 for the blade?
It's it's actually a little less than 100,000 a year for that blade, correct?
That's 848. And then
Looks
your
like we paid the
mechanic,
down payment. I don't see like the actual monthly payments yet coming through. I don't have that actual lease contract.
even if we just throw the mechanic in at 45, it's gonna be another 30,000 on top of that for, you have to figure in.
Yeah, probably.
Correct, but I'm still 7 employees short. And yes, we budgeted for them, but I don't see them coming in anytime soon.
Can you take one of those 7 and make this a position?
I could probably delete one more.
That's what I would do if it was me. If you get a big run of employees, we can figure out how to hire them.
Oh, yeah.
We'll not turn them away.
So let's take that off,
Okay.
and then you can swap one of your, just
One of the driver
reclassify or whatever you gotta do. And then we're taking the rower off. Okay, so right now, you're about 850.
Okay.
And, so that's on that. So our roads you're wanting to do next year, how much is that gonna change with the oil price?
Already talked to the supplier, and they locked it in again for this year unless something drastic happens.
They already locked you in a price?
Already locked it in at the same price as last year.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Cool.
And with that, if we run out of the state-funded money for the chip seal projects, we just shorten the project up. I know that's horrible, but that's basically what we had to do a couple of years ago when it went from 250 a ton to 500 a ton in the middle of chip sealing. We had to shorten up a couple of roads.
I don't see those roads on here in Chaparral.
They're not listed as that unless,
They're not listed on here?
shouldn't be. The actual roads we're gonna do,
The ones, yeah, because you
the
told me.
ones I gave you, those are the ones we're doing this year.
This year?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
This is next,
yeah.
gotcha. Okay, so we bumped your fuel. You think you're good on your oil? What else can we? Man, we're almost done.
Every year you ask for 17.5 for cattle guards and culverts, and looks like don't spend over 7. Actually, 4,000 this year.
Yeah, because we haven't built any this year yet, and that's a steel order that'll be going out probably next month.
And that big cost would have been up there, has this got weed in it?
For the
culverts.
materials, yes. But that was cattle guards that we built, I want to say that was cattle guards we built in 23 or 24, or it would have been 23.
But this number right here should have the weed facility up there, the weed convenience.
For this year?
Yeah.
Except for the fact it was already stuff that was already built.
Oh, you already had it all?
Yeah, we try to keep at least 6 complete sets on the ground. And case in point, last year, we had a tractor trailer truck come through hauling a D8 that he had the low boy sitting too low on the mesa, and he ripped out 3 of them.
Insurance?
Nobody caught him. The only reason we know is we found the dozer tracks where he unloaded.
So the 848, are we good with that?
Mm-hmm.
And then the adjustment on the oil,
Yep.
I mean,
That
fuel?
I think that was it, wasn't it? Yep.
Semi-win-win.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
We're getting there.
Almost.
You're ready.
The big one.
I need
Well,
like
I've been
18
dreading.
vehicles and
Can I just say no now, and we'll just skip on to the next one?
sure.
Commissioners, before you do start on this one, I will remind you, the PSAP board has already approved this budget and the city's portion as well. So
So there's
it's.
other money coming into us for
They,
this?
yeah, they pay 50%.
3 agencies in total.
Yeah, the others are smaller, but.
Yeah,
city's the
Cloudcroft
biggest
City
one.
and county. And we have worked with the board talking about the non-JPA members that we dispatch for to figure out some type of way to bill them
You gonna do it all out there still?
for
This addition?
addition, the new,
Yeah, what you're talking about here, you building a new or more, right?
eventually, but that's not put in this budget. That we're gonna try to find grant funding for, eventually.
2:30. Too far.
Talk to us on this.
Well, we did ask for four more positions to the PSAP from what we are, so it'd be 36 positions in total. We did ask for a dedicated IT person for the 911 center, so they can handle all IT services for the 911. Also to give some relief to Sergeant Emery from everything. We do need the 4 positions. We are currently staffed with 6 on the floor. We still have only 2 positions open. I have 2 applicants that are processing now. But we see that we probably need more, especially processing about 12,000 calls a month. So more people on the floor will actually give us dedicated dispatchers for certain radios. And what the city's asking is they're requesting that we have a dedicated fire dispatcher just for city fire. So the only way to really make that happen is to keep adding positions to our budget for dispatchers. Our overtime budget, we bumped up a lot from last budget cycle. We've seen that our overtime is crazy and we are in the negatives this time around. We see that due to the fact that people need to take off, especially with the hours they work, family functions. We are trying to change the schedule best as we can so they can have every other weekend off, but it seems like they still want to take off all the time. We were in probably about a 6-month period where we did not allow vacation time at all due to staffing levels. And they figured a way around it to start calling out sick. So I think we're always gonna have overtime in the 911 center, especially certain details that the sheriff's office may want or the PD wants. We need to bring a dedicated dispatcher in for those details. That's why our overtime budget went up. Vehicle repair and maintenance, we went up a little bit. We did take on the mobile command unit from the city, so with that being a 2004, we may need to put some maintenance into that, so that's why we did that. We do have an additional vehicle that the city finally donated to us, so we have that also along with my vehicle. Other than that, I think our office supplies went up from last year. Yes, our office supplies went up from last year just with the increase of paper. That got very expensive and we do go through a lot of paper, especially printing warrants. We did go fully electronic with the courts, but we still have to have a hard copy of warrants per CJIS policy. So we have to print that warrants and we process probably about 30 warrants a week in the 911 center.
John, let me ask you a question real quick for
Yes.
you. So on your overtime, if you was to get the other 4 or get some more personnel, that would cut back on your overtime, wouldn't it?
I don't think so. My work ethic with my employees are not great. They don't want to come to work, they call out. And I think it's just something we are trying to fix, but I don't think it's going to change until we get a new generation into the center to really fix that actually want to work.
baby boomers are done. I don't know if you're ever gonna get that generation back.
I will say the new employees I have, they're very eager to work and they don't call out like my people that have been there for 5 years plus. I have very minimal employees that even hold, more than 10 hours of sick leave or vacation leave. Cause they get it, they burn it right away. And even with, us holding vacation time for almost 6 months, they found a way to really make it work or call out and they still were in the negatives. I had a lot of people leave without pay, nonstop since I've been here and I've been here for about a year now, so. And that includes me coming out on the weekends to work the floor to even assist, just to kind of cut down on the overtime, if I can even get people in to work. The E911 grant, I don't think we didn't put any money on there to show them for the E911 grant money, right?
No, I didn't, because at the time I didn't know how much it was gonna be.
Yeah, so I did get an email from Nick from the DFA. We're not gonna get as much grant money as we did last year. We're probably only gonna look, and he did send me the $4,000 for that. We're only gonna probably look to $104,000 from DFA for grant money this year, which will cover our 911 lines, our annual cost for our E911 handling system, training, along with some minor equipment.
You said 104?
104, yeah.
Your equipment repair and maintenance, it's been $200,000,
Yes,
and you spent $130,000 so far this year?
yes.
Can we lower that?
We always kept it at the $200,000 because if our UPS goes out, which is our battery backup for the 911 center, that has to be replaced immediately due to power. And that's why we always kept it out there. We tried not to touch that line item in the first place, so we have a good chunk so we can go and purchase a new UPS immediately. That's why we keep that as a higher level. We try to not touch that unless we really need to. The software line item went up too a lot. That's just we implemented new software and technology into the 911 center. As you know, software is expensive, and especially if we want to make sure that we're providing better service to the citizens of Otero County, we need to make sure that we have good technology implemented into the 911 center. And there is a little cushion in that. We are going to 2 conferences, national conferences here soon. And there are some technology that I like to look into, especially for the public safety side of it, of mental health. There's a couple cool technology out there to implement that. And there's some AI features that are coming out to assist with listening to radio traffic or phone calls, video into 911, that kind of stuff. And with EZNet services that the state is implementing in the next year, there's probably gonna be more technology that we're gonna have to purchase to have EZNet services. And that price is gonna go up too. So that's why that line item went up again.
And what is that EZNet? What is that?
EZNet is it's pretty much right now our 911 trunks are copper wire that come into the 911 center. EZNet services puts it into voice over IP along with text to 911. So a lot of our lines that we've been having issues with, that will be fixed in EZNet services, and the state is actually paying for a lot of it. But with the after they implement it, there may be some more maintenance fees, and there's different softwares to actually track how 911 calls route. So we can go back down the basics to figure out why did this call route to Ruidoso if they're in Tiburon, and why did it not come to our 911 center? And with those technologies and EZNet and with the software that we may need to purchase to figure out, we can actually implement it and reroute it properly into our 911 center, so they're not getting delay of services.
You have any questions, anything?
The refunds, that's what we get from the city and the revenue?
So, yes, actually, the refunds, that is from the city, and that number should actually be the 1,901,000. I didn't change that. So, we're splitting it 50% between the city and the county. So both of us will be 1.9 million.
Okay.
And the city has committed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anything else? Nope.
Nope.
Nope. All right. That
Thank
was
you.
kind of painless.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Where's Ralph?
I've tried to reach him, I have no clue. I don't know where he is.
Can we do it without him?
He's got some requests that he needs to justify. I would say hold off until we do RVs.
Okay.
We can always put an item on the agenda for the April meeting for anything that was, I guess it's just Ralph's department that was missed.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, and the attorney, right?
I mean, we could wait till the next one, right?
Well, that's
They're
true.
not very big.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
So how long would it take you to adjust what we've done today to where we could come in with RB and Ralph? That's the only two we like, right?
I don't even remember when the next actual, I know that we have the one in April for the community service presentations. I mean, I could work on this and get it back to you guys next week if you wanted to look at it. And then if there was anything that you wanted to discuss at the April commission meeting, we could create an agenda item.
When is our
Then-
community services meeting?
That's April 18th.
And then May 2nd, you meet to go through the budget again.
Can we add those two on to the community services agenda?
We could add them to the end, since we've
Yeah.
already got everybody scheduled by time, yeah.
You wanna do that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So is that it?
Oh, my
We good?
goodness.
All right. We're adjourned.
All right.
PTL before 5 o'clock.
So much for the,
I guess we're only funding 15 people. I guess
so,
we'll be sitting in those chairs.
what I've learned